Imagine the castle going quiet, the torches burning low, and a knight finally unfastening the straps that held his world together. Tonight, my potatoes, we're exploring how a knight actually lived when the armour came off, when the battles ended, the horses were stabled, and the real routine began. Behind the legend was sore muscle, rough linen, simple meals, constant repairs, and a life shaped more by duty and exhaustion than glory. So, as you settle in, picture a dim hall, a bench near the hearth, and the soft clink of metal set aside for the night. Also, if you'd like, dropping a like, a follow, and commenting on where you're listening in from and what time it is for you would help me out greatly. Now let's lower the lights, turn on a fan for some noise, and begin. Welcome to the world of a knight in medieval Europe, somewhere between the 11th and 14th centuries. You're not charging into battle or seeking glory. You're managing land, fulfilling obligations, and moving through the steady rhythm of service and responsibility that define this life far more than any legend ever could. The days are long, the work is constant, and the satisfaction comes not from heroism but from continuity. You wake before full light in a manor house built from stone and timber. The room is not large. A wooden bed frame holds a mattress stuffed with straw and wool, layered with linen and a heavy woolen blanket. The air is cool, especially in the months between autumn and spring, when frost settles on the ground outside and your breath mists faintly in the dim light. You can hear movement elsewhere in the house, servants already tending to fires, preparing the hall, and beginning the work that sustains the household. Their footsteps are soft on packed earth floors, their voices low and purposeful. You dress in layers, a linen shirt first pulled over your head, the fabric slightly rough against your skin but softened by many washings. Then woolen hose tied at the waist with linen cords, the wool thick enough to provide warmth but not so thick that it restricts movement. A tunic follows, dyed a practical colour, brown, dark green, or grey, and belted at the waist with leather. The belt holds a small knife in a sheath, useful for cutting food or trimming loose threads, or any of a dozen small tasks that arise throughout the day. Leather shoes, soft-soled and worn smooth from use, complete the basic outfit. In winter, you add another layer, a heavier tunic or a cloak lined with fur. In summer, you might skip the outer tunic until later in the day when you need to appear more formally dressed. The clothing is functional, made to last and repaired when it tears. Nothing is discarded lightly. A torn seam is stitched, a worn patch is reinforced. The garments accumulate small repairs over months and years, each mend a mark of continued use. You move through the hall. The ceiling is high enough to let smoke from the central hearth rise toward the roof beams, where it escapes through gaps left deliberately for ventilation. The walls are stone at the base, timber above, plastered, and sometimes whitewashed. Tapestries or woven hangings cover portions of the walls, providing insulation against drafts and adding colour to the space. Trestle tables have been set up along the sides of the hall, their surfaces scarred from years of use. Benches wait for the morning meal. Servants are already laying out bread, cheese and ale, moving with the quiet efficiency of people who have done these tasks countless times before. You take your place at the head of the table, not because you are particularly grand, but because this is your household and this is where you sit. The position comes with the responsibility. Your wife, if you have one, sits beside you or near you, depending on the formality of the meal. Children, if they're old enough, sit further down the table. Servants and members of your household fill the remaining spaces. Breakfast is simple. The bread is dense and filling, made from rye or barley, sometimes a mix of grains called maslin. The crust is thick and dark. The interior is chewy. You tear pieces off with your hands, dipping them in ale or spreading them with butter if it is available. The cheese is local, made from the milk of cows or sheep kept on your land. It is firm, sometimes crumbly, with a strong flavour that varies depending on how long it has aged. The ale is weak, safer to drink than water from the well, and slightly sweet from the barley used in brewing. You eat without hurry. The meal is a pause before the day's work begins in earnest. Others join you, members of your household, perhaps a younger man learning service under your roof, a steward who manages portions of your land, or a clerk if you employ one to keep records. Conversation is low and practical. Someone mentions a fence that needs repair near the eastern boundary. Someone else notes that the grain stores are holding well after the last harvest. A servant reports that one of the horses seems slightly lame and should be examined. You listen, ask questions when needed, and make mental notes of what requires your attention. After the meal, you step outside. The manor sits within a few acres of enclosed land. Gardens where vegetables and herbs are grown, a small orchard with apple and pear trees, and outbuildings for storage and animals. The air is cooler outside than in the hall, fresh with the scent of earth and vegetation. If it has rained recently, the ground is soft underfoot, mud clinging to your shoes. If the weather has been dry, dust rises faintly with each step. Beyond the enclosed area, open fields stretch toward the edge of your holding. The landscape varies by season. In spring, the fields are being ploughed, the dark soil turned in long furrows. In summer, grain grows tall and green. In autumn, the harvest is underway, with sheaves of wheat or barley bundled and stacked. In winter, the fields lie fallow, brown and stubbled, resting until the cycle begins again. Peasants are already at work when the sun is barely above the horizon. They move through the fields with tools, ploughs, scythes, hoes, their movements steady and practiced. You do not work the fields yourself, but you oversee them. You walk the boundaries periodically, checking that hedges are maintained, that drainage ditches are clear, and that no one has encroached on your land or moved boundary markers. The land is your responsibility, and managing it well is essential to maintaining your position. You return to the hall or to a smaller chamber used for managing household affairs. The chamber is quieter than the hall, with a table for writing and reviewing documents, a chest for storing important papers, and a small hearth for warmth. There are accounts to review, lists of rents owed and collected, records of grain stored and distributed, and notes on livestock counts. If you are literate, you review these yourself. If not, your clerk or steward reads them to you, and you listen carefully, asking questions to ensure you understand the state of your holdings. Rents arrive in various forms. Some tenants pay in coin, a few silver pennies handed over at regular intervals, others pay in kind, bushels of grain, chickens, eggs, and days of labour. You track these contributions, ensuring that everyone fulfills their obligations. The system depends on this reciprocal structure. The peasants work the land and provide you with food and service. In return, you provide protection, access to land, and a place within the social order. Disputes arise regularly and require your attention. A tenant farmer arrives with a complaint about another tenant's pigs wandering into his grain. You listen to both sides and ask a few questions about whether pigs are kept, and whether the boundary between the two plots is clearly marked. The solution is not dramatic. The pigs will be penned more securely. The grain will be compensated with a portion of the pig owner's next harvest. Both men leave, not entirely satisfied, but accepting the decision because it follows established custom. You spend a significant portion of your day juggling small tasks, making household decisions, and fulfilling your obligations. You are responsible for the land, for the people who live and work on it, and for the service you owe to the Lord above you. That service might mean appearing at his court, contributing armed men when required, or simply maintaining your portion of the social order. The work is constant, unglamorous, and essential. In the afternoon you might ride out to inspect another part of your land or visit a neighbouring knight. The horse you ride is not a war horse. It is a palfrey, bred for steady travel rather than combat. Its gait is smooth, easier on your body over long distances. You carry a light pack with provisions, bread, cheese, and a flask of ale, in case the journey takes longer than expected. The roads are uneven, sometimes muddy, sometimes rutted by cartwheels and dried into hard ridges. You pass through fields where workers pause briefly to acknowledge you with a nod or a raised hand. You pass clusters of cottages, small structures with thatched roofs and walls of wattle and daub, smoke rising from central hearths. You pass through stretches of forest managed for timber and hunting rights. The trees are thick, their canopy filtering the sunlight into dapple patterns on the ground. The forest is not wild, it is carefully controlled, with certain trees marked for cutting, certain areas reserved for the Lord's hunting, and certain paths maintained for travel. You know these paths well, having ridden them many times. When you return, the hall is being prepared for the evening meal. Servants are setting up the trestle tables again, sweeping the floor and adding wood to the fire. You wash your hands and face in a basin brought by a servant, the water cool and clean, scented faintly with herbs. You change your outer tunic if the one you wore has collected too much dust or mud, hanging the soiled garment on a peg to be cleaned later. You take your seat again. The meal is larger than breakfast, but still modest by the standards of great feasts. Pottage made from peas or beans, thick and steaming, is ladled into wooden bowls. A piece of roasted fowl or salt pork is placed on a trencher, a thick slice of stale bread that serves as both plate and part of the meal. More bread, cheese and apples from the orchard. You eat, you speak with those at your table about the day's events and tomorrow's plans, and then the evening settles in with its own slower rhythm. This is the shape of most days. There are variations. Days when you must travel to attend your Lord's court, days when you oversee repairs to a barn or a section of wall, and days when weather keeps you indoors reviewing stored goods or planning for the next season. But the pattern holds. You're a landholder, a manager of resources, and a link in a long chain of obligation. The work is steady, unglamorous, and essential. It fills your days with purpose that is quiet but real. Your armour hangs in a storage room or sometimes in a corner of the hall where it can be monitored. The room is cool and dry, chosen specifically to prevent rust from forming too quickly on the metal. The armour is not a full suit of plate. Depending on the period and your wealth, it might be a coat of mail, thousands of small iron rings linked together in a pattern that takes weeks to create, heavy and flexible, draping over the body like a metal fabric. Or it might be a combination, mail with additional plates covering the chest, shoulders and limbs, the plates riveted to a leather backing and buckled into place. The metal is prone to rust. Moisture in the air, sweat from the body, and even the oils from your skin can cause corrosion. The armour must be cleaned regularly, oiled and inspected for broken links or weakened joints. You do not do this work yourself. A servant or squire handles much of it, but you check the results. You run your hand along the mail to feel for rough spots where rings have broken or where rust is beginning to form. You test the buckles and straps, pulling them to ensure they hold securely. You ensure that padding underneath, a quilted gambeson worn beneath the mail, is still intact, not torn or compressed beyond usefulness. This padding absorbs impact. When a blow lands, the mail spreads the force across a wider area, but without padding underneath, the rings can still bruise or break skin. The gambeson is made from layers of linen or wool stitched together in patterns that create thickness without excessive bulk. It is surprisingly heavy on its own, and when combined with the mail, the full weight is considerable. Wearing it for hours requires stamina. Your weapons require similar care. A sword must be kept sharp, the blade free of notches and the grip secure. The blade is made of iron or steel, forged and tempered by a smith who understands how to create a balance between hardness and flexibility. A blade that is too hard will shatter. A blade that is too soft will bend. The edge must be maintained with a whetstone, the motion steady and consistent, running the length of the blade at the correct angle. This is not quick work. Sharpening a sword properly takes time and attention. You practice with it, not in grand displays, but in controlled movements, strikes, parries, and footwork drills performed in a courtyard or open field. The practice is repetitive. You go through the same motions many times. building muscle memory and maintaining familiarity with the weight and balance of the blade. The sword is longer and heavier than most people imagine. Swinging it requires strength, but more importantly, it requires control. A wild swing leaves you vulnerable. A controlled strike delivered at the right moment is far more effective. You also train with a lance, though jousting is more common in later periods, and often reserved for tournaments or displays. More practical is learning to couch the lance properly while mounted, to brace it against your body, tucked under your arm, supported by your torso, and aim with the momentum of the horse. This takes coordination. The lance is long and unwieldy when not in motion. You must anticipate where your opponent or target will be. Adjust your aim while the horse is moving, and absorb the shock of impact without losing your seat. It is not instinctive. It takes practice, repeated over many sessions until the movements become automatic. The horse itself demands more attention than any piece of equipment. A war horse, a destra, is expensive, temperamental, and requires daily care. These horses are bred for strength and aggression. They're trained to bite and kick on command, to move into combat without shying away from noise and chaos. But that training also makes them difficult to manage. They require experienced handlers, careful feeding, regular exercise, and constant monitoring. Feeding a warhorse means providing large quantities of grain, oats and barley, as well as hay. The grain gives the horse energy. The hay provides bulk and helps with digestion. The amounts are carefully measured. Too little, and the horse loses condition. Too much, and the horse can become sick. You rely on grooms to manage this, but you check on the horses yourself, running your hand along their flanks to feel their condition, looking at their eyes and coats for signs of health or illness. Grooming happens daily. Brushes and combs remove dirt and loose hair. Hooves are picked clean of stones and mud and checked for cracks or signs of infection. A stone lodged in a hoof can lame a horse. A crack can worsen into something more serious. The farrier visits regularly to trim hooves and fit new shoes when needed. The shoes are iron, shaped to fit the hoof, and nailed into place with flat-headed nails that pass through the outer hoof wall without reaching the sensitive inner tissue. Fitting shoes requires skill. A poorly placed nail can cause pain and lameness. You likely own more than one horse. The destrier is used sparingly, reserved for actual combat or tournaments, where its training and temperament are necessary. For daily travel, you use a palfrey, a horse bred for smooth gaits and steady temperament. For carrying goods, a pack horse or mule is more practical. Each animal has its own needs and its own quirks. You know them individually, recognizing their personalities and habits. Caring for horses means coordinating with grooms, ensuring adequate fodder is stored in dry places where it will not mould, and arranging for a farrier when shoes need replacing or when hooves need attention. It means recognizing signs of lameness or colic, and knowing when to rest an animal and when to push through minor discomfort. A lame warhorse can mean failing to meet an obligation, which can mean losing standing or favour with your lord. The stakes are high enough that you pay close attention. Your helmet, gauntlets, greaves and other pieces of armour each have their own maintenance needs. Leather straps dry out and crack. They need to be treated with oil or fat, tallow or neat's foot oil to stay supple. Buckles corrode from moisture and must be cleaned and sometimes replaced. Hinges on visored helmets stiffen and need oil to move smoothly. You, or more often, someone under your direction, work through these tasks regularly, not in response to emergencies but as routine upkeep. The work prevents larger problems from developing. Training extends beyond weapons. You need to be able to ride for hours without exhausting yourself or your horse. You need to understand formations, recognize signals given by flags or horns, and follow commands in the chaos of group movement. Much of this learning happens through service. You might have started as page in another household, then advanced to squire, learning by assisting an established knight. By the time you hold land and a title of your own, the skills are embedded in your muscle memory and instincts. Even after you're established, the training does not stop. Skills degrade without practice. Strength fades without effort. You continue to drill, to ride, and to spar with blunted weapons against other knights or men in your household. The work is not thrilling. It is methodical, sometimes tedious, but necessary. A knight who neglects training becomes ineffective, and effectiveness is the foundation of your social role. Your clothing too requires attention. Tunics and hose wear out. Seams split from strain or from repeated washing. Fabric thins at the elbows and knees where it bends most often. Someone in your household, often women or servants skilled in sewing, mends these garments, darns holes, and reinforces weak spots. They also produce replacement garments when the old ones can no longer be repaired. Wool must be cleaned and stored properly to avoid moths, which can destroy an entire chest of clothing if left unchecked. Linen must be washed and dried without excessive wear, which weakens the fibres. You're not directly involved in this labour, but you are responsible for ensuring it happens. You provide the raw materials, wool purchased at market or sheared from sheep on your land, linen woven from flax grown locally. You ensure that the household has the tools needed: needles, thread, scissors, and looms if weaving happens on site. The results of this labour keep you clothed, keep your household functioning, and keep everyone warm and presentable. Everything you own serves a function. There is little room for purely decorative items. What decoration exists? Embroidery on a tunic, a painted design on a shield, also communicates identity and allegiance. Your shield might bear a coat of arms, a symbol that identifies you at a distance and that signals your family and your lord. These markers are practical. They identify you in a crowd, signal your place in the hierarchy, and reinforce the structure that holds the system together. The cumulative effect of all this care is a life built around maintenance. You are constantly preparing, repairing, and replacing. The work is never finished. There is always another task waiting, another piece of equipment to check, and another skill to keep sharp. This is the foundation beneath the occasional moments of actual service or conflict. Without this steady work, nothing else would be possible. You are a knight because you hold land granted by a lord. That land is not given freely. It comes with expectations built into the very structure of the agreement. You owe military service, typically 40 days per year, though the exact terms vary by region, period, and the specific agreement between you and your lord. You owe attendance at your lord's court, where justice is dispensed, disputes are settled, and the business of governance is conducted. You owe counsel when asked, offering your opinion on matters that affect the lord's holdings or interests. You owe financial support on certain occasions, such as when the lord's eldest son is knighted, when the lord's daughter marries, or when the lord himself must pay ransom if captured. These obligations are not abstract. They shape your year, your planning, and your resources. When the summons comes, a messenger arriving with a sealed letter or a verbal command, you must prepare. You gather your equipment, checking that everything is in good repair. You ensure your horse is fit, examining its legs and hooves and testing its responsiveness. You arrange for someone to manage your land in your absence, usually your steward, sometimes your wife if she has experience and authority in the household. You select men to accompany you if required, choosing from among your own dependents, or hiring additional soldiers if needed. You travel to the designated meeting point, often a castle or fortified town that serves as the lord's primary seat. The journey might take a day or several days depending on distance. You travel with your small group, keeping a steady pace, stopping at inns or accepting hospitality from other landholders along the way. The roads are shared with other travellers, merchants, pilgrims, and other knights responding to the same summons. There is a sense of collective purpose, everyone moving toward the same destination. You arrive and join other knights, forming a small contingent under the Lord's banner. The banner is a physical symbol, a piece of fabric painted or embroidered with the Lord's arms, carried on a pole so it can be seen from a distance. Gathering under that banner is both literal and symbolic. It represents unity, loyalty, and the binding together of individual interest into a collective force. The service you provide might involve garrison duty, standing watch on castle walls, patrolling the perimeter, and maintaining readiness in case of attack. This work is routine, repetitive, and often boring. Hours pass with nothing happening. You walk the same sections of wall, look out over the same landscape, and exchange a few words with other guards. The boredom is punctuated by brief moments of alertness when something moves in the distance, usually just a farmer or a traveller, occasionally something that requires closer attention. The service might involve escorting the Lord on a journey. You ride alongside him, part of a larger group that includes other knights, servants, and perhaps clerks or advisors. The presence of armed men discourages bandits or other threats. Your role is protective but also ceremonial. The size and quality of the Lord's retinue reflect his status. By being part of that retinue, you contribute to his prestige while also demonstrating your own loyalty and capability. Occasionally, the service involves actual military action, participating in a siege, responding to a border raid, or joining a larger force raised by the king or a higher lord. These events are less common than the stories suggest, but they do happen. A siege might mean camping outside a fortified town for weeks or months, waiting for the defenders to surrender, or for an opportunity to breach the walls. The waiting is tedious, supplies run low, disease spreads through camps, tensions rise among men confined in close quarters with little to do. When action does occur, it is brief, chaotic, and exhausting. Much of military service is waiting. You wait for orders, supplies, and weather to clear or negotiations to conclude. You wait in camps that are muddy in rain, dusty in dry weather, and always uncomfortable. You eat simple food, sleep in tents or in the open, and pass the time as best you can, talking, playing dice, and maintaining your equipment. While you serve, your household continues without you. Your steward manages the land, collecting rents, overseeing work in the fields, and making decisions about minor matters. Your wife, if you have one, oversees the domestic side of the estate, managing servants, ensuring food supplies are adequate, and handling household accounts. Rents are still collected. Repairs are still made. The system is designed to function even when you're absent, because absence is built into the structure. Everyone knows that knights must leave periodically to fulfill their obligations. The household adapts. When you return, you resume your local duties. You attend to disputes that accumulated during your absence, reviewing what your steward decided and ensuring those decisions are enforced. You oversaw planting or harvest if your service coincided with those seasons. You ensure that your obligations to the church are met. Tithes paid from your harvest, repairs to the local chapel funded if it falls within your responsibility. The church is another layer of obligation, another institution that claims a portion of your resources in exchange for spiritual services and social legitimacy. You also maintain relationships with other knights in the area. These relationships are practical, not purely social. You might need their support in a dispute over land boundaries. They might need yours if they face a legal challenge or a threat from a more powerful neighbour. Alliances are built slowly, through shared attendance at courts, through marriages arranged between families, through small acts of mutual assistance, helping with a harvest when a neighbour is short-handed, providing horses when someone's have been stolen or died, and standing as a witness in legal proceedings. Your loyalty to your lord is both personal and institutional. You swear an oath, a formal declaration of service and fidelity, often performed in a ceremony where you kneel before the Lord, place your hands between his, and speak the words that bind you. The oath is taken seriously. Breaking it carries social and legal consequences, loss of land, loss of status, sometimes exile or imprisonment. But loyalty is also reinforced by more mundane ties. Your lord is the source of your land. He is the one who can protect your claims against challenges, settle disputes in your favour, and provide opportunities for advancement. Additional land, marriage to a wealthy heiress, and positions of responsibility in his administration. Maintaining his favour is a practical necessity. You attend his court when summoned. You offer gifts on appropriate occasions, a fine horse, a piece of crafted metal work, or game from a successful hunt. You support his interest in disputes with other lords. You speak well of him, defend his reputation, and contribute to the collective opinion that sustains his authority. At the same time, you have your own dependents. If you hold enough land, you might grant portions of it to lesser knights or men-at-arms in exchange for their service to you. They owe you the same loyalty and service that you owe your lord. They appear when you summon them. They fight under your banner when needed. They provide counsel and support. You become a link in the chain, both serving and being served. The result is a web of obligations extending upward and downward. Everyone has a place. Everyone has duties. The system is rigid, but it is also stable. You know what is expected of you. You know what you can expect from others. There is little room for individual ambition outside the established channels, but there is also little uncertainty about your role. The predictability is comforting. It reduces conflict, clarifies disputes, and provides a framework for resolving problems without resorting to chaos. Courts are where much of this social structure is reinforced. When you attend your lord's court, you witness justice being dispensed, criminals punished, disputes between tenants settled, and land grants confirmed or revoked. You see marriages being arranged, contracts being sealed, and oaths being sworn. You watch who is in favour and who is not, reading the subtle signals of the Lord's approval or disapproval. You hear news from other parts of the realm, who has died, who has married, where conflict is brewing, and where opportunities might exist. You participate in ceremonies that bind the group together, feasts held after important occasions, tournaments where knights display their skills, and religious observances that mark the calendar. These gatherings are not purely social. They serve a function. They remind everyone of their place. They provide opportunities to negotiate, to make alliances, and to settle old grievances before they escalate into open conflict. They also offer a chance to display wealth and status through clothing, horses, and the size of your retinue. But even this display is governed by expectation. Excess is noticed and judged as vulgar or threatening. Modesty appropriate to rank is valued and rewarded with social approval. The rhythm of service and obligation structures your life as much as the changing seasons. You move through the year attending to your land, fulfilling your duties, and maintaining your position. There is satisfaction in meeting expectations, in being reliable, and in holding your place within the order. The work is steady. The rewards are incremental, respect from peers, continued possession of land, and the security of knowing your place is secure as long as you fulfill your role. The stability is the point. The system works because everyone participates, because everyone understands the rules, and because deviating from expectations carries costs that most are unwilling to pay. Rest is built into the structure of your days, woven into the fabric of routine as naturally as work itself. After the morning meal, after the first round of tasks, checking on livestock, reviewing accounts, speaking with tenants, there is often a pause. The morning's urgency fades. The next set of obligations has not yet arrived. You might sit in the hall, reviewing accounts, or simply waiting for the next task to present itself. You might walk through the orchard, checking the progress of fruit on the trees, not because there is urgent work to be done, but because the rhythm of the day allows for it. The walk itself is rest, a change of activity that engages the body lightly while allowing the mind to settle. In the heat of summer, the middle of the day is slow. The sun is high and strong. Work in the fields pauses. Peasants seek shade under trees or return briefly to their cottages. Animals retreat to barns or sheltered areas. You might retreat indoors as well, away from the sun, and spend an hour in a cooler room. Perhaps the chamber where accounts are kept. Perhaps a smaller room with thick stone walls that hold the coolness of morning. You do not sleep during these pauses necessarily, but you rest. You sit on a bench or a stool. You drink water or weak ale. You let the time pass without filling it with activity. Sometimes you think through problems that need solving. A dispute that requires careful handling. A repair that needs planning. A conversation that must happen. But often you simply sit feeling the coolness of the stone against your back, listening to the muffled sounds of the household continuing its work elsewhere. Seasonal rhythms also dictate rest. Winter is a quieter time overall. The fields are fallow, giving the soil time to recover. Travel is more difficult with shorter days and worse weather. Roads become muddy or frozen. Rivers rise with rain and snow melt. You spend more time indoors, closer to the fire, moving through tasks at a slower pace. There is still work, maintaining equipment, planning for spring, managing indoor tasks like weaving or preserving food, but the urgency is lower. The days are shorter, the evenings are longer. You settle into the slower rhythm without resistance, knowing that spring will bring its own increase in activity. Feast days provide structured breaks in the routine. Religious festivals mark the calendar, Christmas, Easter and Saints' days associated with your region or your family. These days involve obligations, attendance at church, specific prayers, and sometimes fasting beforehand to prepare spiritually. But they also offer a change of pace. After the religious observance, there might be a larger meal, time spent with neighbours and extended family, and a pause from ordinary labour. The church itself provides a rhythm of rest. Sundays are days of less work, dedicated to worship and recuperation. Fieldwork stops, markets close. You attend Mass, listening to the priest's words, participating in rituals that connect you to a larger community and a longer history. Afterward, you might linger outside the church, speaking with other landholders, exchanging news, and making small arrangements. The day feels different from work days, marked by absence as much as by presence. Absence of urgent demands, absence of pressure. Even within a single day, there are natural pauses. Between tasks, you stop. You drink ale or water brought by a servant. You speak briefly with someone passing through the hall, asking about their progress on some task or simply exchanging greetings. You adjust your clothing, retying hose that have loosened, tightening a belt, and brushing dust from your tunic. These moments are not planned, but they are regular. They break the day into manageable pieces, creating small intervals of transition between one activity and the next. Waiting is also a form of rest, though it does not always feel restful in the moment. You wait for a messenger to return with news from your lord, or from a neighbouring estate. You wait for rain to stop before inspecting a roof that might be leaking. You wait for your lord to call you to service, not knowing exactly when the summons will come, but knowing it will arrive eventually. The waiting is not anxious, not filled with dread. It is simply part of the rhythm. You fill it with small tasks or with nothing at all, allowing time to pass at its own pace. In the evening, after the meal, there is a longer stretch of rest. The hall remains lit by firelight and a few candles. People gather, but the energy is lower than earlier in the day. Conversations fade into murmurs. The topics shift from work to stories, from planning to reminiscence. Someone might repair a piece of equipment, a torn harness, a broken tool, but the work is quiet, almost meditative. Others simply sit watching the fire, letting their thoughts wander. The fire itself invites rest. The flames move constantly, never quite the same from one moment to the next. Watching them is calming, the motion and light holding your attention without demanding anything from you. The warmth is soothing, especially after a day spent partly outdoors. You feel it seep into your muscles, loosening tension, and easing small aches. You're not required to be constantly active. The expectation is that you fulfill your duties, not that you fill every moment with labour. Rest is recognised as necessary, not indulgent. You rest so that you can continue. You rest so that the next day's tasks can be met with steady energy rather than exhaustion. The system allows for this, and even depends on it. A landholder who drives himself to exhaustion cannot manage his land effectively. A knight who neglects rest cannot perform when service is required. The rhythm of rest also follows the seasons of your life. As a younger man, you trained harder, travelled more, and took on more physically demanding tasks. You proved yourself capable, built your reputation, and established your position. As you age, the balance shifts. You rely more on those under your direction. You delegate more tasks to younger men, squires, servants, and sons if you have them. You spend more time overseeing and less time doing. This is not a loss of status. It is the natural progression, expected and accommodated. The system values experience and judgment as much as physical capability. At night, before sleep, there is a final pause. The household settles. The fire is banked, covered with ash so it will burn low through the night without going out entirely. Doors are checked and barred. Shutters are closed against the night air. You move through these small rituals without haste. They mark the transition from day to night, from activity to rest. The transition is smooth, expected, and reassuring. There is no abrupt shift, no jarring change. The day eases into night as naturally as dawn eases into morning. Food is central to the household, not just as sustenance, but as a measure of stability and success. Feeding everyone, family, servants, occasional guests, is a daily task that requires planning, storage, and coordinated labour. The kitchen is a busy place, typically managed by a cook and several assistants, often located in a separate building or an attached wing to reduce the risk of fire spreading to the main hall. The separation also contains the heat and smoke that cooking generates, keeping the living spaces more comfortable. Bread is the foundation of most meals. It is baked several times a week in large batches, using a communal oven or an oven built into the kitchen structure. The oven is heated by burning wood inside it until the stones are hot enough, then the coals are raked out and the loaves are placed directly on the hot stones. The bread bakes from the residual heat, the crust forming thick and dark while the interior stays dense and chewy. The grain for bread comes from your own land or from rent paid in kind by tenants. After harvest, the grain is stored in a dry building, sometimes a dedicated granary, sometimes a loft above the stable or another outbuilding. The storage must protect against moisture, which causes grain to mould, and against rodents, which can consume or contaminate large quantities. Grain is threshed to separate the kernels from the chaff, then winnowed to remove the lighter debris, then ground into flour using a hand mill, or taken to a mill powered by water or wind. The bread itself varies in quality. White bread, made from finely ground wheat flour, is rare and reserved for special occasions or for the higher status members of the household. Most of what you eat is made from rye, barley or maslin, a mixture of wheat and rye that combines the better qualities of both. The bread is substantial, designed to fill the stomach and provide energy for physical labour. A single loaf might weigh several pounds. It keeps for days, becoming harder as it stales, at which point it can be soaked in pottage or used as a trencher. Pottage appears at nearly every meal. It is a thick stew made from whatever is available, dried peas or beans soaked overnight, and then simmered for hours, onions and leeks from the garden, perhaps carrots or turnips, and sometimes bits of meat or fish if available. The ingredients simmer together in a large pot suspended over the fire, absorbing flavours and becoming soft and easy to eat. The pottage is hearty, filling, and adaptable. When grain is abundant, barley or oats might be added to thicken it further. When herbs are fresh, they add flavour, parsley, thyme and sage grown in the household garden. Meat is eaten regularly, but not extravagantly. Pork is common, preserved through salting or smoking to last through winter months. A pig is slaughtered in autumn, after it has fattened on forage and household scraps through the summer. The meat is butchered carefully, with different cuts assigned to different purposes. The best cuts are eaten fresh, or lightly salted. Lesser cuts are ground into sausage or heavily salted and packed into barrels. Nothing is wasted, organs are cooked immediately. bones are boiled for broth, fat is rendered into lard for cooking, mutton and beef appear less frequently, sheep are more valuable for their wool, and cattle are needed for ploughing and pulling carts. Only older animals, past their productive years, are typically slaughtered for meat. The meat from these older animals is tougher, requiring long, slow cooking to become tender. It's often used in pottages or pies rather than roasted. Poultry, chickens, ducks and geese, are raised on the estate and slaughtered as needed. Chickens provide eggs as well as meat, making them a valuable resource. A hen that stops laying eggs might be killed and cooked, her meat tougher than a younger bird but still useful. Geese are fattened in autumn and slaughtered before winter, their meat preserved or eaten during the colder months. Their fat is saved for cooking and for waterproofing leather. Game from hunting supplements the diet, though hunting rights are carefully regulated and not available to everyone. As a knight with land, you likely have the right to hunt small game, rabbits, hares, birds, within your holdings. Larger game, deer, boar, are often reserved for your lord or require his permission. When you do hunt, the meat is a welcome addition to the table. Venison is prized, rich and flavourful. Wild boar is tougher but still valued. The hunt itself is also a social activity, a chance to display skill and to share time with other knights. Fish is important, especially during Lent and other fasting periods mandated by the church, when meat is forbidden. If you live near a river or the coast, fresh fish is accessible. Otherwise, salted or dried fish is purchased at the market or received as part of rent. Herring is common, cheap, and easily preserved. Cod is also popular, dried until hard and then soaked before cooking. Eel is eaten both fresh and preserved, its rich flesh valued for its flavour. Dairy products are part of the daily routine. Milk is consumed fresh when available, especially in spring and summer when cows and sheep are producing more, but fresh milk spoils quickly, so most is turned into cheese or butter which keep longer. Cheese is made regularly, using techniques passed down through generations. The milk is heated, curdled with rennet, pressed to remove whey, and then aged. Fresh cheese is soft and mild. Aged cheese is harder, sharper, and more flavourful. Large wheels of cheese are stored in cool cellars and brought out as needed. Butter is churned from cream, the process being labour-intensive but essential. Cream is collected from milk over several days, then agitated in a wooden churn until the fat separates from the liquid. The butter is gathered, washed, and sometimes salted for preservation. It is used in cooking, spread on bread, and added to vegetables. In wealthier households, butter might be flavoured with herbs or spices. Vegetables come from the household garden and from the fields. Onions and leeks are staples used in nearly every pottage and stew. Cabbages are grown and eaten fresh or preserved by pickling. Turnips and carrots store well in cellars, their roots providing food through winter. In summer, fresh greens are available: lettuce, spinach and chard. These are eaten quickly, often lightly cooked or added to soups. Herbs are grown for both flavour and medicine. Parsley, thyme, sage and rosemary, all are used in cooking. Others, like chamomile and mint, are used for teas or remedies. The garden is tended by servants, often women, who know which plants need more water, which need sun, and which need to be cut back to encourage growth. Fruit is seasonal and treated as a special addition rather than a staple. Apples and pears from the orchard are eaten fresh in autumn, their crisp flesh sweet and refreshing after a diet heavy in grain and preserved meat. Some are stored in cool, dry places where they keep for weeks or months. Others are dried, sliced thin, and laid out in the sun or hung near the fire until they shrink and harden. Dried fruit can be added to dishes or eaten as a treat through winter. Berries are gathered from hedgerows and forest edges in summer. Strawberries, raspberries and blackberries. They are eaten fresh, often by children sent to pick them, who return with stained hands and faces. Some berries are made into simple preserves, cooked with honey, and stored in jars. Ale is brewed regularly, a task usually managed by the women of the household. The process begins with malted barley, grain that has been soaked, allowed to sprout, then dried to convert starches into sugars. The malted barley is ground, mixed with hot water, and left to steep. The resulting liquid is strained, flavoured sometimes with herbs like yarrow or bog myrtle, and then fermented with yeast. The fermentation takes several days. The ale is consumed within a week or two before it sours. It is weak by modern standards, safe to drink and mildly nourishing, meant to be consumed throughout the day. Wine is more expensive and less common, especially in regions where grapes do not grow well. If you drink it, it is likely imported, purchased at a market, or received as part of your obligations to your lord. Wine is reserved for more formal occasions or shared when guests visit. It is often diluted with water, both to stretch the supply and to reduce its strength. The table itself is set simply. Wooden or pewter plates serve most meals, with pewter reserved for higher status diners. Cups are made from horn, wood, or pottery. Knives are used for cutting. Forks are not yet common. You eat with your fingers and your knife, using bread to soak up sauces or juices. Spoons are used for pottage and liquid dishes. The tools are practical, meant to last, cleaned after each meal, and stored carefully. The meal is communal. Everyone eats together in the hall, at the same time, from the same pots. This reinforces the household as a unit. There is conversation, but it is not loud or disruptive. The focus is on eating, on nourishment, on the simple satisfaction of food after labour. You sit at the head of the table. Your portions are larger, and your bread is finer if white bread is available. This is not excess. It is a mark of status, a visible reminder of the hierarchy within the household. Provisioning the household means managing stores carefully. Grain must be kept dry and inspected regularly for signs of mould or infestation. Salted meat must be packed in barrels with enough salt to prevent spoilage. Root vegetables must be stored in cool, dark places and checked periodically for rot. Ale must be consumed before it sours. Someone, usually the steward or the lady of the house, tracks these stores, ensures they are used efficiently, and plans for replenishment. Running out of food before the next harvest is a serious failure, one that reflects poorly on your management and threatens the stability of the household. Waste is minimal. Scraps from the table go to servants, who finish what those of higher status leave behind. What they do not eat goes to animals, dogs, pigs, and chickens. Bones are boiled repeatedly until they yield no more flavour or nutrients. Stale bread becomes trenchers or is soaked and fed to livestock. Nothing is discarded lightly. Resources are precious. Using them fully is both practical and virtuous. Feast days bring larger meals, but even these are modest compared to the grand banquets of higher nobility. You might roast a whole pig or serve several kinds of fowl. You might offer sweetmeats made with honey and spices, a luxury saved for special occasions. You might provide white bread for all your guests, not just for yourself, but the feast is still recognisable as an extension of the everyday, not a departure from it. The same basic foods appear, just in greater quantity and variety. The rhythm of meals structures the day. Breakfast shortly after waking, a simple meal to break the night's fast. Dinner in the middle of the day is the main meal and is more substantial. Supper in the evening, smaller than dinner but still nourishing. Each meal is a pause, a gathering, a moment of shared routine. The food is simple, but it is sufficient. It sustains the work. It sustains the household. It sustains the life you lead, steady and grounded in the rhythms of land and season. As the day fades, the hall becomes the centre of the household once again. The fire has been built up, flames rising higher now that the cooking is done and the focus shifts to warmth and light. Candles are lit, though sparingly. Tallow candles are smoky and smell of rendered fat, but they provide enough light to see by. Wax candles, cleaner burning and sweeter smelling, are reserved for the church or for rare occasions when their cost can be justified. You take your seat near the fire, in a chair if you have one, a heavy wooden piece, possibly with a cushion filled with wool or down, or on a bench if the household is simpler. Others gather around. Members of your family take seats nearby. Servants finish their tasks and find places along the edges of the hall or at the lower tables. If a guest has arrived earlier in the day, a travelling knight, a merchant, a messenger, they are seated according to their status, offered food and drink, and welcomed into the evening's quiet rhythm. The atmosphere is calm. The work of the day is done. What remains is the quiet transition into night. The hall is warmer now, the fire's heat radiating outward, the stone walls and floor absorbing and reflecting it. The warmth is comforting after hours spent partly outdoors, where the air has cooled as the sun dropped toward the horizon. Conversation is low, carried on in murmurs and occasional bursts of quiet laughter. Someone mentions repairs that were completed, a section of fence reinforced, a leak in the stable roof patched with fresh thatch. Someone else talks about a cow that is due to calve soon, speculating on whether the calf will be strong and whether it will be kept or sold. The topics are ordinary, grounded in the life of the estate, in the immediate concerns that fill your days. There is no need for grand stories or entertainment. The simple exchange of information, the sharing of observations, is enough. Occasionally someone might tell a story, a tale from the Bible, perhaps the story of David and Goliath or the parable of the Good Samaritan, a legend about a local saint and how they performed miracles or suffered martyrdom, a piece of family history, a story about your grandfather or great-grandfather, how they acquired the land you now hold, or how they served their Lord in some notable way. The telling is straightforward, not dramatic. The story is familiar. Everyone has heard it before, perhaps many times. But familiarity is comforting. The repetition is part of the ritual, a way of reinforcing shared identity and continuity. If you are literate, and not all knights are, you might spend part of the evening with a book. The book is a valuable object, expensive to produce, and carefully preserved. It might be a religious text, a psalter containing the Psalms, or a book of hours with prayers for different times of day. Reading is slow work by candlelight. The light flickers, making the letters dance on the page. You lean closer, squinting slightly, reading aloud or silently depending on your preference and skill. You do not read for long. The effort tires your eyes, but the act itself is a form of quiet focus, a way to settle the mind and prepare for sleep. Women in the household might sew or spin, continuing work that has filled portions of their day. The sewing might be mending, repairing a torn tunic or darning holes in hose, or it might be more elaborate work, embroidering a design onto a piece of cloth that will become part of an altar cloth for the chapel, or a decorative hanging for the hall. The work is done by feel as much as by sight. Fingers know the motion of the needle moving through fabric, the tension of thread, and the rhythm of stitching. The work fills the time without demanding full attention, allowing the mind to wander or to follow the conversation happening nearby. Spinning is similarly meditative. A distaff holds the mass of wool or flax. Fingers tease out fibres, twisting them into thread that winds onto a spindle. The spindle drops and rises, the motion steady and hypnotic. The thread that results will be woven into cloth or used for sewing. The work is essential, part of the endless cycle of production that keeps the household clothed and provisioned. Children, if there are any, are present but quieter in the evening. They sit near the fire, perhaps listening to the adults, perhaps occupied with some small task or game. A boy might whittle a piece of wood, shaping it into a simple toy or tool. A girl might practice stitches on a scrap of cloth, learning skills she will need as she grows. They are not sent away. The household is a shared space, and children learn by being present, by watching, and by gradually taking on small responsibilities. Dogs lie near the fire, stretched out on their sides or curled into tight balls. They are working animals, hunting dogs, guard dogs, but in the evening they rest. They shift position occasionally, sighing, settling deeper into sleep. One might wake briefly, lift its head to look around, then drop back into sleep. Their presence is part of the background, noticed only when they move or when someone reaches down to scratch behind an ear. The fire itself is a focal point. You watch the flames, the way they shift and flicker, rising and falling as they consume the wood. The light is warm and uneven, casting shadows that move across the walls and ceiling, creating patterns that shift constantly. The sound of the fire, crackling, popping, the occasional hiss of sap heating and bursting, fills the silence between words. The smell of wood smoke is familiar, ingrained in the hall, in your clothing, and in the very fabric of daily life. As the evening deepens, people begin to drift away. Servants return to their quarters, small rooms off the hall or in separate buildings. Younger members of the household head to their sleeping spaces, pallets in shared rooms, alcoves curtained off for privacy. The hall empties slowly, gradually, the number of people dwindling without any formal announcement or signal. They leave when they are tired, when their tasks are finished, or when the pull of sleep becomes stronger than the pull of the fire's warmth. You remain a bit longer, finishing a task or simply sitting in the warmth. The hall is quieter now. The conversations are reduced to a few murmured exchanges. The fire burns lower, the flames smaller, and the coals glow red and orange beneath a thin layer of ash. You feel the weight of the day settling into your body, the pleasant tiredness that comes from steady work, from obligations met, from a day completed. There is no set time to end the evening. It ends when it ends, when the fire has burned down enough that it will be safe to bank, when the candles have guttered low, when there is nothing left that needs doing. You stand, stretch, and feel your joints pop slightly and your muscles loosen. You make your way to your chamber, moving through familiar spaces in dim light, your feet knowing the path without conscious thought. The hall will be prepared again tomorrow. The fire will be relit, fresh wood laid on the coals that remain through the night. The benches will be set out. The tables will be laid. The routine will continue. Tonight, it rests. You rest. The rhythm holds, steady and reliable, carrying you forward into sleep. Night is not a time of disorder or uncertainty. It is as structured as the day, though the structure is quieter and more internal. Before you sleep, the household is secured. Doors are barred from the inside, heavy wooden beams dropped into iron brackets. Shutters are closed against the cold and fastened with simple latches. These actions are practical, protecting against drafts and deterring any unlikely intruders. But they are also ritual, marking the transition from public time to private time, from activity to rest. The fire in the hall is banked, covered with a layer of ash so that it will burn low through the night, glowing with barely visible heat, but not go out entirely. Keeping a fire alive overnight is easier than starting a new one in the morning. The coals beneath the ash will smoulder slowly, and in the morning a servant will remove the ash, add kindling, and coax the fire back into flame. The banked fire is a small but important task, one that requires attention to get right. Too much ash and the fire dies. Too little, and it burns through the wood too quickly. If you live in a larger household or near a vulnerable location, close to a border, near a road frequented by bandits, there may be a watch. Someone stays awake through parts of the night, listening, checking the perimeter, and ensuring that nothing unexpected occurs. The watch rotates among the men of the household. Each person takes a turn, perhaps walking the walls if there are walls, or simply sitting in the hall near the door, listening to the sounds of the night. The duty is not glamorous. Hours pass with nothing happening. The watcher might fight sleep, standing occasionally to walk around, splashing cold water on his face, and chewing something to stay alert. The night is long when you are awake during it, each hour stretching out, time moving slowly. But the watch is necessary. It reassures everyone else that the night is managed, and that someone is paying attention. When your turn comes, you accept it without complaint. It is part of the collective responsibility. Your sleeping chamber is small, proportioned to the scale of the manor house. The bed is the largest piece of furniture, dominating the room. A chest sits against one wall, its lid carved or painted. holding clothing and personal items, extra tunics, hose, perhaps a small pouch of coins, and documents proving your land rights. A stool or bench provides a place to sit while dressing. A candle rests in a simple holder, though you blow it out before sleeping to avoid the risk of fire. The bed itself is layered for warmth and comfort. At the base, a wooden frame supports a lattice of ropes that provide tension and support. On top of the ropes, a straw mattress, a large sack stuffed with straw tied at the ends to keep the filling from escaping. The straw pokes through the fabric, occasionally scratching lightly, but it provides a firm surface. On top of the straw mattress, a feather mattress or a pallet stuffed with wool adds softness. The feather mattress is a luxury indicating status. Wool is more common, still comfortable, but less expensive. Linen sheets cover the mattress, washed periodically to keep them clean, though washing is labour-intensive and done only when necessary. Wool blankets are layered on top, the number depending on the season. In winter, you might have 3 or 4 heavy blankets, plus furs or additional layers. The weight is comforting, pressing down gently, trapping warmth. In summer, a single light blanket might be enough, or even just a sheet. The bed is enclosed by curtains hung from a wooden frame built around the bed's perimeter. The curtains are heavy fabric, wool or thick linen, drawn closed on 3 sides and partially closed on the 4th, leaving an opening for you to enter and exit. The curtains serve multiple purposes. They trap warmth, creating a smaller space that your body heat can fill. They provide privacy in a household where privacy is rare. They block light and muffle sound, creating a quieter, darker space conducive to sleep. You undress partially. Outer garments are removed. Tunics, belts, shoes, and hung on pegs or folded and placed on the chest. You keep your linen shirt and sometimes your hose, depending on the season and the coldness of the room. The room is cold, especially in winter. The fewer layers you remove, the warmer you stay, and the easier it is to rise in the morning without the shock of cold air on bare skin. You climb into bed, pulling the curtains closed behind you. The space inside the curtained enclosure is small, intimate, and separated from the larger room. The darkness is almost complete, broken only by faint light that might seep through gaps in the curtains if the moon is bright, or if a candle still burns elsewhere in the house. You arrange the blankets, pulling them up to your chin, feeling their weight settle over you. Sleep comes easily after a full day. There is no artificial light to delay it, no mental stimulation to keep your mind active. The darkness and quiet invite sleep. Your body is tired from the day's work, from walking, riding, lifting, and standing. Your mind is settled, the day's decisions made, and the tasks completed or postponed to tomorrow. You close your eyes, your breathing slows. The transition from waking to sleep is smooth and natural. You do not sleep through the night without interruption. You wake once or twice, to adjust blankets that have shifted, to turn onto your other side, or to relieve yourself in a chamber pot kept under the bed or in a corner of the room. The chamber pot is simple, made of pottery or wood, and emptied in the morning by a servant. You wake, you shift, and you settle back into sleep. This is normal, expected. No one sleeps without waking in this period. The night is long. The body's needs arise. You accommodate them without anxiety or frustration. The rhythm of night is as reliable as the rhythm of day. Dark comes at a predictable time, varying with the season but always following the same pattern. The household settles, following routines that have been established over years. You sleep. Light returns, creeping in through gaps in the shutters, gradual and gentle. The household wakes. The cycle repeats without variation, without surprise. If you wake and cannot immediately return to sleep, you lie still. You listen to the quiet, the faint sound of the wind outside, the settling of the house as wood and stone shift with changes in temperature, perhaps the distant sound of an animal. You feel the weight of the blankets, the warmth of the enclosed bed, and the softness of the mattress beneath you. There is no urgency, Sleep will return when it is ready. You wait for it without anxiety, knowing that even lying still and resting is valuable. Morning begins before full light. You hear movement in the house, servants rekindling fires, their footsteps soft but audible, the scrape of a poker against the hearth, and the crackle of kindling catching flame. You hear the sounds of the household beginning again, pulling itself back into the rhythm of activity. You rise, pushing back the curtains, and sit on the edge of the bed for a moment to let your body fully wake. You dress, following the same sequence as yesterday and the day before: linen shirt, hose, tunic, belt, and shoes. You splash water on your face from a basin, the cold shocking you into full awakefulness. You step back into the routine, into the day, into the work that waits. Night is not something to fear or dread. It is a known quantity, a structured part of life. It holds no mystery, no threat. It is simply the other half of the cycle, the time for rest, for stillness, for the body and mind to recover before the work begins again. The order of night mirrors the order of day. Both are managed. Both are reliable. Both carry you forward in the long rhythm of seasons and years. Knighthood is not a single generation's achievement or ambition. It is passed down, maintained, and sustained across lifetimes. You are a knight because your father held land, or because you earned land through service, but either way, the position is meant to continue beyond you. Your son, if you have one, will train as you trained. He will learn the same skills, fulfill the same obligations, and hold the same land, or at least land of similar character and responsibility. The system depends on this continuity, on the predictable transmission of duties and resources from one generation to the next. This continuity is built into the structure of society itself. Land is inherited usually by the eldest son, though customs vary by region. Titles are inherited. The social structure depends on knowing that the chain of service and obligation will not break, that the network of relationships between lords and vassals will remain intact. You're not trying to build something new or revolutionary. You're trying to maintain what already exists, to hold your place and pass it intact to those who come after. The training your son receives is the same training you received, passed down through generations with only minor variations. He begins as a page, often in another household rather than your own. This separation is intentional. He learns from someone else's example, absorbs different perspectives, and builds relationships outside his immediate family. As a page, he learns manners, obedience, and basic skills. He serves at table, cares for equipment, runs errands, and observes the workings of a knightly household. He advances to squire, taking on more responsibility. He cares for a knight's armour and weapons, practices with sword and lance, and accompanies his lord on journeys and perhaps into service. He learns by doing, by making mistakes in controlled settings where the consequences are not severe. He watches how disputes are settled, how accounts are managed, and how relationships between lord and vassals are maintained. The learning is gradual, layered, and cumulative. Eventually he is knighted, formally recognised as capable of holding land and fulfilling the duties that come with it. The ceremony is significant, marking a transition in status and responsibility. He kneels before a lord, receives the accolade, a light blow to the shoulder with the flat of a sword, and speaks the words of the oath. He is given arms and armour, often pieces that have been used by previous generations, maintained and passed down. He stands now a knight, ready to take his place in the same structure that shaped his father and grandfather. This process takes years, a decade or more from page to knight. It is deliberate and slow, designed to ensure that each generation is prepared not just in skill, but also in temperament and understanding. There is no shortcut, no way to bypass the training and still be accepted as a legitimate knight. The system relies on this careful transmission of knowledge and responsibility. Those who try to claim status without the proper preparation are viewed with suspicion, their authority questioned, and their place in the hierarchy uncertain. Your own role shifts as you age. You move from being the active participant to being the one who trains others. You oversee squires, either your own sons or young men sent to you by other families. You teach by example, demonstrating the skills, explaining the obligations, and modelling the behaviour expected of a knight. You show them how to maintain armour, how to sit a horse properly, and how to speak with respect to those above them, and with authority to those below. This too is part of the duty, ensuring that the next generation is ready. The land itself is a form of continuity. The same fields are ploughed and planted year after year, century after century. The soil is the same soil your grandfather worked, your father inherited, and you now manage. Buildings are maintained, repaired, and rebuilt as needed. A barn that collapses from age is replaced with a new barn built in the same location, serving the same purpose. The orchard grows, trees bear fruit, age and die, and are replaced by saplings that will take years to mature but will eventually produce as their predecessors did. The work is never finished, but it is always progressing in small increments. A hedge trimmed this year will need trimming next year. A ditch cleared this autumn will need clearing again in a few years. The repetition is not futile. It is the nature of maintenance. Things decay. Effort is required to slow that decay, to keep everything functional. The work continues across generations, each adding their effort to what came before. The household too continues across time. Servants grow old and are replaced by younger workers, often their own children or relatives who have grown up in the household and already know the routines. Children are born, grow up, and take on roles within the estate. A boy who began as a stable hand might become the head groom, then the stable master, managing all the horses and training the next generation of workers. A girl who helped in the kitchen might become the cook, eventually overseeing others as she was once overseen. The faces change, but the structure remains. The same tasks are done by different hands. The same rhythms are followed. The continuity is comforting. It means that knowledge is not lost, that skills are preserved, and that the household can function even as individuals age and are replaced. Marriages are arranged with an eye toward continuity. A good match brings land, connections, and stability. Two families join their interests, their resources, and their futures. The marriage is not primarily about personal affection, though affection may grow over time. It is about reinforcing alliances, securing the future, and ensuring that the next generation will have the resources and relationships needed to maintain their position. Dowries and bride prices are negotiated carefully. Contracts are drawn up, specifying what each party brings to the marriage and what will happen if circumstances change. The marriage itself, once concluded, becomes part of the fabric of continuity. Children are raised within the structure. They learn by observation, by participation, and by gradual assumption of responsibility. They see how their parents manage the household, how they fulfill obligations, and how they navigate relationships. They absorb lessons without formal instruction, learning through immersion in the daily life of the estate. Religious observance is part of this continuity as well. The Church provides a framework that extends beyond individual lives, beyond single generations. Saints' days, feast days, the cycle of the liturgical year. All of these mark time in a way that transcends personal experience. You participate in the same rituals your grandparents participated in. Your children will do the same. The prayers are the same. The stories are the same. The community gathers in the same building, a stone church that has stood for generations and will stand for generations more. The church itself is often built and maintained through the contributions of multiple generations. Your grandfather might have funded the construction of a side chapel. Your father might have donated funds for repairs to the roof. You contribute to maintaining the fabric of the building, to providing candles and vestments, and to supporting the priest. Your son will do the same. The building accumulates these contributions, becoming a physical manifestation of continuity, a space where past, present, and future intersect. Even the physical objects around you carry continuity. A sword might be passed down through generations, its blade reforged when it breaks, its grip replaced when it wears out, but its essential character maintained. The sword becomes more than a tool. It becomes a symbol of family, of lineage, of connection to those who came before. A piece of land might be held by the same family for 100 years or more, its boundaries defended, its productivity maintained, and its management passed from father to son. These objects and places accumulate history, become part of the family's identity, and anchor the present to the past. The system is designed to be stable. Change happens, but slowly. New techniques for farming or building are adopted gradually and tested over years before being widely accepted. New laws are introduced carefully, with attention to how they will affect existing arrangements. The emphasis is always on preserving what works, on avoiding disruption, and on maintaining order. Rapid change is viewed with suspicion, seen as dangerous, and likely to upset the delicate balance of obligations and rights that keep society functioning. Your daily routine is not unique to you. It is the same routine your father followed, the same routine your son will follow. You wake, you work, you eat, and you rest. The rhythm is ancient, tested across centuries, and refined through countless repetitions. It does not need to be reinvented. It simply needs to be sustained, practiced, and passed on. There is wisdom in this repetition, a deep understanding that some patterns work precisely because they have been proven over time. This continuity is reassuring. You know your place. You know what is expected. You know that the work you do today will be continued tomorrow and the day after, and for generations to come. The land you manage will be managed by your son. The obligations you fulfill will be fulfilled by your grandson. The social order you participate in will continue, adapting slowly to new circumstances but never abandoning its fundamental structure. There is a quiet satisfaction in being part of something larger than yourself, something that extends beyond your own life. You are not alone in history. You are a link in a chain that stretches back to ancestors you never knew, and forward to descendants you will never meet. Your work matters not because it is spectacular, but because it contributes to this continuity. You hold your place, fulfill your duties, and pass the responsibility to those who come after. The evening settles, as it always does. The fire burns low in the hall. The last conversations fade into silence. People drift away to their sleeping spaces. You remain for a moment longer, watching the coals glow beneath the ash, feeling the warmth, and thinking ahead to tomorrow. Tomorrow will bring the same tasks, the same rhythms, and the same steady continuity. The work is never finished, but it is always enough. You're a knight not because of great deeds recorded in songs or stories, but because you hold your place, fulfill your duties, maintain what has been entrusted to you, and pass the responsibility intact to those who come after. The routine continues, reliable and unchanging. The order holds generation after generation, and in that steady rhythm, in that quiet continuity, there is a deep and lasting peace. The day ends, the night arrives, sleep comes. Tomorrow the cycle begins again, as it always has, as it always will. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine Wales before the mines came. Picture rolling green valleys carpeted with bracken and heather, where sheep wandered freely across hillsides that had known nothing but farming for thousands of years. Streams ran clear over grey stones, and the air smelled of rain and wild grass. The people who lived here spoke Welsh in lilting voices, tended small plots of land, and probably never imagined that beneath their feet lay enough coal to heat half of Britain and power an industrial revolution. The landscape of South Wales is the kind of place that poets write about when they're feeling particularly moved by nature's architecture. Steep-sided valleys carved by ancient rivers create natural corridors between mountains that aren't quite dramatic enough to be Alps, but are far more imposing than your average hill. The Welsh call these valleys Stubwy, and if you've never heard that word pronounced properly, you're missing out on one of the language's most satisfying sounds. It rhymes with boom, but starts with a soft, almost musical consonant that exists nowhere in English. In these valleys, the geology had been doing something interesting for about 300 million years. During the Carboniferous period, when the planet was busy growing enormous ferns and dragonflies the size of seagulls, layer upon layer of vegetation had grown, died, and been compressed under the weight of time and sediment into coal. Different types too, anthracite in some places, bituminous coal in others, each with its own properties and uses. It was like the Earth had been running a very slow bakery, turning organic matter into the fossil fuel that would eventually power steam engines, warm homes, and change the trajectory of human civilization. For centuries, people knew the coal was there. Small-scale mining had occurred since Roman times, when someone figured out that these black rocks burned longer and hotter than wood. Medieval monks worked shallow pits to heat their monasteries, and farmers occasionally dug coal from outcrops along riverbanks when they needed extra fuel for winter. But these were modest operations, a few people with picks and baskets, taking what they needed and nothing more. Then came the 18th century, and with it, the realization that coal wasn't just useful for keeping warm. It could power engines, it could smelt iron, it could drive machinery that would transform manufacturing from a cottage industry into an industrial juggernaut. Suddenly, everyone wanted coal, and Wales discovered it was sitting on one of the richest deposits in the world. The transformation happened gradually at first, like dawn creeping over those Welsh hillsides. A landowner would notice coal seams on his property and hire a few men to dig. Those men would need places to live, so cottages appeared. The cottages needed shops, which needed roads, which needed more workers. Success bred expansion. One small mine became 2, then 5, then 20. The peaceful farming valleys began to change, acquiring a new landscape written in industrial structures, pit heads with their distinctive wheel mechanisms, railroad tracks snaking along valley floors, and eventually the slag heaps that would become as much a part of Welsh identity as the mountains themselves. By the early 1800s, the mining industry was picking up serious momentum, attracting workers from across Wales and beyond. English labourers came seeking better wages than agriculture could provide. Irish families arrived during the potato famine, desperate for any work that would feed their children. The Welsh valleys became a melting pot of accents and traditions, all united by the common purpose of extracting coal from the reluctant earth. The coal owners, mostly English aristocrats and wealthy industrialists, saw the mines as investments that would make them staggeringly rich. And they were right. The workers saw them as opportunities for steady employment, which was more than most could expect from farming. Everyone else saw smoke rising from valleys that had been clear for millennia and wondered what all this change would mean. What it meant, ultimately, was that these valleys would become the engine room of the British Empire. The coal pulled from Welsh mines would fuel the ships of the Royal Navy, power the factories of the Industrial Revolution, and heat the homes of Victorian London. The men who extracted it would create communities with their own culture, their own struggles, and their own kind of dignity forged in conditions that would horrify modern safety inspectors. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, you need to understand what it actually meant to work in these mines. Not the romanticised version from period dramas, but the real, gritty, sometimes absurd reality of spending your days underground in pursuit of fossilised ferns. Imagine your morning commute involves getting into a metal cage with 20 other people and dropping into the earth at speeds that make your stomach float into your throat. That was a Welsh coal miner's typical Tuesday, and they did it before they'd had breakfast. Most miners lived within walking distance of their pit, usually because their houses had been built specifically for mine workers and couldn't really be described as located near the mine so much as arranged around it like reluctant satellites. The pit whistle would sound around 5 in the morning, a noise that neighbours described as somewhere between a train horn and a banshee having a particularly bad day. You'd pull on your work clothes, which never really got clean because coal dust has a way of becoming part of the fabric at a molecular level, and head to the pit head. The pit head was the mine's front door, though calling it that makes it sound much more welcoming than it actually was. Picture a tower structure supporting a massive wheel, called a winding wheel, that looked like a Ferris wheel designed by someone who hated fun. Steel cables wrapped around this wheel, connecting to the cage that would transport you and your colleagues down the shaft. Modern elevators have safety features, emergency brakes, and calming music. Mining cages had a gate and a rope. Before descending, you'd collect your lamp, initially candles, later oil lamps, and eventually the famous Davy lamp with its wire mesh safety screen designed to prevent methane explosions. The Davy lamp is celebrated as a brilliant invention that saved countless lives, which it did, though miners noted that it also gave off about as much light as a particularly ambitious firefly. Working by Davy lamp meant you could see approximately 2 feet in front of your face, which was just enough to appreciate the claustrophobia, but not enough to see what you might trip over. The descent into the mine was an experience that never became routine, no matter how many times you did it. The cage would lurch, then begin dropping at speeds that made plummeting feel like an accurate verb. Darkness swallowed you almost immediately as you left the surface world behind. The temperature changed first, the shaft bringing a damp coolness that contrasted sharply with whatever weather you'd left above. Then came the sounds, the creak and groan of cables, the rush of air, the occasional drip of water from shaft walls, and the breathing of the men packed around you, most of whom had learned that talking during descent was pointless because nobody could hear anything anyway. Depths varied depending on the mine and the coal seam being worked. Some mines went down a few hundred feet, others descended over 1,000 feet into the earth. To put that in perspective, that's deeper than the Eiffel Tower is tall, except you're going in the wrong direction and there's significantly more chance of the ceiling falling on your head. When the cage finally stopped at the pit bottom, and miners appreciated the drivers who managed smooth stops rather than the ones who seemed to think they were competing in some kind of aggressive elevator Olympics, you'd step out into a different world. The pit bottom was usually the widest part of the underground network, a junction where multiple tunnels branched off toward different coal faces. Here, you might find stables for the pit ponies, storage areas for equipment, and the general organised chaos of men sorting themselves into work crews and heading off to their assigned sections. The walk from the pit bottom to your actual work area could take anywhere from a few minutes to over an hour, depending on how far the mine had expanded. These weren't pleasant strolls through well-maintained corridors. Mining tunnels, or roadways as they were called, were typically just tall enough for a man to walk stooped over, and just wide enough for coal trucks to pass through. Water dripped constantly from roofs, pooling in depressions and ensuring that your feet would be wet within the first 5 minutes of your shift. The air quality ranged from breathable but musty near the shaft to soup-like with coal dust. Deeper in the workings, props, wooden support beams, held up the roof at regular intervals, though regular is doing a lot of work in that sentence. The props were insurance against the millions of tons of rock that would very much like to obey gravity and fill in the space you'd created by removing coal. You learned to read the language of creaking wood and shifting stone, developing an almost supernatural sense for when a roof was feeling unstable. Miners would tap props with their hammers as they walked, listening for the solid thunk that meant the wood was still doing its job, versus the hollow sound that meant you should probably walk faster. Your destination was the coal face, the wall of coal where the actual mining happened. This was where the day's real work began, and where you'd spend the next 8 to 12 hours in conditions that would make a modern health and safety inspector weep into their clipboard. Coal doesn't give itself up willingly. It sits in seams, geological layers that might be anywhere from a few inches to several feet thick, surrounded by harder rock that has no intention of making your job easy. Getting the coal out required a combination of skill, strength, and a casual disregard for personal safety that would be remarkable if it wasn't so necessary. The coal face itself was typically a wall of black mineral gleaming dully in lamplight, running along the seam for as far as the mine had been worked. Seam heights varied dramatically. Some lucky miners worked seams tall enough to stand in, which must have felt like luxury. Others worked in seams as low as 18 inches, which meant spending your entire shift lying on your side, swinging a pickaxe in spaces that would make a sardine can feel spacious. The basic technique hadn't changed much since medieval times. You undercut the coal seam, weakening it, then brought it down in manageable chunks. Undercutting meant lying on your side or back at the very bottom of the seam, using a small pickaxe to hack away at the coal's base. This created a gap, usually about 3 feet deep, that undermined the coal above. It was exhausting, cramped work that left your shoulders screaming and your back promising to never forgive you. Once undercut, the coal needed to be brought down. In earlier periods, this meant using wedges and sledgehammers to crack the weakened coal and pry it loose in chunks. Later, explosives entered the picture, which was either a great innovation or a terrible idea depending on who you asked and whether the blast had just gone correctly. Controlled explosions in confined underground spaces surrounded by flammable gas and supported by wooden props. What could possibly go wrong? Actually, quite a lot, though miners became remarkably skilled at blast work. Shot firers, specialists in explosives, would drill holes in the coal face using hand-powered drills that required one man to hold the drill while another swung a sledgehammer to drive it forward. This was partnership work of the highest order, requiring trust that your colleague wouldn't miss and turn your hands into something resembling tenderized beef. Once the holes were drilled, they'd be packed with explosives and fuses. Everyone would retreat to a safe distance, and the shot firer would light the fuses and hope his calculations were correct. The blast would crack the coal, bringing it down in pieces that ranged from manageable chunks to slabs that required several men to shift. This coal then needed to be loaded into trucks, initially wooden carts pushed by hand, later metal trams pulled by ponies or small underground locomotives. The loading was done by the same men who'd cut the coal, using shovels and physical effort that would make modern gym workouts look gentle. Here's something that might surprise you. Miners were typically paid based on how much coal they produced, not how many hours they worked. This piecework system meant your earnings depended entirely on the amount you could cut, blast and load in a shift. It created intense motivation to work quickly, but also meant that difficult geological conditions, hard coal, wet faces, unstable roofs, directly affected your family's income. If you spent half your shift dealing with a roof fall instead of cutting coal, you made half the money. The physical toll of this work is hard to overstate from the comfort of your bed. Imagine swinging a pickaxe while lying on your side for hours at a time. Imagine breathing air thick with coal dust that turned your snot black and made every cough sound like you were bringing up something solid. Imagine working in temperatures that could range from near freezing in wet sections to sweltering heat near the deeper faces, where the Earth's natural warmth combined with human exertion created conditions like a sauna designed by someone who hated you. Your body adapted, or it broke. Miners developed distinctive physiques, powerful shoulders and arms from swinging picks and shoveling coal, but often crooked backs from working stooped or kneeling. Their hands became calloused to the point where they could handle rough coal and splintered props without flinching. Their lungs accumulated coal dust with every shift, a process that would eventually catch up with them, but seemed acceptable when you had a family to feed. The danger was constant and varied. Roof falls could crush you instantly or trap you under tons of rock. Gas explosions could race through the mine faster than you could run, the flame front turning anyone in its path into a casualty before they even understood what was happening. Flooding from underground water sources could drown entire work crews. And then there were the smaller everyday hazards. Crushed fingers from mishandled tools, lacerations from sharp coal faces, burns from lamps, and the omnipresent risk of simply tripping over something in the dark and breaking a bone in a place where medical help was hundreds of feet above you. Yet the men kept going back, shift after shift, year after year. Partly because they had no choice. Mining was the only real employment available in these valleys. But also because there was a kind of pride in the work, a craftsman's satisfaction in cutting a clean face or setting props that would hold steady. You were part of a crew, and the bonds formed by shared danger and shared labour created communities underground that were, in their own way, as important as the ones above. The coalface was where the dramatic work happened, but a mine was really a complex ecosystem requiring dozens of specialised jobs to function. Walking through an active mine in its heyday was like touring a small underground city, complete with transportation networks, workforce hierarchies, and its own peculiar culture. Perhaps the most beloved members of this subterranean community were the pit ponies. These weren't your typical farm horses, they were compact, sturdy animals specifically bred or selected for underground work. Shetland ponies were favourites because their small size allowed them to work in lower passages, while their strength was remarkable for their stature. These ponies hauled coal trams from the face to the pit bottom, navigating the maze of tunnels with intelligence that regularly amazed the men who worked with them. The ponies lived underground, sometimes for months at a time. They had stables at the pit bottom, actual underground stables with stalls, hay and water. The horses knew the routes better than many human workers and would automatically stop at passing places when meeting oncoming traffic. Some miners swore the ponies could sense dangerous gas before the safety lamps detected it, and would refuse to enter certain areas when conditions were risky. Whether this was true or simply the horses objecting to poor air quality is debatable, but miners learned to trust their pony's judgment. The bond between a miner and his pony was often closer than many human relationships. You spent hours every day working alongside this animal in darkness and danger. You depended on each other. The ponies received names, personalities, and a level of care that might have seemed excessive, except that your productivity and possibly your life depended on them. When ponies were brought to the surface, usually during the annual break when mines shut down for maintenance, they'd apparently be startled by daylight, having lived so long in lamplight that the sun seemed impossibly bright. Then there were the boys. Mining employed children as young as 5 or 6 in the early days, though reformers gradually raised minimum ages as the 19th century progressed. These weren't children doing light tasks. They had specific essential jobs in the mine's operation. The youngest boys often worked as trappers, sitting alone in the darkness operating ventilation doors. When a coal tram approached, the boy would open his door, let it pass, then close it again to maintain the mine's airflow. Hour after hour in darkness, broken only by a small lamp, usually sitting on a pile of coal or a makeshift seat, waiting for the next tram. Try to imagine being 7 years old, sitting alone in pitch darkness hundreds of feet underground, with only the occasional rumble of approaching coal trucks to break the silence. The isolation must have been profound and the darkness absolute when your lamp needed refilling. Some boys sang to themselves or talked to imaginary companions, or simply endured with the stoicism that poverty and necessity teach early. Older boys graduated to more active roles. They'd become door boys, who accompanied the ponies or helpers who assisted the coal cutters. By their early teens, they'd be learning the actual craft of mining, how to read coal, set props, and handle explosives. This was the education system in mining communities. You learned reading and arithmetic at Sunday school, and you learned your trade in the pit. The underground world also included specialists whose jobs required particular skills. Repairers maintained the roadways, replacing damaged props and keeping the tunnels safe. Shot firers handled the explosives work, a position of considerable responsibility and slightly better pay. Engineers maintained the machinery, keeping pumps running and ensuring ventilation fans operated correctly. Each person had their role in the complex choreography that was a working mine. Communication underground happened through a combination of shouting, signal systems, and pure intuition developed over years of working together. Before electrical signal systems, messages travelled through chains of workers shouting to each other through the darkness, information degrading like a particularly high-stakes game of telephone. Later, bell signals allowed communication between the surface and pit bottom. One bell might mean ready to descend, 2 bells ready to ascend, and various other combinations conveying different messages. Get the signals wrong, and you might send an empty cage up while leaving men waiting below, or worse. The mine had its own time sense, divorced from the surface world. Down in the darkness, you couldn't tell if it was morning or evening, summer or winter. Your shift was measured by the work done rather than the passage of hours. Some men claimed they could feel time passing through the quality of the air or the behaviour of the ponies, developing almost supernatural awareness of the shift's progress. Others simply worked until someone came to tell them it was time to head back to the cage. Meal breaks happened at the face, with men sitting on coal piles eating bread and cheese that had acquired a distinctive gritty texture from the coal dust that coated everything. Water tasted faintly of minerals and whatever the pipes had picked up on their journey underground. Some mines allowed tea cans that could be warmed on small fires, though open flames were prohibited in most sections due to gas risks. The food never tasted quite right. Coal dust got into everything, but it provided the calories needed for the extraordinary physical exertion. The culture that developed underground was distinctive and powerful. Men learned to trust each other completely because their lives literally depended on it. If someone called out a warning about a bad roof or dangerous gas, you didn't debate. You moved. This created bonds that extended beyond the pit, forming the foundation for the tight-knit mining communities above ground. The men who descended together, worked together, and survived together became brothers in ways that transcended normal friendship. When the cage finally brought you back to the surface at shift's end, you'd emerge into whatever weather Wales was offering that day. Usually rain, sometimes fog, occasionally actual sunshine that made everyone slightly suspicious. Your eyes would need several minutes to adjust to natural light after hours in the dimness. Your ears would ring with the sudden absence of the constant underground noise, and your lungs would appreciate air that didn't have a texture. The mining communities that grew up around the pits were unlike anything that had existed in Wales before. Previously, Welsh valleys had been places of scattered farms and small villages. Mining created industrial towns almost overnight, with rows of terraced houses marching up hillsides in neat lines that showed all the imagination of someone arranging dominoes. These weren't planned communities with parks and public spaces. They were housing solutions designed to pack maximum workers into minimum space, as close to the pit as physically possible. The houses themselves were remarkably similar across different mining valleys. 2 up, 2 down was the standard layout. 2 rooms downstairs, 2 bedrooms upstairs, a small yard out back, and walls thin enough that you knew entirely too much about your neighbours' personal lives. The front door opened directly onto the street, which meant coal dust, mud, and whatever the weather was doing came straight into your front room. No entrance halls, no mudrooms, just immediate domesticity. These houses were typically owned by the mining company and rented to workers, which created an interesting power dynamic where your employer was also your landlord. Get fired from the pit, and you'd lose both your income and your home simultaneously. This arrangement wasn't designed for worker welfare so much as company convenience, ensuring a captive workforce who couldn't easily move to seek better wages elsewhere. Life in these mining towns revolved around the pit's schedule. When the day shift ended, streets would suddenly fill with men in blackened work clothes heading home for a wash and dinner. The night shift would pass them going the opposite direction, creating a twice-daily tidal exchange of workers. Women timed their household tasks around these rhythms. Water needed to be heated for washing, meals needed to be ready when men returned, and laundry had to be done when it wouldn't be coated in fresh coal dust. The washing of a miner presented its own challenges. Before pithead baths became common in the early 20th century, men came home covered head to foot in coal dust and had to wash in the house. This typically meant a zinc tub placed in front of the kitchen fire filled with water heated on the stove. The miner would strip down and scrub away the day's accumulation, while family members politely ignored his nakedness or helped scrub his back. The water would turn black immediately, and the process would need multiple rinses to actually get clean. Some coal dust, however, never came out. It worked its way into skin pores, creating permanent blue scars called coal tattoos, where cuts had healed with dust embedded in them. Older miners accumulated these marks like some kind of industrial tribal scarification, each one a story of a particular accident or incident underground. Their hands remained perpetually stained in the creases, no amount of scrubbing able to remove coal that had become part of their flesh. Women in mining communities worked just as hard as the men, though their labour was unpaid and largely invisible to the historical record. Running a household on a miner's wages required skills that would impress a modern efficiency expert. You had to make limited money stretch to feed a family, keep everyone clothed despite the destructive nature of mining work, maintain a house that was under constant assault from coal dust, and somehow create a home environment that provided relief from the harsh conditions of pit work. Laundry was a particular challenge. Mining clothes needed to be washed constantly but never really got clean. The standard process involved soaking, boiling, scrubbing with lye soap that was harsh enough to remove coal but also skin, multiple rinses, and eventual acceptance that your husband's work clothes would always be slightly grey. Wash day typically happened once a week, involving enough physical effort to qualify as a serious workout, hauling water, heating it, lifting wet clothes, wringing, hanging, and repeating. Food was practical and calorie-dense. Mining work burned enormous amounts of energy, so meals needed to be substantial. Breakfast might be porridge or bread with dripping. The main meal, taken after the shift, would typically involve potatoes, maybe some bacon or cheap cuts of meat, bread, and strong tea. Vegetables came from the small garden plot behind the house, if you were lucky enough to have one, and the time to maintain it. The diet wasn't particularly varied, but it kept working men functional, which was the primary requirement. The town itself would have a few key institutions. The chapel or church stood at the centre of community life, providing not just religious services, but also social organisation, education, and a moral framework. Chapels were often the grandest buildings in mining towns, their architecture suggesting that while houses could be basic, places of worship deserved investment. The Welsh love of music found particular expression in chapel choirs, where miners who spent their days in industrial noise created harmonies that could raise the hair on your neck. Shops lined the main streets: grocers, butchers, bakers and general stores. Many operated on credit systems because miners were paid fortnightly, and families needed to eat in between. The shopkeeper's ledger was essentially the community's credit score, tracking who owed what and allowing families to survive the gap between wages. This credit came at a price, of course. Interest charges that meant buying on credit always cost more than paying cash. The pub served as the men's social space, the place where you could relax after a shift with a pint and companionship. Mining was hard on bodies and minds, and alcohol provided temporary relief from both physical pain and psychological stress. Some men drank moderately, others fell into patterns of heavy drinking that consumed wages and created family hardships. The temperance movement had strong support in mining areas, though it fought an uphill battle against the combination of physical pain, psychological stress, and social tradition that made the pub central to male community life. Education was valued but limited. Elementary schools taught basic literacy and numeracy, enough to read the Bible and do practical calculations. Beyond that, continued education required either exceptional talent that earned scholarships or family wealth that most miners didn't possess. Children typically left school at 12 or 13 to begin work, either in the pit or in other jobs that helped support the family economy. Now we come to the harder parts of this story, though we'll walk through them gently. Understanding what mining communities endured requires acknowledging both the spectacular disasters that made headlines and the grinding everyday hardships that broke people slowly rather than suddenly. Mining accidents were horrifyingly common. Small incidents happened constantly: crushed fingers, minor burns, cuts and bruises. These rarely made it into official records because men would typically bind up the injury and keep working. Losing a shift's pay was often more threatening than a damaged hand. More serious injuries meant time off work, which meant no income, which meant family hardship. Then there were the disasters. Mine explosions killed dozens or hundreds at once, usually caused by methane gas accumulating in poorly ventilated areas and igniting from a lamp, a spark, or the explosion itself creating more explosions. These catastrophes would devastate entire communities overnight. One moment men were working normally underground. The next, families were gathering at the pit head, waiting for news, knowing from the smoke and chaos that many wouldn't be coming home. Roof falls claimed lives regularly, suddenly and without warning. One minute you're working the coalface, the next, tons of rock have crushed you or trapped you in darkness, while the lamp burns down and air runs out. Rescue efforts were heroic but often futile. Moving the fallen rock required time and equipment, and trapped men rarely had enough of either. Water in rushes could flood entire sections of the mine in minutes. Underground water sources were unpredictable, and sometimes mining work would inadvertently breach barriers, holding back underground lakes or streams. The water would pour in with tremendous force, drowning anyone who couldn't reach higher ground or the shaft quickly enough. The aftermath of disasters followed predictable, tragic patterns. The company would express regret while denying responsibility. Funerals would be held for those whose bodies could be recovered. Families would be left without income, often without housing since they lived in company-owned homes. Inquests would be held, recommendations made, and usually nothing fundamental would change. But the slow disasters were equally devastating in their own way. Pneumoconiosis, called black lung, was the miner's disease, caused by decades of breathing coal dust that accumulated in lungs until breathing became increasingly difficult. There was no cure, no treatment, just a gradual decline where every breath became work, and the former strong man became a wheezing invalid who couldn't walk up the stairs without stopping to catch his breath. The progression was cruel in its predictability. First, you'd notice you couldn't quite keep up with younger men anymore. Then climbing hills became difficult. Eventually, breathing became the main activity of your day, each breath a conscious effort rather than an automatic background function. Men in their 50s looked 80, worn out from inside by the coal they'd spent their lives extracting. Injuries accumulated over careers, bad backs from years of working stooped, damaged knees from kneeling on hard coal and rock, shoulders that ached in wet weather from swinging picks thousands of times per shift, hearing loss from working in constant noise. These weren't dramatic injuries, but the physical cost of decades of doing brutally hard work in terrible conditions. The psychological toll is harder to document because mental health, wasn't a concept that mining communities had language for, but it was real nonetheless. Men who'd survived disasters often showed what we'd now recognise as PTSD, nightmares, anxiety, and inability to return underground. The constant awareness of danger created stress that some managed and others didn't. The combination of dangerous work, financial insecurity, physical pain, and limited options for change weighed on people in ways that expressed themselves through irritability, depression, or drinking. Family life under these pressures required remarkable resilience. Women managed households, knowing their husbands might not come home from their shifts. Children grew up understanding that their fathers were constantly at risk. The communities developed coping mechanisms, neighbours helping each other, the chapel providing comfort, and shared experience creating understanding. But the stress was real and constant. Economic hardship was the backdrop to everything. Mining wages were better than farm work, but never enough to build security. A miner's widow often faced immediate poverty, unless she could find work or had grown children to support her. Illness or injury meant financial disaster. There were no safety nets, no insurance, no welfare state, just charity that was never sufficient, and community support that was generous but limited. Yet through all this hardship, the communities endured. They created culture despite poverty, the male voice choirs that made Welsh mining famous, the brass bands that practiced in drafty halls, and the poetry and literature that emerged from these valleys. They built institutions, trade unions that fought for better conditions, cooperative societies that provided affordable goods, and educational institutes that offered learning opportunities. The perseverance wasn't some romantic quality to be admired from a distance. It was necessity given form, the stubborn refusal to be destroyed by circumstances that were genuinely destructive. You kept going because the alternative was unthinkable. You sent your children down the pit because they needed to eat. You went back underground after disasters because your family needed the income. You built a life in the cracks between hardship because humans are remarkably good at doing exactly that. The decline of Welsh coal mining didn't happen overnight. It was a slow process, like watching a sunset that takes decades instead of minutes, beautiful in its own way but marking the end of an era. The first hints came after World War I, when foreign competition began undercutting Welsh coal prices. Other countries had developed their own mining industries, and shipping coal across oceans became less economical than burning local supplies. The British market remained, but it was shrinking as oil began replacing coal for some purposes. Diesel locomotives were more efficient than steam. Oil heating was cleaner than coal. The world was changing its energy sources, and coal was slowly becoming yesterday's fuel. The Great Depression hit mining communities with particular brutality. When industries cut production, they needed less coal. Miners closed or reduced shifts. Men who'd worked their entire lives underground found themselves unemployed with no other skills and no other opportunities in towns built entirely around mining. The dole, unemployment benefit, kept families from starvation but not from poverty, and the psychological impact of idleness in communities where identity was built around work was devastating. World War II brought temporary revival. Coal was essential for the war effort, and mines operated at full capacity. Men too old for military service worked double shifts. The industry remembered its importance, and workers remembered steady employment. But it was a reprieve rather than a reversal, the economy running on wartime needs that would end with peace. Nationalisation in 1947 brought the mines under government control, creating the National Coal Board. Miners hoped this would mean better conditions and more secure employment. In some ways it did. Safety improved, wages became more standardised, and benefits were introduced. But nationalisation couldn't solve the fundamental problem. The world needed less coal, and Welsh coal was becoming expensive to extract compared to other sources. The 1950s and 60s saw systematic closures. Mines that had employed hundreds closed permanently, their pit wheels stopping for the last time. Communities that had existed for generations faced existential questions. What happens to a mining town when the mine closes? Where do people go when the only skill they have is extracting coal that nobody wants anymore? Some families moved to England, seeking work in factories or construction. Others stayed, clinging to familiar places even as employment vanished. The young left in disproportionate numbers, draining valleys of energy and future. Villages became places where old miners retired and died while their children built lives elsewhere. The strikes of the 1980s were a last desperate attempt to save an industry that economics had already condemned. The 1984 to 85 strike lasted a year, pitting miners against a government determined to reduce coal dependency. It was brutal, bitter, and ultimately unsuccessful. Communities tore themselves apart over whether to strike or work. Families survived on charity and determination, and in the end the mines closed anyway. Walking through a Welsh valley today, you can still read the history written in the landscape. The terraced houses remain, though many are now holiday cottages or have been renovated beyond recognition. Chapel buildings stand converted to apartments or community centres, their singing replaced by silence. The pitheads are gone, their sites reclaimed by grass and trees or marked by memorials. The slag heaps have been landscaped into gentle hills, their sharp angles softened by decades of erosion and deliberate reshaping. The last deep mine in Wales closed in 2008. Tower Colliery had been saved by workers who bought it themselves in the 1990s, operating it as a cooperative that proved mining could still work if workers controlled it. When coal quality declined and reserves depleted, they closed it voluntarily rather than waiting for economic forces to make the decision for them. It was an ending that somehow maintained dignity, with workers choosing to close their own mine rather than having it shut down by external decree. The end of coal mining in Wales marked the conclusion of an era that had lasted roughly 200 years. 2 centuries during which these valleys had been transformed from farming country to industrial powerhouses and back to something else entirely. Communities searching for new identities while honouring the extraordinary history that had shaped them. The transition wasn't smooth. Mining towns struggled with unemployment rates that would shock economists. Young people left because there were no jobs, creating ageing populations in communities built for young families. The social fabric that mining had created, the solidarity, the shared purpose, the tight-knit neighbourhoods, began to fray when the industry that had woven it together disappeared. Some valleys found new purposes. Tourism discovered that the industrial heritage people had lived with daily was actually fascinating to outsiders. Former mines became museums where guides, often former miners themselves, led visitors through preserved workings, explaining how the job was done and what life was like underground. There's something both touching and slightly odd about paying to experience a sample of work that people had once been paid to do and had desperately hoped their children wouldn't have to follow them into. Regeneration projects attempted to diversify local economies. Light industry, call centres, tourism and service jobs replaced heavy industry. The work was safer, cleaner, and generally better for your health, but it paid less and lacked the identity and solidarity that mining had provided. You can work in a call centre for 20 years without developing the same sense of craft and community that 2 years underground created. The physical landscape underwent dramatic transformation. Those slag heaps that had dominated valley sides for generations were slowly removed or reshaped. Rivers that had run black with coal dust for a century started running clear again. Air quality improved to the point where you could hang white laundry outside without it turning grey. Nature reclaimed spaces that industry had dominated, and the valleys began to look more like they had before coal was discovered. But removing the physical traces of mining couldn't erase the cultural legacy. The communities that mining created had developed distinctive identities that persisted even after the industry vanished. The emphasis on education and self-improvement, the tradition of mutual aid and collective action, and the cultural institutions like choirs and brass bands. These survived the closure of the pits because they'd become embedded in community identity. As you lie there in comfort, warm and safe, it's worth reflecting on what those forgotten mines of Wales actually meant. Not just to the people who worked them, but to the modern world you inhabit. The coal pulled from Welsh valleys powered the Industrial Revolution that created modern civilization. The ships that connected the British Empire ran on Welsh coal. The factories that mass-produced goods, making them affordable for ordinary people for the first time in history, were powered by Welsh coal. The trains that revolutionised transportation, the heating systems that made homes comfortable, and the steel mills that provided material for bridges and buildings, all of these depended on coal, and much of that coal came from Wales. This means that Welsh miners, toiling in darkness and danger for wages that barely covered rent and food, were inadvertently building the modern world. Every technological advancement of the industrial age rested on a foundation of fossil fuel energy. and someone had to extract that energy from underground. The miners who did this work weren't thinking about historical significance. They were thinking about feeding their families, but their labour literally powered the transformation of human civilization. The labour movement that created workers' rights across the industrialised world found some of its strongest expression in Welsh mining communities. The unions that fought for safer conditions, better pay, reasonable hours, and basic dignity established precedents that benefited workers in every industry. When coal miners struck for better conditions, they were advancing causes that would eventually benefit office workers who'd never seen a mine. The concept that workers deserve protection from dangerous conditions, that employers had responsibility for workplace safety, and that communities deserved compensation when industry harmed them. These ideas were forged in mining communities, often in response to disasters that killed dozens. The regulations that protect modern workers exist partly because miners died when those regulations didn't exist, and their communities refused to accept that such deaths were inevitable. The cultural contributions of Welsh mining communities enriched British and world culture in ways often overlooked. The male voice choir tradition that spread globally had its strongest expression in mining valleys, where men who spent their days in industrial noise created beauty through harmony. The literature that emerged from these communities, poetry, memoir, fiction, provided working-class perspectives that challenged middle-class assumptions about what constituted worthy subjects for art. Welsh mining communities also demonstrated something important about human resilience and community solidarity. They showed that people could build meaningful lives under objectively terrible conditions, that communities could develop rich cultures despite poverty, and that dignity wasn't dependent on material comfort. This isn't to romanticize hardship. The conditions were genuinely awful, and nobody should have had to endure them, but rather to acknowledge the remarkable human capacity to create meaning and community, even in difficult circumstances. The environmental legacy is more complicated. Coal mining damaged the landscape extensively, polluted waterways, and contributed to air pollution that harmed health across industrial regions. The carbon emissions from burning Welsh coal contributed to climate change that we're now struggling to address. The environmental restoration of former mining areas has been expensive and ongoing, attempting to repair damage that accumulated over 2 centuries of intensive extraction. Yet the energy transition we're currently experiencing, moving from fossil fuels to renewable sources, builds on lessons learned from the coal era. We understand now that energy extraction has environmental costs that must be considered. We recognise that communities built around single industries are vulnerable when that industry declines. We know that workers displaced by economic change deserve support and retraining rather than abandonment. These lessons came partly from watching what happened when coal mining ended. The museums and heritage sites that preserve mining history serve an important function beyond tourism. They ensure that future generations understand where their comfortable, technological lives came from. It's easy to take electricity, heating, and manufactured goods for granted without considering the human cost that made them possible. Seeing an actual coal face, understanding what working underground meant, and recognising the sacrifices made by people whose names are mostly forgotten. This provides perspective that pure prosperity can't teach. In Wales itself, mining identity remains powerful, even among people too young to have ever worked underground. The values that mining communities developed, solidarity, mutual support, education, and cultural expression, continue to shape these regions. The political culture of Welsh valleys, with its strong support for collective action and social welfare, reflects lessons learned when communities discovered that individuals couldn't survive without community support. The descendants of miners live across the world now, carrying family histories of underground work to places far from Welsh valleys. These stories, passed down through generations, keep alive the memory of what previous generations endured. Your colleague whose grandfather was a Welsh miner, your friend whose great-aunt emigrated from a mining town, and the person you met who casually mentioned their family's mining background, they're carrying pieces of this history forward. Perhaps most importantly, the mining era teaches us about the human cost of the energy and materials that modern civilization requires. We still need energy. We still need raw materials. Someone somewhere is still doing difficult, dangerous work to extract what we consume casually. The working conditions have improved in developed nations, partly due to lessons learned from mining history. But the fundamental truth remains. Our comfortable lives rest on labour that most of us never see and rarely consider. History written in broad strokes can miss the texture of actual human experience. So let's slow down and consider what all this meant at the individual level through the kinds of stories that former miners and their families shared when they talked about their lives. Imagine being 8 years old, starting work as a trapper boy. You'd wake before dawn, eat whatever breakfast your family could afford, and walk to the pit with your father or older brothers. The descent into darkness would terrify you initially. The dropping sensation, the blackness, and the damp smell of underground spaces. But children adapt, and within weeks this journey would become routine. Your job station would be a ventilation door somewhere in the mine's network. You'd sit on a small wooden seat or pile of coal, holding a string attached to the door. When you heard a coal tram approaching, and you learned to distinguish the sound of different trams, different ponies, and different drivers, you'd pull the string to open the door. The tram would pass through, and you'd close the door to maintain airflow. Then silence would return, and you'd sit alone in darkness lit only by your small lamp, waiting for the next tram. Hour after hour in silence broken only by distant sounds of mining work, dripping water, and the occasional scurrying of rats that lived underground. You couldn't read because the light was too poor, and you probably couldn't read anyway. You couldn't move around because you needed to stay at your station. You just sat and waited and tried not to think about the tons of rock above your head, or the darkness that pressed in from all sides. Some boys handled this solitude better than others. Some sang quietly to themselves, or talked to imaginary friends, or simply developed the capacity to sit with their own thoughts for 12 hours at a stretch. Others found it psychologically damaging, developing fears that would last their entire lives. But all of them did it because their families needed the income, and 8-year-olds didn't really get a choice about employment. Now imagine being a young woman married to a miner. Every time your husband descended into the pit, you'd have to make peace with the possibility that he might not return. You'd listen for the pit whistle that signalled accidents, knowing that its particular pattern would tell you whether to worry or to panic. When disaster struck other families, you'd attend funerals while thinking, that could have been us. Because it could have been, and the only thing separating your intact family from the grieving widow down the street was pure luck. Your daily work would be constant and exhausting. Washing, cooking, cleaning, and maintaining the house against the constant assault of coal dust. Managing the family budget with the precision of an accountant, making every penny count because there weren't any extra. Caring for children while also, in many cases, taking in lodgers, or doing laundry for other families to earn extra income. Running a mining household was a full-time job that paid nothing but was absolutely essential to family survival. You'd develop strategies and skills that would impress modern efficiency experts. You'd know how to make a small amount of meat feed 6 people by combining it with potatoes and vegetables. You'd master the art of repairing clothes so extensively that they could be passed down through multiple children. You'd create cleaning schedules that minimized dust accumulation and made the most of available water and fuel. You'd become an expert at reading your husband's mood and health, knowing when he was simply tired versus genuinely ill, and when he needed space versus comfort. Or imagine being a miner in your prime, say 35 years old with 20 years of underground experience. You'd have developed a sophisticated understanding of coal, rock, and mining engineering that was partly taught and partly intuitive. You'd know how to read subtle signs in the coalface that indicated what would happen when you undercut it. You'd understand roof stability from the sound of creaking props and the feel of air pressure changes. You'd have learned through experience where gas tended to accumulate and how to recognize danger before it became disaster. Your body would be a map of your career. Scars from various accidents, coal tattoos from healed cuts, and the distinctive miner's physique of powerful shoulders and arms, combined with a back that was starting to curve from years of stooped work. Your hands would be calloused to the point of being almost leather-like, able to handle rough coal and splintered wood without much discomfort. Your lungs would have started accumulating the coal dust that would eventually cause problems, though at 35 you probably wouldn't notice symptoms yet. You'd have a position in the underground social hierarchy based on skill, experience, and personality. The best coal cutters were respected for their craft. Shot firers who were reliable and safe earned trust. Men who panicked in emergencies or couldn't be counted on to pull their weight in difficult conditions would find themselves subtly marginalised. The underground world had its own social rules, and reputation mattered intensely in a place where lives depended on teamwork. Your relationship with the mine itself would be complex. You'd hate the danger, the discomfort, and the toll it took on your body. But you'd also feel a craftsman's pride in doing difficult work well. There was satisfaction in cutting a clean face, in setting props that would hold, and in knowing you could handle conditions that would defeat someone with less skill and experience. The mine was your adversary and your livelihood, the thing you struggled against daily and the thing that gave your life structure and purpose. As we near the end of our journey through Welsh mining history, it's time to draw together the threads and understand how this vanished world still touches the present in ways both obvious and subtle. The physical landscape of Wales still bears mining's signature, even where active restoration has occurred. Those valley towns with their terraced houses remain, adapted to new purposes but unmistakable in their origins. The chapels, often the most beautiful buildings in these communities, stand as reminders of the spiritual life that sustained people through industrial hardship. The rivers run clear now, but their banks still sometimes reveal coal fragments that escaped from works closed decades ago. Walk through a former mining valley on a quiet day, and you might notice something interesting about the topography. The hillsides have a particular slope where slag heaps once stood, now softened by grass and thyme, but still distinctively not quite natural. The flat areas near valley floors show where railway sidings once ran, their tracks long removed, but the ground still bearing the compressed memory of heavy use. The landscape remembers, even when casual observers wouldn't recognise what they're seeing. The museums deserve particular mention because they're fighting against historical amnesia. Big Pit National Coal Museum in Blaenavon takes visitors down an actual mine, equipped with helmet and lamp, experiencing a tiny fraction of what working underground meant. The guides are often former miners who can explain from personal experience what each section was for and how the work was done. They make the history immediate and real in ways that no amount of reading can match. These museums serve an important function beyond education. They validate the experiences of people whose working lives were often dismissed as unimportant by those who benefited from their labour. By preserving mining history and treating it as worthy of museum-quality presentation, they're making a statement that these lives mattered, that this work had dignity, and that the sacrifices made by mining communities deserve recognition and remembrance. The cultural legacy persists in ways that surprise people unfamiliar with Welsh history. The male voice choirs that remain active in Welsh valleys still sing with harmonies, perfected by miners who found beauty in music after spending days in industrial noise. The brass bands that compete in national competitions maintain traditions established when musical instruments provided one of the few sources of entertainment and cultural expression available to working-class communities. Welsh literature and poetry carry mining's influence in their DNA. Poets who grew up in mining households, even if they never worked underground themselves, write with awareness of hardship, solidarity, and the dignity of manual labour. The working-class voice in British literature owes much to writers who emerged from mining communities and brought their experiences and perspectives to audiences who'd never considered such lives worthy of literary attention. The political culture of Wales reflects mining's legacy in tangible ways. The strong support for trade unions, the emphasis on collective action, and the suspicion of unchecked corporate power. These attitudes were forged in mining communities that learned through bitter experience that individual workers had no power against large organisations, but collective action could force change. The Labour Party's historic dominance in Welsh valleys stems directly from mining communities' political awakening during industrial struggles. More subtly, the values that sustained mining communities, mutual support, community solidarity, emphasis on education as a path to advancement, continue to influence Welsh culture, even as economic circumstances have changed entirely. The tradition of neighbours helping neighbours during hardship, of communities rallying around families facing difficulties, of viewing education as communally valuable, rather than just individually beneficial, these reflect lessons learned when survival depended on community cohesion. For individuals with mining heritage, the connection to this history often runs deep, even when separated by generations. People whose grandparents were miners carry stories passed down through families, creating personal connections to a vanished world. These aren't abstract historical facts, but family memory, kept alive through photographs, remembered conversations, and the occasional piece of mining equipment kept as a family heirloom. The contemporary energy transition, the shift from fossil fuels to renewable sources, has brought unexpected resonance to mining history. Wales is now investing in wind farms, tidal power, and solar installations, transitioning from extracting energy from the ground to harvesting it from natural forces. Some former mining communities are becoming centres for renewable energy, finding new purpose in energy production, even as the energy sources change completely. This transition carries echoes of mining's lessons: the importance of planning for workers displaced by industrial change, the need to support communities economically dependent on single industries, the recognition that energy extraction has costs, environmental, social and human, that must be considered alongside economic benefits. These lessons, learned painfully through mining's rise and fall, inform current policy in ways that might have prevented some of the hardship mining communities experienced if they'd been applied earlier. Climate change discussions often position coal mining as a purely historical problem, the source of emissions that created our current crisis. This is true, but incomplete. The people who mined coal weren't causing climate change through malice or ignorance. They were providing energy that civilization demanded, working jobs that were available to them, and feeding families the only way they knew how. Holding them responsible for climate change makes no more sense than blaming oil workers for petroleum dependence. The responsibility lies with economic and political systems that created demand without considering long-term consequences. Understanding this distinction matters because we're still creating new industries and new dependencies without fully considering their long-term impacts. We're still asking workers to accept dangerous or harmful employment because alternatives don't exist. We're still building communities around single industries that might vanish within a generation. The patterns that created and destroyed coal mining continue in new forms, suggesting we haven't fully learned the lessons that history offers. As you prepare for sleep, comfortable in your warm bed with electric light available at the touch of a switch, it's worth holding one final thought about what those forgotten mines of Wales actually represent. They represent human ingenuity applied to solving energy needs, even when the solution came at tremendous cost. They represent working-class communities creating culture, dignity, and solidarity under conditions that were objectively terrible. They represent the environmental and human price of industrialization, paid by people who had little choice about the work they did but maintained their humanity, despite circumstances designed to reduce them to mere labour. The miners themselves, the men who descended into darkness day after day, the women who maintained households and communities, and the children who started work before they'd finished growing. These weren't extraordinary people in the sense of being unusual. They were ordinary humans doing what humans do, adapting to circumstances, building lives in available spaces, creating meaning despite hardship, and persevering because the alternative was unacceptable. Their ordinariness is precisely what makes their history important. They demonstrate that normal people, faced with difficult circumstances, are capable of remarkable endurance and achievement. The mining communities didn't just survive, they thrived culturally, creating music, literature, and social institutions that enriched the broader culture. They didn't just endure exploitation, they organised collectively and fought for better conditions, establishing precedents that benefited workers everywhere. The forgetting of this history, and make no mistake it is being forgotten outside of Wales, represents a kind of cultural amnesia that impoverishes us. When we lose connection to the labour that created modern comfort, we lose understanding of what that comfort actually cost. When we forget the human price of energy and material goods, we're more likely to treat them as cheap and disposable, rather than recognising their true cost. Remembering doesn't mean romanticising. Mining was brutal, dangerous work that nobody should have had to do in the conditions that existed. The hardships mining communities endured weren't character-building challenges, but unnecessary suffering caused by economic systems that valued profit over human welfare. Progress meant improving conditions until they became acceptable, and eventually transitioning away from coal entirely. But remembering does mean recognising that the lives lived in those valleys, the work done in those mines, the communities built in those towns, the struggles fought in those strikes. These things mattered. They shaped the modern world. They established precedents for workers' rights. They demonstrated human capacity for endurance and community solidarity. They created a culture that enriches us still. The last deep mine in Wales closed in 2008, but the history didn't end there. It continues in the landscapes shaped by mining, in the communities still adapting to post-industrial reality, and in the cultural traditions maintained by people who never worked underground but inherited mining's legacy. It continues in the museums that preserve this history, in the stories passed down through families, and in the values that mining communities developed and their descendants maintain. And it continues in moments like this, when someone comfortable and safe takes time to consider what life was like for people who had neither comfort nor safety, but built meaningful lives anyway. By remembering their story, you're honouring their experience and keeping alive a history that matters more than it might initially appear. The darkness beneath Welsh Hills is empty now, the coal face is silent, the pit wheels still. But the darkness gave us something beyond fuel and profit. It gave us examples of human resilience, lessons about the cost of progress, warnings about building communities around single industries, and demonstrations of what people can achieve through collective action and mutual support. These are gifts worth receiving, even as we're grateful that the particular conditions that created them have passed into history. Sleep well, knowing that the warmth and comfort you enjoy tonight comes partly from energy sources that people risked everything to extract. Remember them with gratitude, honour their struggles by learning from them, and carry forward the values they developed in darkness. Solidarity, perseverance, dignity and hope. The mines are forgotten by many, but they need not be forgotten by you. Picture London on a warm evening in late August 1939. The sun is setting over the Thames, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose that reflect off the river's surface like liquid copper. Street lamps are beginning their nightly ritual, that gentle flickering as they come to life one by one, creating pools of yellow warmth along the pavements. Shop windows glow with displays of summer dresses and wireless sets, casting rectangles of light onto the sidewalks where couples stroll arm in arm, their shadows long and lazy in the golden hour. You can hear the particular sounds of a city in its evening mode, the rumble of red double-decker buses, the clip-clop of delivery horses making their final rounds, and the cheerful ting of bicycle bells as workers pedal home for supper. From open windows comes the smell of cooking, roast dinners, boiled potatoes, and the yeasty warmth of fresh bread. Radios play dance music, the kind with horns and steady rhythms that make your foot tap without thinking about it. In Paris, the cafes are filling with their usual evening crowd. The Eiffel Tower stands illuminated against the darkening sky, its iron lattice outlined in electric brilliance like a piece of jewellery against velvet. There are neon signs advertising aperitifs, warm light coming from restaurant interiors, and the headlamps of Citroëns and Renaults making rivers of light along the Champs-Élysées. Street musicians play accordions on corners, their cases open for coins that clink with a satisfying metallic ring. Berlin too is bathed in light. The grand buildings along Unter den Linden are floodlit, their neoclassical facades standing proud and imposing. The shops stay open late, their windows full of goods that speak of prosperity and order. Electric trams hum along their tracks, their interiors bright and modern, filled with passengers reading newspapers or chatting about their days. These cities have spent decades building their electrical infrastructure, stringing miles of cable, installing countless fixtures, and creating networks of illumination that have become as fundamental to urban life as running water or paved streets. The age of electric light is barely 50 years old, still young enough to feel miraculous. People who grew up with oil lamps and candles now flip switches without thinking, banishing darkness with a casual gesture that would have seemed like sorcery to their grandparents. But on September 1st, 1939, everything changes. Germany invades Poland, and within hours, Britain and France are making preparations that have been planned in secret for months. Government officials retrieve documents from locked safes. Civil defence workers report to their posts, and ordinary citizens receive instructions that will alter the appearance of their world in ways both profound and peculiar. The blackout is coming. You might wonder why darkness would be chosen as a defence strategy. The logic is straightforward but chilling. Bombers navigating at night need visual reference points to find their targets. A city ablaze with light is as easy to spot from the air as a lighthouse on a dark coast. Remove that light, and the bombers are flying over an invisible landscape, unable to distinguish a munitions factory from a residential neighbourhood, or a railway junction from a park. So the decision is made. When night falls, the lights must go out. Not just some lights, or most lights, but all lights. Every window must be covered, every street lamp extinguished, and every car driven with hooded headlamps that cast only the faintest glow. The great cities of Europe will disappear from view, pulled beneath a blanket of darkness as complete as any medieval village knew. The preparations happen with remarkable speed. Shops sell out of black fabric within hours. Hardware stores run out of paint, tape, cardboard, anything that might be used to block light. The government has printed millions of leaflets explaining the regulations, and these appear in letterboxes like strange invitations to a backwards party, where the goal is to extinguish rather than illuminate. You can imagine the conversations happening in homes across Britain that first weekend of September. Families standing in their parlours, looking at their windows with newfound assessment, calculating how many yards of material they'll need, whether thick curtains will suffice, or if they'll need something more substantial. There's an odd domesticity to these calculations, as if they're redecorating for some peculiar aesthetic preference rather than preparing for war. The instructions are specific and somewhat overwhelming. Windows must be covered so thoroughly that not a crack of light escapes. This includes skylights, glass doors, and even the tiny windows in bathrooms. The penalty for showing light is not insignificant. Fines that could strain a working family's budget, and more importantly, the social pressure of knowing that your carelessness might endanger your neighbours. On September 3rd, Britain officially declares war on Germany. That evening, as darkness approaches, the blackout begins in earnest. It's a Sunday, traditionally a day of rest, of family dinners and evening strolls. But this Sunday evening will be different from any the nation has known in living memory. The sun sets at approximately 7:30 p.m. on that first blackout evening in early September 1939. As twilight deepens, you would notice something extraordinary happening, or rather, not happening. The usual sequence of lights awakening across the city simply doesn't occur. The street lamps remain dark, shop windows stay unlit. The familiar glow that typically begins to define buildings and streets remains absent. Instead, there's a collective dimming, as if someone is slowly turning down the brightness control on the entire world. As the last and natural light fades from the western sky, darkness arrives with unusual completeness. Not the partial darkness of a normal night, punctuated by human-made illumination, but something approaching the darkness of the countryside or wilderness, the kind of dark that city dwellers might encounter only on camping trips or during power outages. The psychological impact is immediate and disorienting. Human beings have an ancient, hardwired response to darkness. We are diurnal creatures, adapted for daylight activity, and our nervous systems treat darkness as a signal for rest or potential danger. For thousands of years, darkness meant retreat to shelter, gathering around fires, and ceasing productive activity until sunrise. Electric light changed all that, extending the day artificially, allowing cities to function around the clock. Now suddenly, that ancient relationship with darkness is restored, but in an urban context where it feels profoundly unnatural. You're surrounded by buildings and streets, the infrastructure of modern civilization, yet experiencing a darkness that belongs to a pre-industrial era. It creates a kind of temporal vertigo, as if you've travelled backward in time while remaining physically in the present. The first challenge is simply moving around. Walking down a familiar street becomes an exercise in careful navigation. Your eyes strain to distinguish shapes in the gloom, the outline of a pillar box, the curve of a curb, the silhouette of another person approaching. Curbs and steps become hazards. More than one person trips over their own doorstep in those early blackout evenings, misjudging distances in the absence of light. Cars and buses face even greater challenges. Vehicle headlamps must be fitted with special covers that restrict their light to a tiny slit, casting only the weakest beam onto the road ahead. Imagine driving at walking speed, peering through your windshield at a street you can barely see. watching for pedestrians who appear as mere shadows and trying to avoid other vehicles that are equally difficult to spot. The accident rate in these early blackout days spikes alarmingly. Collisions between vehicles, cars striking pedestrians, and people walking into lampposts or falling into gutters. There's a particular comedy to some of these mishaps, though nobody finds them funny at the time. Respectable citizens stumble into hedges, delivery boys cycle into parked cars, a bishop walking home from evening service mistakes a stranger's front gate for his own and spends several confused minutes trying to unlock it before realising his error. These little disasters become part of the blackout experience, stories to share over tea, and evidence that everyone is struggling with the same strange new reality. The government's air raid precautions wardens, quickly nicknamed ARP wardens, begin their patrols. These are ordinary citizens, volunteers and part-timers, given the authority to enforce blackout regulations. They walk the streets with masked torches, watching for any violation, any crack of light that might betray a city's presence to aircraft overhead. The wardens develop a certain reputation for zealousness. They'll knock sharply on doors at the faintest glimpse of light, their voices carrying through the darkness with urgent whispers, "Put that light out." The phrase becomes so common it turns into a kind of catchphrase, repeated in music halls and radio comedies, a verbal symbol of the blackout's intrusion into private life. Inside homes, families are adapting to their new evening routines. The process of preparing for blackout becomes a nightly ritual, performed as twilight approaches. You would rise from your chair, set down your tea, and begin the systematic covering of windows. Some families use elaborate curtain systems, heavy fabric on tracks that slide into place. Others make do with simpler solutions, blankets pinned over frames, sheets of cardboard wedged into place, and layers of newspaper taped to glass. The effect on interior space is claustrophobic. With windows covered, rooms lose their connection to the outside world. You can't glance out to check the weather, can't see the comforting glow of neighbouring houses, and can't watch the moon rise or stars appear. Your home becomes a sealed box, cut off from the usual visual reference points that orient you in time and space. Lighting inside must be carefully managed too. Many families reduce their use of electric lights, partly from habit, saving resources for the war effort, and partly from an almost superstitious fear that somehow light will escape despite their precautions. They rely instead on single dim bulbs or return to older technologies, oil lamps, candles and gaslight where it's still available. The quality of light changes, becoming warmer but weaker, creating deep shadows in room corners, making reading difficult and turning evening hours into something quieter and more subdued. There's an economic dimension to this darkness too. Electric companies reduce their output as demand plummets. Coal consumption drops as power stations throttle back. Street maintenance crews no longer need to service lamps. The entire infrastructure of urban illumination, built up over decades, sits idle. It's as if a major technological achievement has been suddenly paused, put on hold for the duration. But perhaps the most striking aspect of these first blackout nights is the quiet. With activities constrained by darkness, with people staying indoors more, and with traffic reduced to a cautious crawl, cities become genuinely hushed, in a way they haven't been since the 19th century. Standing on a London street at 9 o'clock on a blackout evening, you might hear sounds that normally drown in the urban cacophony. Wind rustling through plane trees, the distant hoot of an owl in a park, your own footsteps echoing off building facades, the creak of your shoe leather and the whisper of your coat. This quiet has its own peculiar quality, different from the silence of the countryside or wilderness. It's a metropolitan quiet, the sound of millions of people deliberately hushing themselves, suppressing their normal activities and existing in a state of communal restraint. It feels pregnant with potential, as if the city is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen or not happen. As September progresses into October, and October into November, the blackout stops being a shocking novelty and becomes instead the new normal. Human beings are remarkably adaptable creatures, and people develop strategies, habits, and even preferences around their darkened existence. Shops adjust their hours, opening earlier to catch morning light and closing well before darkness makes shopping impractical. The rhythm of commercial life shifts backward, becoming more diurnal, more aligned with natural light cycles. Markets bustle at dawn in ways they haven't for generations. Office workers arrive earlier and leave earlier, trying to complete their commutes while the sun still offers some guidance. Fashion adapts to darkness with unexpected creativity. People begin wearing white or light-coloured clothing in the evenings, making themselves more visible to others navigating the gloom. Women carry their white handbags rather than darker ones. Men sport white handkerchiefs in their breast pockets. Some particularly safety-conscious individuals paint white stripes on their clothing, looking rather like zebras as they hurry along pavements. The practice extends to inanimate objects. Curbs are painted white to make them visible. The trunks of trees lining streets receive white bands. Pillar boxes get white stripes. Even dogs acquire white collars so they can be spotted in the darkness. The effect, glimpsed in whatever dim light is available, is oddly festive, as if the city has been decorated for some backward celebration, where white rather than bright colours provide the decoration. Businesses find innovative ways to continue operating despite the darkness. Restaurants use dim red lights that supposedly don't carry as far as white light. Cinemas schedule more matinee showings. Pubs install double-door systems. Small enclosed lobbies where patrons can enter and close one door before opening the second, preventing light from spilling onto the street. These little airlocks become social spaces in themselves, places where strangers pause together in compressed transition zones, sharing apologetic smiles in the darkness before one of them ventures to open the inner door. The entertainment industry adapts with characteristic resilience. Radio becomes even more central to evening life, providing entertainment that requires no light beyond what's needed to see the dial. Families gather around their wireless sets in dimly lit rooms, following dramas and comedies, listening to news broadcasts that have taken on new urgency. The BBC develops new programming specifically suited to blackout conditions. Gentle, calming content for people sitting in darkened rooms, trying not to think too much about why they're sitting in darkened rooms. Reading becomes more challenging. Even with curtains drawn and no light escaping, many people find it difficult to read by the dim bulbs they allow themselves. Books are held closer to faces, causing eye strain. Some people rediscover the pleasure of reading aloud, with partners or family members taking turns performing stories or newspaper articles for each other. It's a practice that had largely died out with widespread literacy and individual reading lights, now resurrected by necessity and turning out to be rather pleasant. A return to the old tradition of communal storytelling, updated for the 20th century. Children adapt to the blackout with the flexibility of youth, though it complicates their lives in numerous ways. School days reorganise around available daylight. Evening activities, scouts, girl guides and youth clubs either move to afternoon hours or take on a different character as participants gather in carefully blacked out halls. Games and activities shift toward those that don't require good visibility. Card games become popular. Board games experience a revival. Radio quiz shows inspire living room competitions. The blackout creates unexpected opportunities for mischief too. In the darkness, it's easier to stay out later than your parents realise, to slip away unseen, and to conduct the small rebellions of adolescence with reduced risk of detection. More than one teenager discovers that the blackout, for all its restrictions, offers a kind of freedom that comes with reduced surveillance. For young couples, the darkness provides both challenges and possibilities. Traditional courtship rituals, evening strolls, cinema visits, cafe dates, must be reconsidered. Walking together requires linking arms, not just romantically but practically, for navigation and safety. The darkness creates a kind of intimacy by default, a closeness born of necessity that might not otherwise develop so quickly. First kisses happen in deeper darkness than any previous generation experienced, unobserved by passers-by who can barely see their own feet. Workers in essential services face particular challenges. Doctors making house calls navigate by memory and guesswork, their medical bags bumping against their legs as they feel their way along streets. Nurses on night shifts move through hospital corridors lit only by shielded lamps, checking on patients in wards kept darker than anyone finds comfortable. Fire brigades drill extensively for responding to emergencies in near total darkness, developing systems of communication that rely on sound and touch rather than visual signals. The postal service continues its rounds, though postmen learn to sort mail by feel as much as sight, their fingers developing sensitivity to different paper stocks and envelope sizes. Milk deliveries continue in the pre-dawn darkness, the clink of bottles and the rattle of crates providing a kind of alarm clock, announcing the coming day to those awake early enough to hear it. Public transportation becomes an exercise in faith and routine. Bus conductors develop an almost supernatural ability to recognise stops in the darkness, calling them out with confidence born of long familiarity. Passengers learn to count stops and to listen for landmarks, a particular church bell, the sound of the river, and the change in echo as the bus passes between buildings of different heights. Regular commuters develop mental maps so detailed they could navigate their routes blindfolded, which is essentially what they're doing. As the months progress and Britain settles into what becomes known as the phony war, a period when war has been declared but major fighting hasn't yet reached British soil, the blackout reveals unexpected dimensions. What began as an emergency measure starts to disclose peculiar beauties and strange pleasures that coexist with the anxiety and inconvenience. The night sky becomes visible in ways that city dwellers haven't experienced in decades. Without the light pollution that normally obscures all but the brightest stars, the full glory of the cosmos appears overhead. On clear nights, stepping outside is like discovering a lost artwork that's been hanging in your home all along, hidden behind a curtain you didn't realise was there. You can see the Milky Way from central London, that cloudy band of distant stars stretching across the darkness like a river of light. Constellations appear not as isolated bright points, but as part of complex star fields, patterns within patterns, depths, and layers that electric light normally renders invisible. The moon, when it's up, seems preposterously bright, casting real shadows, turning streets into silvered mazes, and making you understand why poets and lovers have obsessed over it for millennia. Some people find this revelation of the night sky almost worth the inconvenience of the blackout. Astronomy clubs form, taking advantage of viewing conditions that rival rural observatories. Amateur stargazers set up telescopes in parks and gardens, sharing glimpses of Jupiter's moons, Saturn's rings, and the craters of the moon in unprecedented detail. There's something hopeful about this. People looking upward at beauty and vastness while preparing for conflict that feels petty and small by comparison. The darkness also reveals the bioluminescence that normally goes unnoticed. On damp nights, decaying wood in parks glows with foxfire, that eerie green phosphorescence produced by certain fungi. People discover it by accident, initially alarmed by the spectral light, then fascinated by this natural illumination that requires no electricity. Some gather pieces of glowing wood, bringing them home like captured fairy lights, watching them pulse and fade in darkened rooms. Sound takes on new prominence in the absence of visual stimuli. Your hearing becomes more acute, more attentive to the acoustic environment. You notice the different sounds that shoes make on different surfaces, the crisp click of leather on pavement, the softer scuff on dirt, and the hollow echo when crossing a bridge. You become aware of how sound reflects off buildings, how it carries differently in cold air versus warm, and how wind affects what you can and cannot hear. Music heard in the blackout takes on different qualities. A piano played in a darkened room, with only the faintest light to illuminate the keys, seems to fill the space more completely. The notes appear to have more presence, more weight. Street musicians, fewer now but still present, create pockets of melody in the darkness, and pedestrians pause to listen in ways they might not in daylight, when vision provides so many competing distractions. Church bells continue to mark time, but their sound travels differently through the quieted city. Without traffic noise to muffle them, bells carry for miles, their various tones creating unintended harmonies as different churches mark the hours. Some people begin to navigate by bell sound, using familiar patterns to orient themselves even when visual landmarks are invisible. The blackout also amplifies smell. Without visual distraction, your nose provides more information than usual. You become aware of the particular scent of rain on stone, of fog carrying hints of the river, of coal smoke from chimneys, and of cooking from various houses, creating an olfactory map of your neighbourhood. Bakeries become locatable by scent before sight, the yeasty warmth of fresh bread serving as a beacon that draws customers through the darkness. But alongside these unexpected pleasures runs a constant undercurrent of unease. The darkness that reveals stars also conceals potential threats. Every shadow could be an obstacle, and every sound might signal danger. The human imagination, deprived of visual input, tends to fill in missing information with worst-case scenarios. That bump in the darkness is probably just someone's elbow making accidental contact, but for a moment your heart rate spikes with more primal fear. Women particularly feel vulnerable in the darkness. The reduced visibility that offers privacy to courting couples also provides cover for harassment and assault. Reported incidents of such crimes increase during the blackout, though it's unclear whether the actual rate rises or if darkness simply enables crimes that would happen regardless. Many women alter their routines, travelling only in groups, carrying whistles or other noisemakers, and avoiding certain areas that feel particularly threatening in the absence of light. The blackout also creates social isolation in unexpected ways. Without being able to see into neighbours' windows to note the comforting glow of occupied homes, people feel more alone. The physical proximity of urban life continues. You're still surrounded by thousands of other humans living their lives just beyond thin walls. But the visual confirmation of that presence disappears. Your neighbour might be 3 feet away on the other side of a wall, but in the darkness and quiet they might as well be miles distant. This isolation is particularly hard for the elderly and infirm. Those who already struggled with mobility find the darkness actively dangerous. The simple act of walking to a corner shop becomes fraught with hazard, unseen curbs to stumble over, obstacles to collide with, and the constant possibility of becoming disoriented and lost on familiar streets. Many older people choose to stay home more, venturing out only when absolutely necessary, accepting a constricted life as preferable to the risks of navigating the shadowed city. Mental health professionals notice an increase in reports of anxiety and depression. The darkness, combined with war stress, creates a psychological burden that some people struggle to manage. Sleep patterns disrupt. Some people sleep better in the deeper darkness, while others lie awake listening to every small sound, unable to relax into vulnerability. Dreams become more vivid for many, possibly because the darkness and quiet create fewer distractions from internal mental activity. Yet there's also a strange coziness to it all, a sense of communal experience that transcends the inconvenience and danger. Everyone is facing the same challenge, making the same adjustments, and developing the same odd competencies for navigating darkness. There's a camaraderie and shared difficulty, a democratic levelling that occurs when lord and labourer alike must feel their way along the same invisible street. Inside the blacked-out homes of Britain, family life reorganises itself around new limitations and possibilities. The blackout curtains that seal windows become daily fixtures, their operation as routine as making tea. Each evening, as natural light begins to fade, someone rises to perform the ritual, drawing heavy fabric across windows, checking for gaps, and ensuring no betraying gleam will mark the house from above. The rooms, once sealed, feel different, smaller somehow, even though their physical dimensions haven't changed. The absence of visual connection to the outside world makes interior spaces feel more like caves or cocoons, enclosed, inward-facing, and separate from the larger world. This can be comforting or claustrophobic depending on temperament and circumstance. For some, it creates a pleasant sense of snugness, everyone tucked safely together. For others, it feels confining, a nightly imprisonment in their own homes. Lighting becomes a subject of surprising complexity and importance. How much light is enough? Too little strains eyes and hampers activities, but too much feels wasteful, almost reckless. Families develop their own standards and practices. Some maintain just 1 or 2 lights in the most used rooms, leaving hallways and lesser used spaces in darkness. Others attempt to maintain something closer to their pre-war lighting levels, valuing normalcy over conservation. The quality of light matters too. Incandescent bulbs cast warm yellow-orange light that feels friendly and domestic. Gaslight, where it's still available, flickers slightly, creating moving shadows that some find nostalgic and others find eerie. Candles produce beautiful light but require attention. Someone must trim wicks, watch for drips, and ensure nothing catches fire. Oil lamps smell distinctive, a petroleum scent that becomes associated with winter evenings and the crackle of the wireless. Mealtimes adjust to the blackout's rhythms. Dinner happens earlier, while natural light still assists with cooking and table setting. The ritual of evening tea shifts backward too, or transforms into a simpler affair taken in dimly lit rooms. Some families find themselves eating more cold meals in the evening, avoiding the complexity of cooking in reduced light, and making do with sandwiches, leftover pie, cheese and crackers. Yet there's also an increased emphasis on making evening meals special, a conscious effort to maintain normalcy and comfort despite the circumstances. Mothers and wives take extra care with presentation, setting tables nicely even if the dining room is dim, using good china, and creating small ceremonies that assert civilization's continuity. These gestures matter more than they might seem. They're acts of resistance against the disruption, declarations that ordinary life persists despite extraordinary circumstances. After dinner, families gather together more than they might have before. With fewer options for individual entertainment, with darkness making it impractical to pursue separate activities in different rooms, people congregate in the best lit space, usually the sitting room or kitchen. This enforced togetherness recreates patterns of family life from earlier eras, before electric light allowed household members to scatter to different rooms pursuing individual interests. The wireless becomes the evening's focal point, its dial glowing like a small campfire, gathering the family around its broadcast voices. Programs structure the evening. The news at 9, followed by entertainment, then perhaps music before bed. Listening becomes a communal activity, something shared and discussed with reactions exchanged in real time. When something funny happens in a comedy program, the family's laughter mingles together in the dim room, creating a shared memory, a small moment of joy amidst anxiety. Games and puzzles experience a renaissance. Families bring out jigsaws, card decks, and board games that had been gathering dust in cupboards. These activities work well in dim light and accommodate multiple participants. The social dynamic shifts during gameplay. Hierarchies flatten, children can beat adults through luck or skill, and everyone participates on more equal terms. These evening game sessions create their own satisfaction, simple pleasures that don't require technology or brightness. Conversation, too, becomes more central to family life. Without the visual stimulation of bright rooms and varied activities, people talk more, tell stories, and share their days in greater detail. Parents discuss things with children that might normally be postponed or abbreviated. Siblings who might typically ignore each other in favour of separate pursuits find themselves actually conversing, getting to know each other better in these enforced periods of proximity. Reading aloud becomes a nightly ritual in many households. Father might read from the evening paper, sharing news and editorials, sometimes with commentary. Mother might read from novels, performing different voices for different characters, creating entertainment that doesn't require visual props. Older children might take turns reading, developing their expression and comfort with performance. These sessions revive an oral tradition that had been fading, turning literature back into something communal rather than solitary. Bedtime routines simplify in some ways. Without bright lights, the natural drowsiness that comes with darkness isn't artificially suppressed. Children get sleepy earlier, their circadian rhythms responding to environmental cues that electric light normally overrides. Parents find it easier to get little ones to bed when the whole house is already dim and quiet, when there's not much exciting happening to miss. But the darkness also introduces new nighttime fears, especially for children. The shadows in a dimly lit bedroom seem deeper, more ominous. The usual reassurance of "there's nothing there" becomes harder to verify when you actually can't see into corners and closets. Some parents leave candles burning, accepting the fire risk as preferable to childhood terror. Others develop new bedtime rituals, longer tucking-in sessions, stories told in soothing tones and songs hummed until sleep arrives. For parents themselves, the blackout creates its own intimacy and distance. Once children are asleep, couples have the evening to themselves in ways they might not have before, when evening activities might scatter family members to various entertainments. Yet the darkness and quiet also emphasize their isolation. Two people in a sealed house on a darkened street, living through history without knowing how the story ends. Some couples use this time for serious conversations that daylight and distraction had allowed them to postpone, discussions about money, about plans for possible evacuation, about fears and hopes, and about what they'll do if the war intensifies. Other couples deliberately avoid heavy topics, preferring to maintain lightness to protect their evening hours as refugees from worry. They play cards, listen to music, and simply sit together in comfortable silence, taking comfort from physical proximity. The blackout affects married life in unexpected ways. The darkness provides privacy even in homes with thin walls and multiple inhabitants. Intimacy becomes easier when visual privacy is assured, when darkness guarantees discretion. Some couples find their relationship strengthened by the enforced closeness and the shared experience of adapting to strange circumstances. Others find the proximity without escape grating, the inability to retreat into separate activities, creating friction that might otherwise dissipate. Elderly family members, often living with their adult children, face particular challenges. Many older people have always relied heavily on visual cues, and the reduction in light makes everything harder. Reading, knitting, even just moving around the house safely. Families must decide how to balance their elders' needs for light with blackout requirements and conservation concerns. Compromises emerge. Brighter lights in grandmother's room, even if the rest of the house remains dim. Extra candles placed strategically. More assistance with evening tasks that darkness makes difficult. The blackout also reveals class differences in domestic experience. Wealthier families can afford heavier curtains, better blackout materials, and perhaps even specially designed blackout systems with multiple layers. Their homes might have more rooms, allowing family members more privacy despite the enforced evening togetherness. They might maintain closer to normal lighting levels, considering the extra electricity expense and acceptable cost for comfort. Working-class families make do with cheaper solutions, blankets nailed over windows, newspaper pasted to glass, and curtains sewn from whatever fabric could be afforded. Their smaller homes mean less privacy, more enforced proximity, and everyone living in each other's pockets even more than usual. Economies in lighting hit harder when you're already budgeting carefully for every shilling. Yet there's a democratizing element too. Rich and poor alike must darken their homes. The Duke in his mansion and the docker in his terrace row both spend their evenings in dimmed rooms. Both must navigate the same darkened streets. The blackout is one of the few wartime measures that truly applies equally across social strata, creating a rare moment of shared experience across class lines. As 1939 turns into 1940, and the blackout continues month after month, something remarkable happens. People stop thinking about it quite so much. The extraordinary becomes ordinary through sheer repetition. The nightly ritual of darkening windows transforms from a conscious process into a habit, performed with the automaticity of brushing teeth or locking doors. Innovations accumulate, small improvements that collectively make the darkness more manageable. Enterprising individuals develop gadgets and solutions that spread through communities like helpful folklore. Someone discovers that painting stair edges with luminous paint makes them safer to navigate. The idea spreads, and soon glowing stair edges become common. Little safety features that cost pennies but prevent countless falls. Shops begin selling specially designed blackout accessories, torches with narrow beams and red filters that supposedly don't compromise night vision. Reflective armbands and badges for pedestrians, luminous buttons that can be sewn onto coats, white-painted walking sticks. The commercial world adapts to serve the darkened consumer, finding profit even in darkness. Fashion truly embraces the blackout aesthetic. Designers create clothing with safety features built in, white piping on dark coats, reflective threads woven into fabrics, and light-coloured accessories that serve the dual purposes of style and visibility. Women's magazines run features on blackout beauty, suggesting makeup and hairstyles suited to dim lighting. The advice is practical and sometimes absurd. Lighter face powder is recommended because it's more visible, while dark lipstick is warned against lest you become a pair of disembodied lips floating in the darkness. Restaurants and pubs develop elaborate workarounds for the blackout restrictions. Some establishments paint their windows opaque black, but install elaborate interior lighting, creating spaces that feel almost normal once you're inside. Others embrace the dimness, installing red or blue lights that create atmospheric spaces while technically complying with regulations. Nightclubs in particular find that dim lighting can be romantic or mysterious, transforming a restriction into a feature. The entertainment industry becomes increasingly creative. Cinemas develop complex procedures for seating people in darkness, ushers with covered torches, luminous floor markers, and spaced entry times to prevent traffic jams in the lightless aisles. Some theatres experiment with matinee-only schedules, accepting reduced evening business rather than dealing with blackout complications. Others thrive precisely because they offer bright escapism inside while maintaining complete darkness outside. Radio programs evolve to suit their audience's circumstances. Content becomes more domestic, more suited to family listening in dimmed rooms. Comedy programs emphasize verbal humor over visual gags. Dramas rely on sound effects and voice acting to create vivid mental images. The BBC becomes increasingly sophisticated in its understanding of how to create entertainment for a population sitting in the dark, unable to do much else besides listen. Local communities develop collective coping strategies. Neighbourhoods organise blackout socials, gatherings where people can meet and commingle despite the darkness. Churches host evening services that become social events as much as religious ones, providing both spiritual comfort and human connection. Community centres run activities specifically designed for low-light conditions, music sessions, discussion groups, and collective listening to important broadcasts. Street communities become more tight-knit through the shared experience. Neighbours who might previously have exchanged only perfunctory greetings now check on each other, help each other with blackout preparations, and share resources and solutions. The darkness creates a kind of frontier mentality, a sense that you're all in this together, facing common challenges that require mutual support. Children, remarkably resilient, turn the blackout into play. They invent games suited to darkness, elaborate versions of hide and seek, treasure hunts that rely on touch and sound rather than sight, and theatrical performances put on in dimmed rooms where imagination fills in for visual spectacle. The blackout becomes normalised in their experience, not a temporary disruption, but simply how the world works, as natural as rain or school or Sunday roast. Teachers adapt their lesson plans, incorporating blackout realities into education. Science classes discuss astronomy with newfound relevance. Students can actually see what they're learning about. History lessons draw parallels to medieval life, helping children understand that most of human history occurred without electric light. Art classes experiment with low-light media, charcoal drawings, shadow puppets, and projects that work despite limited visibility. Physical coordination improves across the population as people develop better spatial awareness. Your proprioception, that internal sense of where your body is in space, sharpens when visual input becomes unreliable. People learn to move more carefully, more consciously, developing a kind of bodily intelligence that modern life had allowed to atrophy. The simple act of walking becomes more mindful, more present, and less the unconscious automatic process it had been. Health effects emerge, both positive and negative. Accident rates from the darkness remain elevated. People continue to trip, collide, and stumble into objects. But there are unexpected benefits too. The earlier evening schedules mean people get more sleep, and their circadian rhythms are more aligned with natural light-dark cycles. The reduction in artificial light at night might be improving sleep quality, though nobody's conducting formal studies to verify this. The enforced indoor evenings mean less exposure to cold and damp for some, potentially reducing winter illness. Seasonal variations in the blackout create different challenges and experiences. Summer evenings, with their late sunsets, require shorter periods of blackout, perhaps just 3 or 4 hours. People can enjoy long twilights and extended time outdoors while it's still light enough to see. Picnics and garden parties adapt to earlier schedules, wrapping up before darkness makes them impractical. But winter brings longer blackout periods, sometimes 16 hours or more of required darkness. The psychological weight of this is considerable. Waking in darkness, working through short daylight hours, returning home to more darkness. It feels oppressive, endless. Seasonal affective disorder, though not yet named or officially recognised, surely affects many. The lack of light combines with war anxiety to create periods of genuine depression for some. December 1939 brings the blackout's first winter holiday season. Christmas presents unique challenges. How do you maintain festive cheer in compulsory darkness? Families rise to the challenge with determination that borders on defiance. Christmas lights, those strings of coloured bulbs that normally decorate windows and trees, must be abandoned or drastically modified. Some people create elaborate interior displays, decorating trees in rooms with completely blacked out windows, creating private festivals of light that can't be seen from outside. Carol singing adapts to blackout conditions. Groups carry covered lanterns as they move from house to house, their voices rising in the darkness, creating moments of beauty and connection that feel more precious for the surrounding gloom. The ancient hymns about light coming into darkness take on new resonance. Silent Night feels especially appropriate when nights are so profoundly silent and dark. Gift-giving focuses on practical items suited to blackout life. Torches, luminous paint, warm clothing, and books for reading aloud. But there are frivolous gifts too. Deliberate assertions of normalcy and joy despite circumstances. Dolls and toy soldiers for children, perfume and stockings for wives, and pipes and tobacco for husbands. These gestures matter enormously. Small defiances against the war's restrictions, declarations that life and pleasure continue. New Year's Eve presents its own strange circumstances. The traditional celebrations, gathering in public squares, watching for midnight, and the explosion of noise and light as the new year arrives, must be reimagined. People celebrate in darkened homes, listening for church bells, gathering around wireless sets for special broadcasts. When midnight comes, they might step outside into darkness, hearing distant voices calling greetings they cannot see, feeling connected to invisible neighbours through sound alone. The turn to 1940 brings renewed determination. The blackout will continue, but people have learned to live with it. The initial shock has worn off, replaced by practiced competence. You know how to navigate your street in darkness. You know how long your blackout preparations take. You know which activities work in dim light and which don't. The learning curve has been climbed, and what remains is simply persistence. The blackout continues through 1940 and beyond, lasting in various forms until September 1944, when regulations finally relax as the threat of bombing diminishes. But even before official relaxation, the blackout evolves and becomes less absolute. As military technology improves and bombing strategies change, the strict requirements loosen slightly. Dim lights become permissible in some circumstances. The complete darkness of those first months gradually lightens to a more manageable gloom. The first relaxations are tentative, almost apologetic. Regulations allow heavily shielded street lighting in some areas, not the full illumination of pre-war years, but enough to prevent the worst accidents and to make navigation possible without constant hazard. These new lights cast pools of dim radiance that seem extraordinarily bright after years of complete darkness, even though they are actually quite faint by historical standards. People's reactions to these first returns of public lighting reveal how much the darkness has affected them. Some feel immediate relief, an easing of tension they hadn't quite realised they were carrying. The simple ability to see where you're walking, to recognise faces, to orient yourself visually, these feel like luxuries, gifts restored after long deprivation. Others feel oddly uncomfortable with the light's return. After years of darkness, even dim lighting can feel exposing and vulnerable. Some people have grown accustomed to the anonymity that darkness provides, the sense of being unseen as you move through public spaces. The return of light, however faint, removes that protective invisibility. The gradual restoration progresses through 1944 as Allied forces push across Europe and the threat to Britain recedes. More lights return, regulations relax further, and the familiar glow of evening civilization begins to rebuild. Shop windows light up first, just modestly, but enough to display goods and to create welcoming spaces. Then street lamps return to more normal operation, their familiar yellow-orange light painting pavements and facades. For those who remember the change, and by this point young children have lived their entire conscious lives under blackout conditions, the restoration of light feels almost magical. Streets that had been navigated by memory and faith suddenly reveal themselves in detail. Buildings show their full architectural character. Faces become readable from a distance. The urban landscape recovers its visible complexity. The psychological impact of restored lighting is profound and multifaceted. There's certainly celebration, relief, and joy at this tangible symbol of the war's waning. But there's also a strange sadness, an unexpected nostalgia for something that everyone complained about constantly while it was happening. The blackout years, for all their difficulty, had created a kind of fellowship, a shared experience that had bound communities together. With the return of light comes the return of normal urban anonymity, the dissolution of that intense mutual dependence. Some of the innovations and adaptations developed during the blackout persist, even after they're no longer necessary. People who learn to navigate by sound and memory retain those skills. Families who discovered they enjoyed evening read-aloud sessions continue them even when bright lights would permit individual reading. Communities that drew together in darkness maintain some of that closeness, those relationships that formed during shared difficulty. The physical traces of the blackout persist too. White-painted curbs and tree trunks remain, their purpose obsolete but their presence continuing. Blackout curtains stay up in many homes. Why take them down when they're already installed, when they're useful for privacy, when they're a reminder of survival? Architectural features designed for the blackout era, those double-door entries on pubs, the carefully positioned lighting fixtures, remain as fossils of a particular historical moment. The ecological effects of the blackout years gradually reverse. As artificial light returns, the night sky slowly disappears again behind its veil of urban glow. The stars fade from easy visibility. The Milky Way withdraws. The darkness that had revealed celestial beauty is pushed back by human illumination. Some people mourn this loss, realizing that the blackout had given them a gift they'll never receive again, the regular sight of the universe above their heads. The generation that lived through the blackout carries memories that shape their relationship with light and darkness for the rest of their lives. Those who were children during the blackout often develop either a strong preference for darkness, finding comfort in the nighttime environment they knew as children, or an equally strong preference for abundant light, a kind of overcompensation for years of enforced dimness. The blackout leaves its mark on British culture in subtle ways. A certain comfort with dimmer lighting persists. British homes and public spaces tend toward more modest illumination than their American counterparts, a preference that may trace partially to this period of enforced darkness. The idea that too much light is wasteful, even slightly vulgar, becomes embedded in aesthetic sensibility. The historical memory of the blackout carries multiple meanings. It becomes a symbol of British resilience, of the Home Front's contribution to the war effort, and of collective sacrifice for a common cause. Politicians and cultural commentators invoke the blackout as an example of what a society can endure when properly motivated, when united by shared purpose. But the blackout also serves as a reminder of war's intrusion into civilian life, of how conflict transforms ordinary existence in ways both large and small. It demonstrates that warfare is not just distant battles fought by soldiers, but also the accumulated small deprivations and adjustments that everyone must make. The nightly ritual of darkening windows, the cautious navigation of familiar streets, and the adaptation of every evening routine to accommodate the absence of light. For modern observers, the blackout offers a peculiar window into a world that's simultaneously recognisable and alien. The Britain of 1939 had electricity, radio, automobiles, and cinema, all the technological fixtures of modern life. Yet the deliberate removal of just one element, artificial light after dark, transformed daily experience in ways that connected people backward to pre-industrial patterns of living. There's something almost meditative about contemplating the blackout years, this period when millions of people deliberately darken their world, sitting in dimmed rooms, navigating shadowed streets, and learning to experience their environment through senses other than sight. In our current era of constant illumination, when light pollution is so pervasive that many children grow up never seeing the Milky Way, when cities glow so brightly that they're visible from space, there's something oddly appealing about this historical moment of chosen darkness. The blackout reminds us that our relationship with light and darkness is not fixed or natural, but historically constructed, shaped by technology, regulation, and social practice. For most of human history, darkness was inevitable. You made the best light you could with fire or oil, but ultimately night meant darkness. Electric light changed this, pushing darkness back and extending the day artificially. The blackout briefly reversed this transformation, restoring darkness not through technological failure, but through deliberate choice. As you lie here now, warm and comfortable, in a room where light is available at the flick of a switch, it's worth contemplating what the blackout reveals about human adaptability and resilience. The people of Britain in 1939 didn't know how long the war would last, whether the blackout would be needed for weeks or years, or whether their cities would survive or be destroyed. Yet they adapted, persevered, and found moments of beauty and connection amidst the enforced darkness. The blackout demonstrates something essential about human communities, that we can endure significant disruption to normal life when we understand the purpose behind it, when we believe we're contributing to something larger than our individual comfort. The nightly ritual of darkening windows became a form of participation, a tangible action that connected each household to the national effort. There's something deeply human about gathering in darkened rooms, about families coming together around dim lights, about community supporting each other through shared difficulty. These patterns recur throughout human history, around ancient campfires in medieval great halls lit by rushlight, and in pioneer cabins on winter evenings. The blackout temporarily restored these older patterns, using modern technology to recreate pre-modern conditions. The sensory richness of the blackout experience, the visible stars, the amplified sounds, the heightened awareness of smell and touch, suggests that our normal brightly lit existence may diminish certain forms of awareness and experience. We gain practical benefits from abundant light, certainly, but we may lose other kinds of perception, other ways of experiencing our environment and each other. The blackouts enforce slowdown, its requirement for more careful movement, more deliberate action, and more time spent in quiet domestic settings. These create a quality of life that many people found surprisingly satisfying despite the circumstances. The frantic pace of modern life, the constant visual stimulation, the ability to pursue individual activities in separate rooms with independent lighting. All these innovations have costs as well as benefits. Consider how the blackout changed social interaction. In darkness, you couldn't judge people by their appearance quite so readily. Conversations happened without the constant visual feedback we normally rely on. People learned to listen more carefully, to pay attention to voice tone and word choice rather than facial expressions and body language. This created different kinds of intimacy and different patterns of connection. The democratizing effect of the blackout, the way it affected rich and poor alike, created a rare moment of genuinely shared experience across social classes. The Duke and the Doctor both navigated the same darkened streets, both sat in dimmed rooms, and both faced the same challenges of maintaining normal life despite abnormal conditions. This shared experience contributed to the social solidarity that characterised Britain during the war years. The blackout also reveals something about the relationship between freedom and security. The regulations represented a significant restriction of personal liberty. You couldn't light your own home as you wished, couldn't move freely at night without risk, and face penalties for violations. Yet most people accepted these restrictions as legitimate and necessary, a reasonable trade-off for collective safety. The balance between individual freedom and common security is never simple, never permanent. It must be constantly negotiated and renegotiated. The innovations and adaptations that emerged during the blackout, the luminous paint, the white-marked curbs, the hooded headlamps, the double-door entries, represent human creativity responding to constraint. Necessity truly does mother invention, and the blackout years produced countless small solutions to the problems that darkness created. These innovations demonstrate that restrictions can inspire, rather than merely limit, that working within constraints can generate creativity. The return of light after years of darkness must have felt like emerging from a long tunnel. The familiar world revealed again the simple pleasure of seeing clearly, of moving without constant caution, of windows that connect rather than seal. Yet along with this relief came the loss of something too, that peculiar intimacy that darkness had created, that sharpened awareness, that sense of shared endurance. For those who lived through it, the blackout becomes one of those formative experiences that shape perception for a lifetime. They carry memories of navigating darkness, of families gathered in dim rooms, of stars brilliant overhead, and of the particular quality of silence that descended on cities designed for noise. These memories become stories, then history, then legend, part of the narrative that nations tell themselves about their past. As we come to the end of our journey through the blackout years, as your eyelids grow heavier and your breathing slows, let's gather the gentle lessons that this history offers for your own rest tonight. The blackout teaches us that darkness is not necessarily something to fear, but rather a natural state that humans lived with for millennia before electric light became common. Those wartime Britons learned to find comfort and even beauty in darkness. The visible stars, the heightened awareness of sound and smell, and the coziness of dimly lit rooms where families gathered close. As you prepare for sleep, you're participating in the same ancient human practice, voluntarily entering darkness, trusting it to hold you safely while your consciousness dims. The darkness of sleep is restorative, necessary, and a gift rather than a threat. Like those blackout nights, it offers a time of rest, of withdrawal from the constant stimulation of waking life, and of renewal that comes through quiet and absence of light. The blackout families who learn to slow down, to move more carefully, to pay attention to senses beyond sight, they discovered rhythms that sleep requires too. The winding down, the gradual dimming, the shift from activity to stillness. These transitions matter. They prepare body and mind for the darkness of sleep, just as blackout preparations readied homes for the darkness of night. The resilience of those blackout years reminds us that humans can adapt to almost anything and can find peace and even pleasure in circumstances that initially seem impossible. If they could learn to thrive in darkened cities, you can certainly trust yourself to the darkness of your bedroom, to the natural process of sleep that your body knows how to perform. The community and connection that emerged from the shared blackout experience suggests something about the importance of letting go, of accepting limitations, and of working with rather than against circumstances. Sleep requires this same surrender. You cannot force it, only create conditions that welcome it. Like those families dimming their lights and settling into evening quiet, you prepare the space and then allow the darkness to do its work. Those visible stars during the blackout, the celestial beauty that emerged when artificial light withdrew, remind us that darkness reveals as well as conceals. In sleep's darkness, dreams emerge, unconscious processes do their necessary work, and the mind sorts and files and heals in ways that can't happen in waking light. Trust the darkness to show you what you need to see. The gradual adaptation to the blackout, the way fear transformed into competence and then comfort, mirrors the journey into sleep that you make each night. At first, letting go of consciousness can feel vulnerable, even frightening. But with practice, with trust, it becomes natural, even welcome. The darkness becomes familiar, safe, and a friend rather than a threat. As the blackout eventually lifted and light returned, so too will you wake tomorrow to light and activity. But for now, like those wartime families settling into their dimmed homes, you can embrace this time of darkness and quiet. Let your eyes close like blackout curtains drawing shut. Feel your awareness dim like lights turning down. Allow yourself to sink into stillness like a city going quiet under the night sky. The people of the blackout years survived not through constant vigilance, but through acceptance, adaptation, and the ability to find peace in altered circumstances. They learned that darkness could be endured, that it brought gifts along with its challenges, and that life continued and even flourished under its cover. Your sleep tonight is your personal blackout, a time of chosen darkness, of withdrawal from the world's demands, of rest and restoration. Like those wartime Britons, you don't know exactly what tomorrow will bring, but you can trust that this period of darkness will prepare you for whatever light reveals. The last lesson of the blackout is perhaps the most important, that sometimes the most valuable thing we can do is simply stop, darken our world, and rest. Not as defeat or retreat, but as necessary preparation for continuing. Those nightly blackout rituals weren't just safety measures, they were acknowledgements that activity must balance with stillness, that light needs darkness as a counterpoint, and that life requires periods of quiet and rest. So let yourself rest now. Let the darkness hold you as it held those millions of people through their blackout years, safely, gently, preparing you for whatever tomorrow's light will bring. Your eyes are growing heavy. Your breath is slowing. The darkness around you is peaceful, protective, and appropriate. Sleep well, knowing that you're participating in one of humanity's oldest and most natural practices. The darkness is your friend tonight, just as it became the friend of those who learned to live through the great blackout. Rest easy, rest deep, rest well. And when morning comes, when light returns, you'll wake refreshed as those blackout families woke to another day. Resilient, adapted, and ready to continue. For now, though, just darkness, just quiet, just rest. Sleep well. The faded colour photographs from 1938 Germany present a paradox. Smiling families at lakeside resorts, industrial workers leaving modern factories with steady paychecks, and cultural festivals celebrating regional traditions. These images clash dramatically with the historical narrative many have internalised. Yet for millions of ordinary Germans, the late 1930s represented not darkness descending, but rather a bewildering economic renaissance. Horst Müller, a machinist from Duisburg, represented a typical experience. After years of humiliating unemployment during the hyperinflation of the Weimar Republic, by 1938, he supervised 12 workers in a steel manufacturing plant. His salary afforded him simple but previously unimaginable luxuries: a small radio, occasional restaurant meals, and a savings account for his family's future. Politics we discussed little, his surviving letters reveal. The feeling was, why question what seems to be working? Propaganda Minister Joseph Goebbels built this economic transformation, dubbed the German economic miracle, on unsustainable foundations, massive military spending, accumulating foreign debt, and fiscal sleight of hand disguised by the appropriation of Jewish assets and later plundering of foreign resources. But for ordinary Germans like Müller, these macroeconomic realities remained abstracted from daily experience. The contrast with the traumatic post-World War I years proved powerful enough to garner genuine, if contingent, popular support. The regime's cultivation of Volksgemeinschaft, people's community, fostered a paradoxical environment where many Germans simultaneously experienced new forms of social mobility while witnessing increasing exclusion of designated outsiders. Organisations like Kraft durch Freude, Strength Through Joy, offered working-class Germans unprecedented access to leisure activities previously reserved for the wealthy, subsidised cruises, concert tickets, and spa treatments that fostered a sense of national unity and advancement. Helga Schneider, a secretary at a Berlin insurance firm, recorded in her diary, "Attended the Berlin Philharmonic for the first time. Father would never have imagined his daughter in such surroundings. It is strange to think about how much has changed in 5 years. This sense of social transformation created genuine attachment to the regime among many who had previously felt marginalised. The educational system underwent swift transformation. Curriculum changes emphasised Germanic cultural contributions while gradually diminishing humanistic education. Teachers navigated complex allegiances, with many quietly preserving older educational traditions while superficially complying with the ideological mandates. Students found themselves caught between competing value systems, traditional parental values versus new ideological imperatives in classrooms and youth organisations. Religion, contrary to simplified historical accounts, maintained considerable influence. While some Nazi officials envisioned eventually eliminating religious institutions, the pragmatic reality saw complex accommodations. The 1933 Concordat with the Vatican temporarily stabilised Catholic state relations, while Protestant churches fragmented between the regime-aligned German Christians and the oppositional confessing church. Most Germans maintained religious practices, creating compartmentalised belief systems that allowed simultaneous adherence to traditional faith and new ideological commitments. Media transformation proceeded rapidly after 1933. State control of radio broadcasting, film production, and print media created an information environment where alternative perspectives became increasingly inaccessible. Foreign radio broadcasts remained technically available but were criminalised in 1939. The sophisticated propaganda apparatus under Goebbels didn't simply fabricate reality but rather selectively emphasise certain facts while suppressing others, making critical evaluation increasingly difficult for average citizens. As international tensions mounted through 1938 and 9, ordinary Germans responded with complex emotions. The bloodless annexations of Austria and the Sudetenland generated genuine nationalist pride. Yet war fears remained pronounced. The generation that had experienced the catastrophic losses of the First World War harboured deep anxieties about renewed conflict. When mobilisation orders finally arrived in August 1939, contemporary accounts reveal more resignation than enthusiasm, a stark contrast to the jubilant crowds of August 1914. As German forces massed on the Polish border, the foundations for catastrophe were set. The economic miracle had created genuine material improvements without sustainable foundations. Ideological indoctrination had proceeded unevenly, but had successfully isolated critical perspectives. Most crucially, the moral framework for evaluating leadership decisions had been systematically undermined. Millions of ordinary Germans became participants in extraordinary crimes, setting the stage. On September 27, 1939, Warsaw capitulated to German forces. As Feldwebel Sergeant Karl Degenhardt wrote home, "The campaign ended so quickly, many of us still have the food rations we packed 3 weeks ago. My company lost just 2 men. Father's stories of the Somme seem like tales from another universe." The Polish campaign established a psychological pattern that would prove devastating in the coming years. Military success came so swiftly and at such minimal cost that it fundamentally altered German perceptions of warfare itself. Unlike the protracted trench warfare of 1914 to 1918 that had traumatized a generation, blitzkrieg victories reinforced a dangerous misconception that modern warfare could be limited, decisive, and relatively bloodless for the victors. This perception would later make the grinding attritional warfare on the Eastern Front all the more psychologically devastating. The domestic experience of these early victories created an atmosphere that historians now term performance legitimacy. The regime's ability to deliver military successes temporarily overshadowed critiques even among those Germans harbouring private reservations. Newsreels showing German forces entering Paris in June 1940 generated authentic national pride across political divides. As one social democratic underground activist reluctantly confessed in a monitored conversation, "I detest everything about them, but I never imagined I would live to see France defeated in 6 weeks." Occupation policies across Western Europe initially reflected strategic restraint more than ideological moderation. In countries deemed racially acceptable, like Denmark, Norway, and parts of France, occupation authorities established what historians now term soft hegemony, maintaining fundamental control while allowing substantial autonomy in non-military matters. This calculated approach minimized resistance while extracting economic benefits at sustainable levels. Food rationing in Germany remained remarkably generous through 1940 and 1941 compared to WBE standards, creating an illusion of economic sustainability. German civilians received approximately 2,400 calories daily during this period, a stark contrast to the turnip winter of 1916 and 17, when rations fell below 1,000 calories. This relative abundance stemmed from systematic exploitation of occupied territories, particularly Poland, where caloric intake for non-Germans was deliberately depressed to support German consumption. The ethical implications of this comfort remained largely invisible to ordinary Germans. Military success transformed the relationship between the Wehrmacht and the regime. Before 1939, the officer corps had maintained a certain institutional distance from Nazi ideology, preserving vestiges of traditional military values. The unexpected triumph over France shattered this detachment. General Wilhelm Keitel reflected the institutional shift when he declared in July 1940, "The Führer has proven himself a military genius beyond the comprehension of traditional strategy. We are privileged to serve in this historic mission." This subordination of professional military judgment to Hitler's intuitive decision-making would have catastrophic consequences when facing the Soviet Union. Tourism represents an overlooked aspect of early war experiences. Between 1940 and 1941, over 150,000 German civilians visited Paris as tourists, staying in requisitioned hotels and enjoying preferential exchange rates that made luxury goods affordable to middle-class Germans for the first time. Photographs show German families posing at the Eiffel Tower while wearing their best clothes, an experience of imperial tourism that normalized occupation and created an emotional investment in continued German dominance. The absence of significant Allied bombing during this period maintained an artificial barrier between military fronts and civilian experience. Luftwaffe pilot Helmut Bergmann wrote home in October 1940, "We fly daily against England, while our cities remain untouched. The present seems a different kind of war entirely than what grandfather described." This separation of combat from home front experience would collapse dramatically in subsequent years. Educational institutions intensified ideological components as victories accumulated. Chemistry lessons incorporated examples from poison gas development. Mathematics problems calculated bomb trajectories, and literature classes studied only approved texts emphasizing Germanic cultural superiority. This curricular transformation accelerated pre-existing tendencies while systematically eliminating alternative perspectives. Preparations for Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union, in early 1941 revealed the first serious resource constraints. Strategic materials like rubber, certain metals, and petroleum products faced increasing restrictions. These limitations were presented to the public as temporary sacrifices necessary for the final great campaign that would secure Germany's resource needs permanently. This framing established a psychological pattern that would persist even as military setbacks accumulated. Present difficulties were always portrayed as temporary obstacles before inevitable victory. As German forces prepared to invade the Soviet Union in June 1941, a fundamental transformation had occurred in German society. Military success had created genuine popular investment and continued expansion. Economic benefits derived from conquest had established material dependencies on the continued occupation. Professional institutions had surrendered critical independence to align with perceived historical momentum. Most crucially, alternative perspectives had been systematically eliminated from public discourse, creating an information environment where even pragmatic assessment of risks became nearly impossible. The German invasion of the Soviet Union on June 22, 1941, proceeded with such initial momentum that victory appeared inevitable. By early October, Army Group Center had encircled massive Soviet formations at Vyazma and Bryansk, capturing over 600,000 prisoners. German newsreels proclaimed the Soviet military effectively destroyed as a fighting force. Maps displayed in public spaces throughout Germany showed dramatic eastern advances represented by flags and arrows sweeping toward Moscow. This visual propaganda created a widespread expectation that the war would end by Christmas 1941. This expectation made the subsequent winter crisis all the more psychologically devastating. Letters from soldiers on the Eastern Front revealed a shocking transformation. Lieutenant Werner Haas wrote in September 1941, "The campaign proceeds faster than we can follow on our maps." By December, his tone had fundamentally changed. "We sleep in holes scraped in frozen ground. Our equipment fails in this cold. The enemy keeps coming with fresh troops from somewhere." This abrupt reversal shattered confidence across military ranks and created the first significant credibility gap between frontline reality and home front perceptions. The logistical systems sustaining German forces collapsed under the dual pressures of distance and weather. Railway gauges in the Soviet Union differed from European standards, requiring extensive conversion work. Soviet scorched earth policies left few usable resources in captured territories. Most critically, equipment designed for Western European conditions failed catastrophically in extreme cold. Tank engines wouldn't start, weapon lubricants froze, and soldiers suffered frostbite due to inadequate winter clothing. These failures revealed fundamental flaws in German planning assumptions about the campaign's duration and nature. Herbert Richter, a supply officer with the Sixth Army, documented the deterioration. "Our requisition system assumed short transportation distances and rapid victory. We now operate beyond all planned parameters, improvising daily solutions to impossible problems." The German advance stalled not primarily from enemy action, but from internal systemic failures that revealed planning short-sightedness. On the home front, the winter of 1941 and 2 marked the first significant erosion of civilian morale. The Winter Relief Collection, Winterhilfswerk, took on desperate urgency as authorities scrambled to collect warm clothing for freezing troops. This emergency measure inadvertently signaled to observant civilians that the campaign faced unforeseen difficulties. Helene Schmidt, a schoolteacher from Dresden, recorded in her diary, "We are told to donate our warmest items for men fighting in Russia. If the situation was as favourable as reported, why would they need our civilian coats so urgently?" The declaration of war against the United States following the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor received surprisingly little attention in German Wikipedia compared to Eastern Front developments. This deliberate minimization reflected leadership awareness that adding another major power to the conflict represented a strategic catastrophe. The few Germans with international perspective recognized the implications immediately. Economist Heinrich Brüning wrote privately, American industrial capacity alone makes our position ultimately untenable. This decision ranks among history's biggest miscalculations. Resource constraints became increasingly visible throughout 1942. Rubber shortages led to the disappearance of civilian tires. Metal collection drives stripped public spaces of decorative elements. Textile rationing introduced increasingly synthetic fabrics into clothing. These material changes represented daily reminders that the promised short, victorious war had transformed into something far more demanding. Government messaging shifted accordingly, emphasizing resilience rather than imminent triumph. The character of the Eastern Front's fighting degraded moral constraints with shocking rapidity. Surviving letters reveal this transformation. Infantry soldier Friedrich Kellner wrote in July 1941, "We conduct ourselves as a disciplined force representing European civilization." By October, his perspective had shifted drastically. The things occurring here defy description. We have entered a conflict beyond conventional military understanding. This moral degradation stemmed partly from ideological indoctrination, but equally from the extreme conditions troops encountered: constant partisan threats, logistical desperation, and survivalist psychology. The first significant industrial bombing of German cities in 1942 shattered the psychological separation between military fronts and civilian experience. The Lübeck raid of March 1942 destroyed 30% of the historic city centre, raising vivid awareness that Germany itself had become a battleground. Civil defence preparations intensified, with civilians spending increasing time in shelters and basements. Work productivity suffered as sleep deprivation became endemic in targeted areas. Medical systems showed increasing strain throughout 1942. Hospital trains returning from the Eastern Front overwhelmed facilities designed for much lower casualty ration. The wounded became visible throughout German cities. Their presence contradicted official narratives of manageable military challenges. Dr. Elisabeth Kruger, working at a Berlin military hospital, noted, "We receive men with injuries indicating prolonged exposure before treatment, frostbitten limbs requiring amputation, infections advance beyond normal progress. Something is clearly failing in our frontline medical systems." By late 1942, rationing expanded to previously protected categories. Coffee disappeared entirely, replaced by ersatz substitute versions made from roasted grains. Meat allocations dropped below 300 grams weekly. Bread quality deteriorated as wheat flour was extended with potato starch and other fillers. These daily deprivations created a visceral understanding that Germany faced increasing constraint rather than approaching victory. The Stalingrad encirclement in November 1942 represented the decisive psychological turning point, though its full implications weren't immediately comprehended. The regime attempted to frame the situation as a temporary setback within a still viable larger strategy. Radio announcements emphasized heroic resistance rather than strategic catastrophe. This messaging temporarily delayed full public recognition of the disaster's magnitude, but couldn't prevent information leakage through millions of concerned families with relatives in the encircled forces. As 1942 concluded, German society had entered a fundamentally different relationship with the war. The certainties of 1940 had evaporated. Material conditions deteriorated visibly. Information management became increasingly difficult as gaps between official narratives and observable reality widened. Most significantly, the psychological momentum had reversed, rather than anticipating imminent victory. Both military personnel and civilians began adjusting to an open-ended struggle with no clearly articulated endpoint. The foundations for eventual collapse were now firmly established. By early 1943, the confirmation of the Stalingrad disaster forced a fundamental recalibration of German wartime consciousness. The announcement of the Sixth Army's destruction couldn't be disguised as a tactical setback. Over 90,000 men had been lost in a single catastrophic defeat. 3 days of official mourning were declared, an unprecedented acknowledgement of military failure. Public spaces displayed black crepe decorations, while theatres, cinemas, and restaurants closed temporarily. This organised grieving ritual marked a decisive transition point in how Germans understood the war's trajectory. The regime's response centred around Joseph Goebbels' famous Total War speech at the Berlin Sportpalast on February 18, 1943. This carefully choreographed event represented a sophisticated attempt to transform military disaster into psychological mobilisation. When Goebbels asked his audience, Do you want total war? The enthusiastic affirmative response captured on film reflected not necessarily ideological fanaticism, but rather a psychological mechanism that social psychologists now term escalation of commitment, having invested heavily in the war effort. Many Germans responded to setbacks by increasing rather than questioning their investment. Civilian life underwent accelerated militarization throughout 1943. Work weeks extended to 60-plus hours in armament industries. Women previously exempted from labour service received conscription notices. Children's education increasingly focused on practical war contributions rather than academic content. 16-year-old Eric Kastner recorded his experience. School now consists primarily of salvage collection, air raid response training, and agricultural labour assignments. Actual classroom instruction occupies perhaps 10 hours weekly. Material conditions deteriorated as resource allocation shifted decisively toward military priorities. Civilian clothing production virtually ceased. Families adapted by endlessly modifying existing garments. A dark joke circulated. How do you recognize a 1943 fashion design? It's made from curtains with the rod holes still visible. Building maintenance ended for non-essential structures, with weathering damage left unrepaired. Public transportation operated on reduced schedules, leading to overcrowded vehicles. These daily frictions created cumulative psychological strain that affected productivity and social cohesion. The Allied bombing campaign intensified dramatically, reaching sustained strategic levels by mid-1943. The Hamburg firestorm of July 1943, Operation Gomorrah, killed approximately 37,000 civilians and destroyed over 250,000 homes in a single concentrated attack sequence. The psychological impact extended far beyond Hamburg itself. Citizens throughout Germany now understand that similar destruction could visit their communities at any time. Air raid precautions consumed increasing energy and resources, with substantial portions of the population experiencing chronic sleep deprivation from nighttime alerts. Private correspondence reflects this deteriorating psychological climate. Ursula Maurer, a municipal office worker in Stuttgart, wrote to her evacuated children, "One lives from alert to all-clear signal, sleeping in daytime hours when possible, carrying critical documents and valuables everywhere. Normal life rhythms have dissolved entirely." This perpetual stress state contributed to declining health metrics across the civilian population, with stress-related ailments increasing dramatically. Food security became an increasing concern as agricultural production suffered from manpower shortages and fertilizer constraints. Urban residents established informal networks with rural connections, arranging weekend trips to farming areas for direct food purchases or barter exchanges. Authorities tolerated this technically illegal circumvention of rationing systems, recognizing its necessity for maintaining minimal nutrition standards. By late 1943, official rations provided approximately 1,500 daily calories for normal consumers, technically sufficient for survival, but inadequate for workers performing physical labor. Information management became increasingly challenging for authorities. The Reich Security Main Office documented growing defeatist conversations in public spaces, while intercepted private correspondence revealed declining confidence in official narratives. Rather than direct censorship, which would acknowledge information problems, authorities responded with intensified propaganda, emphasizing miracle weapons under development and potential divisions among Allied powers. These narratives lost credibility among segments of the population who had access to alternative information sources, especially those who could listen to forbidden foreign radio broadcasts. Religious institutions experienced a notable revival during this period. Church attendance increased significantly in both Protestant and Catholic congregations, with religious authorities carefully balancing spiritual comfort against regime opposition. Pastor Dietrich Bonhoeffer's secret seminary activities represented the most organized theological resistance, but thousands of local clergy provided more subtle moral alternatives to official worldviews. This religious revitalization represented a significant cultural current running counter to the regime's totalitarian aspirations. The family unit underwent profound transformations as female-headed households became the norm rather than the exception. With most working-age men in military service, women assumed unprecedented responsibilities managing family finances, making educational decisions, and maintaining property. This practical experience contradicted official gender ideology, while creating post-war expectations that would prove impossible to reverse. Sociologist Elizabeth Heinemann terms this the negotiated patriarchy, nominal adherence to traditional gender roles while practical circumstances required their systematic violation. By late 1943, German society existed in a state of contradictory consciousness. Official rhetoric maintained victory remained achievable, while daily experience provided mounting evidence of unsustainable decline. This cognitive dissonance produced social behaviours that external observers often misinterpreted as fanaticism, but actually represented adaptive mechanisms for navigating impossible contradictions. German society had entered a condition of paradoxical functionality, maintaining productive activity while fundamental systems degraded beneath the surface. This tenuous equilibrium would face even greater challenges as military reversals accelerated in the coming year. The Allied landings in Normandy on June 6, 1944, shattered a critical psychological bulwark. Since 1940, German propaganda had emphasized the impregnability of the Atlantic Wall defensive system. Elaborate media reports had showcased massive concrete bunkers, underwater obstacles, and dense minefields supposedly making invasion impossible. When Anglo-American forces established a viable beachhead despite these defences, the credibility gap between official claims and observable reality widened irreparably. Heinz Guderian later wrote, "The psychological impact of the successful invasion exceeded its immediate military significance. It demonstrated that nothing proclaimed impossible by our leadership was actually beyond Allied capabilities." The assassination attempt against Hitler on the July 20th, 1944 revealed deep fractures within the German elite that had been carefully concealed from public view. The involvement of senior military officers, aristocrats, diplomats and civil servants contradicted the image of unified national purpose carefully cultivated since 1933. The regime's response, approximately 5,000 executions and 7,000 arrests, represents an unprecedented internal security crisis requiring substantial resources diverted from military needs. This internal purge particularly devastated professional military leadership, removing experienced officers during a period of maximal external threat. Industrial production achieved paradoxical peak outputs in mid-1944, despite intensifying Allied bombing. Albert Speer's rationalization initiatives, coupled with the exploitation of approximately 7.6 million foreign forced labourers, temporarily offset resource limitations. This production miracle created false confidence among some leadership circles while masking fundamental systemic vulnerabilities. The transportation infrastructure supporting this industrial output, particularly railways and canals, faced increasing disruption from precision bombing, creating distribution bottlenecks that left finished weapons stranded at production facilities. Foreign workers represented an increasingly visible presence throughout Germany, creating complex daily interactions that contradicted racial ideology. By 1944, approximately 1/4 of the German workforce consisted of foreign nationals, some voluntary workers from Allied or neutral countries, others conscripted labourers, and still others concentration camp inmates allocated to industrial enterprises. While official policy mandated strict separation, practical necessity required working relationships that sometimes developed into human connections despite severe penalties. Factory supervisor Wilhelm Hauser recorded, "Theory dictates minimum interaction with Polish workers. Reality requires teaching them machinery operation, which inevitably leads to conversation beyond technical matters." The Soviet summer offensive, Operation Bagration, beginning June 22, 1944, destroyed Army Group Center, inflicting losses from which the Wehrmacht never recovered. The scale of this disaster surpassed even Stalingrad. With approximately 350,000 German casualties in a 5-week period, the psychological impact was magnified by the timing, occurring simultaneously with the Normandy campaign. It created inescapable awareness that Germany faced overwhelming pressure on multiple fronts without adequate resources for effective response. Military communications from this period reflect dawning recognition of inevitable defeat among field commanders, though such assessments remained criminalized if expressed officially. Civilian evacuation programs expanded dramatically as the eastern territories became threatened. Approximately 1.8 million Germans fled from East Prussia, Silesia and other eastern regions in late 1944, creating massive resource demands for temporary housing. food distribution, and administrative services in receiving areas already under severe strain. These refugee populations brought first-hand accounts of the military collapse that contradicted sanitized official information, accelerating awareness of the strategic situation among Western German populations previously insulated from direct war effects. Transportation systems approached systemic failure by autumn 1944. Allied bombing specifically targeted railway junctions, bridges, and canal locks, creating cascading disruptions throughout the logistics network. Coal deliveries to urban areas became increasingly unreliable, leading to heating restrictions even before winter weather arrived. The ripple effects extended through all sectors. Industrial production declined despite available raw materials and labour. Food distribution suffered despite adequate harvests in some regions. Military units received decreasing supply percentages despite prioritisation efforts. This logistical unravelling represented the practical manifestation of strategic defeat that theoretical analyses had predicted months earlier. Propaganda messaging underwent subtle but significant evolution, emphasising endurance rather than victory. The concept of holding out durchhalten replaced previous narratives of inevitable triumph. References to historical examples of national resilience became prominent, particularly the 7 Years' War when Frederick the Great's Prussia had survived, despite seemingly hopeless military circumstances. This messaging shift implicitly acknowledged the deteriorating situation while attempting to maintain civilian cooperation with increasingly desperate measures. The Volkssturm, People's Storm Militia, established in September 1944, represented both practical military desperation and psychological manipulation. By conscripting males between 16 to 60 previously exempted from service, authorities gained approximately 175,000 poorly trained personnel while simultaneously creating broader investment in continued resistance. The psychological calculation proved partly successful. Families with Volkssturm members felt an increased commitment to defence measures despite recognition of the overall strategic situation. This force was militarily ineffective but played a socially significant role in maintaining civil functioning during the accelerating collapse. Christmas 1914 marked a poignant psychological milestone. Despite unprecedented material shortages, families maintained holiday traditions with remarkable determination. Surviving records show elaborate efforts to create meaningful celebrations, decorations manufactured from salvaged materials, gifts fashioned from repurposed items, special meals assembled from hoarded ration portions. This determination reflected not necessarily ideological commitment, but rather psychological necessity, maintaining cultural continuity amid disintegration. The contrast between these intimate celebrations and the catastrophic military situation, the Ardennes offensive had already stalled, created a dissociative experience that many survivors later struggled to articulate coherently. As 1944 concluded, German society existed in multiple contradictory realities simultaneously. Military defeat had become mathematically inevitable given resource disparities and territorial losses. Yet daily life continued with remarkable functionality in areas not directly affected by combat. Institutional structures maintained operational continuity despite leadership losses and resource constraints. Individual Germans navigated impossible ethical dilemmas with varying degrees of compromise and resistance. This complex condition, functioning organizations within a failing system and ethical individuals within a criminal state, defies simplified historical categorization and continues to challenge historical understanding decades later. January 1945 marked the beginning of comprehensive system collapse. The Soviet Vistula-Oder offensive, launched on January 12th, represented warfare of unprecedented ferocity on German soil. Civilized behaviors deteriorated rapidly on all sides. Johannes Henschel, a municipal administrator in East Prussia, documented the psychological environment. Survival replaced all other considerations. Those with transportation fled westward immediately. Those without became desperate beyond description. Civil authorities ceased functioning entirely within hours. This dissolution of organised society occurred with shocking rapidity in eastern regions, creating behavioural dynamics that institutional structures had previously constrained. The refugee crisis reached catastrophic proportions. Approximately 8.5 million Germans fled westward during the war's final months, most during harsh winter conditions with minimal provisions. The Baltic Sea evacuation Operation Hannibal moved approximately 2 million civilians from East Prussia and surrounding regions despite Soviet submarine attacks that produced maritime disasters like the Wilhelm Gustloff sinking, 9,400 deaths. These desperate population movements created overwhelming humanitarian challenges and hindered effective defence preparations in the western regions that were receiving this influx of people. Allied bombing reached maximum intensity during this period, targeting mid-sized cities previously spared systematic destruction. The Dresden firebombing of February 13 to 15, 1945, killed approximately 25,000 civilians and devastated a city swollen with refugees. Similar attacks struck Pforzheim, Würzburg, and dozens of smaller communities with limited military significance. This final bombing phase created profound psychological trauma that post-war German society struggled for decades to process adequately. The apparent purposelessness of destruction at this late stage generated lasting moral questions that transcended typical war narratives. Resource systems collapsed entirely. Food distribution became localized and irregular. Municipal water and sanitation services functioned intermittently. Electricity availability declined to a few hours daily in most regions. Medical supplies disappeared from civilian facilities. Currency effectively lost practical value, replaced by direct barter arrangements for essential items. Despite these catastrophic conditions, remarkable instances of organizational continuity persisted. Hospital Administrator Ruth Elke documented, "We maintained surgical services despite lacking basic antiseptics. Staff performed procedures during daylight hours due to frequent electricity failures. Instead of using supply systems, staff gardens provide food to patients. Medicine continues amid societal collapse." Military-age males faced impossible choices. Desertion rates increased dramatically despite field executions for undermining military morale. Approximately 30,000 German soldiers were executed for disciplinary violations during the war, with the majority occurring during these final months. Many soldiers sought medical excuses, self-inflicted injuries, or unauthorized home visits rather than formal desertion. Others continued fighting despite recognizing strategic hopelessness, motivated by unit cohesion rather than ideological commitment. This complex response pattern defies simple categorization as either fanaticism or resistance. Most participants navigated impossible ethical terrain with limited available options. Leadership psychology deteriorated markedly. Hitler's physical decline accelerated following the July 1944 assassination attempt, with witnesses describing trembling hands, shuffling gait, and increasing detachment from operational realities. His strategic directives became increasingly divorced from military capabilities, often ordering non-existent units to conduct impossible operations. This leadership collapse created a vacuum filled by competing power centers. Himmler, Bormann, Goebbels, and various military factions pursued contradictory agendas while maintaining nominal loyalty. This fragmentation prevented coordinated surrender negotiations that might have limited final phase destruction. The concentration camp system underwent frantic evacuation as Allied forces approached, producing notorious death marches with extraordinary mortality rates. Camp guards forced inmates to walk westward in harsh winter conditions with minimal provisions, executing those unable to maintain pace. Approximately 250,000 prisoners died during these evacuations. German civilians and communities along these routes faced moral decisions about intervention, assistance, or passive observation, choices many would later struggle to explain satisfactorily during post-war accounting. This final phase of systematic atrocity occurred amid broader societal disintegration, creating complex moral entanglements between perpetrators, victims, and bystanders. Children experienced particularly severe psychological trauma during this period. With schools closed indefinitely, normal developmental structures disappeared. Many youths assumed adult responsibilities managing households with absent parents. The Hitler Youth Organization transformed from ideological indoctrination into practical military auxiliary, with teenagers operating anti-aircraft batteries, serving as courier runners, and providing emergency services during bombing raids. This militarization of childhood created lasting psychological effects that psychiatrists would document for decades afterward. Religious resources provided crucial psychological support for many Germans during this terminal phase. Church attendance reached unprecedented levels despite building damage and clergy shortages. Improvised worship services occurred in basements, bunkers, and damaged sanctuaries. Theology emphasized apocalyptic themes while providing frameworks for understanding suffering outside political narratives. Pastor Ernst Neuwirth recorded, "People who never previously showed religious interest now crowd our damaged church. They seek meaning system that transcends immediate catastrophe." This religious revival represented significant movement away from state ideology toward alternative value frameworks. As Allied forces penetrated deeper into Germany, civilian encounters with Western troops often contradicted propaganda expectations. Wehrmacht veteran Heinrich Böll later wrote, "American soldiers distributing chocolate to children did more to demolish Nazi ideology than 12 years of opposition could accomplish. These direct interactions revealed enemy monsters as recognizably human, accelerating psychological separation from regime narratives." Soviet zone experiences often proved dramatically different, with widespread atrocities creating lasting trauma that shaped post-war political alignments. Hitler's suicide on April 30th, 1945, followed by Germany's unconditional surrender on May 8th, created the formal endpoint of the Nazi state. However, the psychological process of regime collapse had occurred unevenly across German society over the preceding months, and would continue long afterward. Military historian Joachim Fest noted, "Germany experienced not one surrender, but thousands of local capitulations occurring at different moments for different reasons." This fragmented ending created inconsistent experiences that complicated post-war memory formation and accountability processes. The war's conclusion found German society in catastrophic material condition. Approximately 20% of housing stock had been destroyed. Transportation infrastructure had collapsed. Industrial production had ceased almost entirely. Food production had fallen to approximately 35% of pre-war levels. Beyond physical devastation, the psychological condition proved equally damaged. Collective trauma, disrupted identity formations, and moral compromise created lasting effects that would shape German development for generations. The societal challenge transitioned from military conflict to fundamental questions of physical survival, ethical reconstruction, and cultural meaning-making amid unprecedented devastation. The immediate post-surrender period created experiences that defied conventional categories of peace or post-war for most Germans. Daily existence centered on basic survival challenges rather than political reorientation. Caloric intake in the British and American occupation zones averaged approximately 1,200 daily calories through 1945, and 6 above starvation levels, but producing chronic malnutrition and associated health conditions. Housing shortages forced multiple families into damaged dwellings designed for single households. Fuel scarcity made winter heating incomplete, while destroyed infrastructure limited basic sanitation. These material conditions created a persistent emergency mentality that hindered the community's ability to psychologically process recent events. The currency collapse produced economic conditions that normalized irregular transactions. The cigarette emerged as the functional monetary unit, with complex exchange rate systems developing spontaneously. A skilled worker's daily wage might purchase 2 cigarettes, which could be traded for 3 pounds of potatoes or half a pound of butter on grey markets. This economic disruption particularly disadvantaged those lacking access to agricultural connections or valuable trade items, especially the urban elderly and war widows. Social worker Emma Wieskirch noted, "Those who survived bombing and invasion now face starvation amid technical peace. Many question whether survival itself constitutes victory." Denazification procedures created profound ambiguity for individuals navigating occupation systems. The classification categories, major offenders, offenders, lesser offenders, followers, exonerated, required complex documentation, character, witnesses, and narrative explanations of past activities. This process generated what historian Norbert Frey terms exculpatory creativity, retrospective reinterpretation of actions within acceptable frameworks. By 1948, approximately 25% of adult Germans had completed some form of denazification procedure, creating inconsistent accountability that satisfied neither justice requirements nor practical reintegration needs. Family reunification proceeded unevenly, as approximately 11 million military personnel returned from captivity over several years. Soviet prisoners, in particular, extended detention, with the last of them returning only in 1945, These delayed homecomings created complex reintegration challenges as families had established new functional patterns during men's absence. Psychologist Alexander Mitscherlich documented widespread reintegration syndrome, psychological difficulties as returning men encountered wives and children who had developed independence and decisional autonomy. Children often struggled with fathers they barely remembered or never knew, creating intergenerational communication barriers that persisted for decades. The Stunde Null, 0-hour concept emerged as psychological framework for managing recent past. This metaphor suggested complete historical rupture, dividing experience into separate before and after periods with minimal continuity. While historically inaccurate, this conceptualization provided psychological utility by allowing compartmentalization of uncomfortable memories and moral compromises. Historian Konrad Jarausch identifies the practice as protective periodization, creating mental boundaries that facilitated daily functioning while postponing genuine historical reckoning. This separation particularly manifested in family silence about Nazi-era experiences, creating what psychologists later termed the communicative gap. Many German households established implicit rules against discussing certain topics, particularly personal involvement in Nazi organizations, knowledge of atrocities, or moral compromises made during the regime years. Children born after 1945 often reported growing up with nebulous understanding of their parents' war experiences, receiving fragmentary or sanitized accounts that emphasize suffering rather than agency. This intergenerational silence created psychological inheritance patterns that psychoanalyst Nicolas Barbian called transmitted trauma. Younger generations experiencing emotional disturbances from events they never personally witnessed, but absorbed through family dynamics. The silence about the Nazi past within families reflected a broader societal pattern where public discourse focused overwhelmingly on German suffering, bombing, expulsion from Eastern territories, post-war hardships, while minimizing questions of complicity or responsibility. This selective memory approach allowed many Germans to navigate daily existence without crippling guilt, but created substantial barriers to genuine moral reckoning that would only be confronted decades later by subsequent generations. Close your eyes and imagine the night sky over ancient China, sometime around the 7th century. There are no streetlights, no neon signs, and no glow from smartphones or television screens filtering through curtains. The darkness here is complete in a way that most of us have never experienced, broken only by oil lamps flickering in windows and the vast sweep of stars overhead. So many stars that the Milky Way looks like spilled rice across black silk. In this world, night meant something different than it does for you now. When the sun set over the tiled roofs and winding rivers, most people simply stopped their work. Farmers returned to their homes, markets closed. The rhythm of life followed the sun because working after dark was difficult, expensive, and frankly exhausting when your only light source required constant feeding with oil or tallow. But in certain workshops scattered throughout the empire, light still burned long after sunset. These were the spaces of alchemists, not the magical wizards you might picture from fantasy novels, but something closer to the chemists and pharmacists of their time, though they would have been puzzled by those modern terms. These practitioners mixed substances, heated materials, ground minerals into powders, and recorded their observations with the kind of meticulous care that would make a modern scientist nod in approval. The alchemists worked by lamplight, their faces illuminated by small flames that cast dancing shadows on walls covered with shelves. These shelves held ceramic jars and bamboo containers, each carefully labelled in elegant characters that described their contents. Sulphur from volcanic regions, saltpeter gathered from cave walls, and charcoal ground from specific types of wood. The air in these workshops carried a distinctive smell, earthy, mineral, slightly acrid, with occasional sweet notes from various plant materials. You need to understand that these people weren't trying to invent fireworks. That thought hadn't occurred to anyone because fireworks didn't exist yet. The alchemists were pursuing something that seemed far more practical and infinitely more important: immortality. Or at least they were seeking elixirs that might extend life, cure diseases, or grant various forms of spiritual enlightenment. The idea that their experiments might instead produce spectacular entertainment would have struck them as a curious and probably disappointing outcome. Chinese alchemical tradition by this period had developed over centuries, building on texts and teachings passed from master to student in an unbroken chain of knowledge. These practitioners combined what we might call proto-chemistry with philosophical concepts drawn from Taoism and Buddhism. They believed that by understanding and manipulating the fundamental substances of the material world, they could achieve transformations that extended beyond the merely physical. The night sky above these workshops held profound meaning in Chinese cosmology. Astronomers had been mapping the heavens for thousands of years, recording the movements of planets and stars, predicting eclipses and weaving celestial observations into both calendar keeping and philosophical understanding. The idea that humans might one day add their own lights to the night sky, colourful, brilliant, temporary flashes that existed purely for beauty, would have seemed like a peculiar form of hubris. And yet, that's exactly what was about to happen. In the quiet hours after midnight, when even the city's dogs had finished their evening chorus and settled into sleep, alchemists continued their patient work. They heated substances in ceramic vessels, watching how materials change colour and texture under flame. They mixed powders in careful proportions, grinding components together with pestles that had been smoothed by generations of use. They wrote down their observations in characters that flowed like water across paper or silk, creating records that would be studied by students decades or centuries later. The temperature in these workshops varied with the season. In winter, the furnaces provided welcome warmth, and alchemists might work through the night in relative comfort, their hands steady as they measured and mixed. In summer, the heat from flames and furnaces made the work almost unbearable, and practitioners often chose the cooler night hours for their more delicate experiments, working with windows open to catch whatever breeze might pass through the humid air. What none of these night workers realised was that they stood at the edge of a discovery that would transform human celebration and self-expression in ways that would echo through the next 1,000 years. The substances sitting in their jars, sulphur, saltpeter and charcoal, were waiting to teach humanity something new about light, sound, and the surprising beauty that can emerge from controlled combustion. But discovery requires more than just the right materials. It requires patience, careful observation, and often a willingness to recognise that you've found something interesting, even when it's not what you were looking for. The alchemists of Tang Dynasty China possessed all these qualities in abundance, along with something else crucial. They kept detailed records of their work, allowing knowledge to accumulate across generations. As you drift deeper into relaxation, imagine the sound of a pestle grinding against stone, the soft scratch of a brush recording observations, and the gentle crackle of a small furnace maintaining steady heat. These were the sounds of inquiry, of human curiosity pursuing understanding through direct investigation of the material world. In their quiet way, these sounds were the prelude to the spectacular explosions of colour that would one day mark festivals and celebrations around the world. Let's slow down and really observe what these alchemists were doing, because their daily practice was far more interesting than any dramatic explosion. In fact, the first steps toward fireworks were probably quite boring in the moment, which makes them perfect for our bedtime story. Picture yourself as an apprentice in one of these workshops, learning the craft from a master who has spent decades studying the properties of materials. Your mornings begin with grinding. Sulphur must be reduced to a fine powder. Charcoal needs to be crushed to a consistency that looks almost like soot. And saltpeter requires patient pulverizing until it feels like silk between your fingers. This grinding work is meditative in its repetition, the kind of task that allows your mind to wander while your hands maintain their steady rhythm. Sulphur arrived at the workshop in lumpy yellow chunks that looked like strange cheese, harvested from volcanic regions where the earth itself seemed to breathe out this mineral. When you ground it, the smell was unmistakable. that distinctive sharp odour that makes you think of hot springs and volcanic vents, a scent that told your nose something about the Earth's inner chemistry, even if you couldn't articulate what that something was. Saltpeter, known to the Chinese as Chinese snow or fire drug, came from a more prosaic source. It crystallised on the walls of caves in certain types of soil, and particularly around places where organic material had decomposed over long periods. Collectors knew where to find the best deposits, often in caves that had sheltered bats or other animals whose waste had contributed to the formation of these white crystalline formations. When purified and dried, saltpeter looked innocent enough. White crystals that you might mistake for salt if you didn't know better. Charcoal was perhaps the most familiar of the three ingredients, produced by the controlled burning of wood in low oxygen conditions. But not just any charcoal would do. Alchemists learned through patient trial and error that charcoal from different woods had different properties. Willow charcoal burned differently than pine charcoal. The temperature at which the wood had been charred made a difference. These subtle variations mattered in ways that wouldn't become fully clear until much later. The master alchemist would teach you to test materials before using them in important experiments. A small bit of sulphur placed on a hot surface should melt smoothly and burn with a particular colour of flame. Saltpeter should dissolve cleanly in water without leaving excessive residue. Charcoal should be light, pure, and free from unburned wood. These quality checks were part of the daily rhythm, small acts of verification that ensured you were working with known substances rather than impure mixtures. The alchemical texts that guided this work were sometimes frustratingly vague by modern standards. Instructions might read something like, "Take the essence of fire," or "Combine the earthly and heavenly elements in balance," leaving considerable room for interpretation. Apprentices learned that these poetic descriptions often encoded specific procedures that made more sense once you understood the underlying principles through direct experience. When alchemists began experimenting with combinations of sulphur, saltpeter, and charcoal, they were following a logical path in their search for transformative substances. Sulphur was associated with fire and transformation. Saltpeter had remarkable properties. It could preserve food, it affected the way things burned, and it seemed to possess a kind of inherent power that alchemists found fascinating. Charcoal represented the transformation of wood through fire, a substance that had already undergone a kind of alchemical change. The first mixtures were probably quite simple, perhaps equal parts of each ingredient, ground together and heated gently to see what would happen. The results would have been interesting but not spectacular. The mixture burned more readily than any single component alone, producing flames and heat in unexpected ways. This would have been noted, recorded, and investigated further. You have to imagine the patience involved here. Modern chemistry students can look up exact formulas and expected results. These alchemists were exploring completely unknown territory, with no periodic table to guide them, no understanding of oxidation or combustion at the molecular level, just careful observation and systematic experimentation. When a mixture behaved in unexpected ways, they would vary the proportions slightly, a bit more sulphur, a bit less charcoal, or different grades of saltpeter. At some point, and we don't know exactly when or where because the discovery wasn't initially seen as particularly important, someone created a mixture with roughly the right proportions to produce what we now call black powder or gunpowder. This mixture, when ignited in an enclosed space, didn't just burn steadily. It deflagrated rapidly, producing gas and heat so quickly that it created pressure, force, and a distinctive sharp report that probably startled everyone in the workshop. The first reaction to this discovery was likely not excitement, but concern. Alchemists were trying to create elixirs of life, not explosive substances. An experiment that resulted in loud noises, acrid smoke, and potential danger was, from their perspective, a failure. Some early texts warned against certain combinations of materials, describing them as dangerous and unsuitable for their intended purposes. These warnings, preserved in alchemical manuscripts, are some of our earliest evidence of black powder's discovery. But curiosity is a powerful force, especially among people dedicated to understanding how materials behave. Even if explosive mixtures weren't useful for creating immortality elixirs, they were certainly interesting. Some alchemists began experimenting with these energetic combinations, probably moving their work outdoors or to more isolated locations where sudden noises and bursts of flame wouldn't disturb neighbours or risk damaging their workshops. They discovered that the mixture's behaviour changed dramatically based on several factors. The fineness of the grinding mattered. Finer powders reacted more quickly. The proportions were crucial. Too much sulphur and the mixture burned sluggishly. Too much saltpeter and it barely burned at all. The right balance created that rapid deflagration. The moisture content affected stability and performance. These were the kinds of details that could only be learned through repeated experimentation. Someone, and again, we don't know who, because these weren't the kinds of experiments that seemed worthy of recording prominent discoveries, had the idea of putting the mixture in a bamboo tube. Bamboo was ubiquitous in China, used for everything from scaffolding to musical instruments to water pipes. It grew hollow naturally, creating ready-made tubes that were light, fairly strong, and easily cut to size. When black powder was placed in a bamboo tube with one end sealed and then ignited, something remarkable happened. The rapid production of gas had nowhere to go but out the open end, creating thrust. The tube jumped, moved, or if held down, roared and shot flame from the opening. The noise was considerable, a sharp crack or bang that echoed across courtyards and probably provoked complaints from neighbours trying to sleep. If the bamboo tube was closed at both ends with just a small hole in the sealed portions, the pressure would build until the bamboo split or ruptured with an even louder report. This created something new in human experience, an intentional loud noise not produced by hitting things together, not created by voice or horn, but generated by chemical reaction. The sound was sharp, distinctive, and attention-getting in a way that must have seemed almost magical. And here's where the story takes its turn towards celebration rather than alchemy. Because someone, watching these bamboo tubes split and rupture with their sharp bangs, had a thought that changed everything. What if that's actually useful? Not for making medicine or pursuing immortality, but for something else entirely. For driving away evil spirits, for marking important moments, and for adding drama and excitement to celebrations. Now we reach one of those moments in history where practical use diverges from original intent, and something created for one purpose finds its true calling in something entirely different. The journey from alchemist's mishap to festival entertainment required a shift in perspective. Someone had to look at a loud, smoky, sometimes dangerous chemical reaction and think, let's do that on purpose, for fun. Chinese culture had a long tradition of using noise to drive away evil spirits and negative forces. During New Year celebrations, people would bang drums, clang cymbals, and create as much commotion as possible to scare away any malevolent entities that might want to linger into the new year. The louder the better, because evil spirits were apparently quite timid and easily startled. So when someone observed that bamboo tubes filled with black powder produced remarkably loud bangs, it wasn't a huge leap to think, we could use this for New Year. The first firecrackers, and they were literally crackers of fire, bamboo crackling from internal pressure, were probably used this way, as noisemakers for festivals and celebrations. Imagine the first New Year festival where these devices were used. Families would light traditional firecrackers made from regular bamboo. These produced pops and cracks as air pockets in the bamboo exploded from heat. But then someone would bring out the special bamboo tubes, the ones filled with the alchemist's powder, and the resulting bangs would be so much louder, so much more impressive, that everyone would jump and laugh and feel certain that no evil spirit would dare linger after that kind of announcement. The transition from medicinal research to entertainment might seem strange, but it follows a pattern you can observe throughout history. plenty of substances and technologies discovered for serious purposes found their calling in pleasure and celebration. The ancient Chinese weren't unique in repurposing their discoveries, they were just particularly creative about it. Once black powder moved from alchemical workshops into the realm of celebration and entertainment, different kinds of experimentation began. Entertainers and festival organisers weren't trying to achieve spiritual transformation, they were trying to create impressive displays. This changed what questions people asked and what kinds of innovations they pursued. Someone discovered that if you pack the powder less tightly in a bamboo tube with a small opening, it would shoot sparks and flames rather than just explode. This created a fountain effect, streams of fire and bright sparks shooting upward in a display that was beautiful in addition to being loud. For the first time, black powder was producing light effects, not just sound. The discovery that different materials added to the black powder mixture could produce different colours came gradually. Copper compounds created blue-green tints. Iron filings added golden sparks. Different types of charcoal burned with subtly different hues. These discoveries were probably accidental at first. Someone used charcoal from a particular wood or powder that had been stored in a copper container and noticed that the flames looked different. These early fireworks, if we can call them that, though they were still quite primitive, were probably used at important occasions beyond just New Year celebrations. Weddings might feature special bamboo crackers to bless the union and frighten away any spirits that might bring bad luck. Religious festivals could include fire displays as offerings or ceremonies. Important visitors might be greeted with impressive noises and flames as a sign of honour and celebration. The aesthetic that developed around these early displays was distinctly Chinese, emphasising certain qualities over others. Loud noises were good. They fulfilled the practical purpose of spirit scaring, and also demonstrated the power and effectiveness of the display. Bright sparks and flames were desirable, creating visual interest and beauty. But the displays remained relatively close to the ground, shooting up from tubes planted in the earth or held by brave individuals who understood the timing. The social aspects of these celebrations mattered as much as the pyrotechnics themselves. Festivals were communal events where families gathered, special foods were prepared, and the normal routines of daily life were set aside for collective celebration. The fire displays became one element in a rich tapestry of activities, but an increasingly important element because they offered something unique that couldn't be replicated through any other means. As these practices spread from one region to another, local variations developed. Different areas had access to different materials, leading to regional styles of firecracker construction and firing. Some regions became known for particularly loud crackers, others for especially bright sparks, and still others for innovative designs and effects. This diversity meant that the art of fire displays was constantly evolving, with techniques and innovations spreading through networks of merchants, travellers and festival organisers. The manufacture of these devices began to shift from alchemists to specialised craftspeople who focused specifically on creating items for celebration rather than pursuing any medicinal or spiritual goals. These early pyrotechnicians learned through apprenticeship, mastering the art of grinding powders to the right consistency, mixing proportions that would burn correctly, and packing bamboo tubes in ways that produced desired effects without being too dangerous. Safety was, of course, a concern, though perhaps not emphasised as much as modern safety. Professionals might prefer. Accidents happened, bamboo tubes exploded prematurely, sparks ignited nearby materials, and enthusiastic celebrations sometimes resulted in burns or injuries. But the benefits, the joy, the spectacle, the sense of driving away evil and welcoming good fortune seemed to outweigh these risks in the minds of most participants. The timing of displays became ritualised. Certain moments in festivals would be marked by particularly impressive crackers or fire fountains. The New Year transition, for instance, might feature sustained sequences of explosions, creating a wall of sound that marked the boundary between the old year and the new. Wedding ceremonies might include specific patterns of crackers that symbolised good wishes for the couple. These rituals gave structure and meaning to what might otherwise be just random explosions. Children, of course, were fascinated by these fire devices, though probably not allowed to handle them directly given the obvious dangers. Part of growing up in a community that used black powder for celebrations meant learning the appropriate respect for these powerful substances, understanding that they were wonderful but needed to be treated with care, that the loud noises and bright sparks came with real risks that required adult supervision and expertise. The psychology of these displays is worth considering as you settle deeper into relaxation. Why do humans enjoy loud noises and bright lights, especially in celebration? There's something primal about our attraction to fire, to light in darkness, and to sounds that command attention and announce importance. The Chinese pyrotechnicians had tapped into something fundamental about human perception and emotion, creating experiences that engaged multiple senses simultaneously and marked moments as special and significant. As we move forward through Chinese history into the Tang dynasty, 618 to 907 CE, and especially the Song dynasty, 960 to 1279 CE, the use of fireworks in festivals became increasingly sophisticated and culturally important. These were periods of remarkable artistic flourishing in China: poetry, painting, ceramics, and yes, the art of fire displays all reached new heights of refinement. The Tang dynasty was a time when China's capital cities grew into cosmopolitan centres where merchants from across Asia met, traded goods, and exchanged ideas. Chang'an, the Tang capital, became one of the largest cities in the world, home to over 1 million people who came from dozens of different ethnic groups and cultural backgrounds. In this environment, festivals became showcases for imperial grandeur and cultural sophistication. Imperial festivals during the Tang period were spectacular affairs that lasted for days and featured every form of entertainment imaginable. There were musical performances with orchestras of dozens of instruments, dance troupes performing elaborate choreographed pieces, acrobats and jugglers demonstrating impossible feats of balance and coordination, and yes, increasingly impressive fire displays that had evolved far beyond the simple bamboo crackers of earlier generations. The fireworks of the Tang period began to include what we might call special effects. Craftspeople learned to create devices that would shoot sparks in particular patterns, or that would burn through sequences of different colours, or that would create shapes and images in flame. These innovations required careful engineering, designing tubes with multiple chambers, arranging different powder mixtures in specific orders, and timing sequences so that one effect would lead naturally into another. Lantern festivals became particularly associated with fire displays. These events, traditionally held on the 15th day of the first lunar month, featured elaborate paper lanterns lit by candles and carried through streets in processions. The combination of soft lantern light and the sudden brilliance of fireworks created an aesthetic contrast that festival organisers found compelling. The gentle glow of paper and silk, punctuated by sharp bursts of sparks and flame. During the Song dynasty, the sophistication of fireworks reached new levels. This was partly because Song China was remarkably prosperous and urbanised, creating demand for elaborate entertainment, and partly because the technical knowledge of black powder and its applications had matured through centuries of experimentation. Song fireworks catalogues. Yes, they had catalogues. Described dozens of different types of devices with specialised names and functions. There were ground rats that would scurry across the earth shooting sparks, water rats designed to skim across the surface of ponds while burning, and flying fish that would leap and arc through the air. Each of these devices required careful design to produce the desired motion and effects. The craftspeople who made them were combining practical knowledge of physics, thrust, balance, trajectory, with chemistry and artistry. Skyrockets appeared during this period, representing a major advance in fireworks technology. By carefully designing the tube and powder load, pyrotechnicians could create devices that would shoot high into the air before exploding or releasing sparks. These weren't yet the elaborate aerial displays of modern fireworks, but they were moving in that direction, taking fire effects up into the night sky rather than keeping them bound to the earth. The social organisation of fireworks displays also became more sophisticated. Imperial workshops employed teams of specialists who did nothing but create fire devices for court celebrations. Master craftspeople commanded high prices for their services, and successful pyrotechnicians might travel from city to city, hired by wealthy merchants and officials to create impressive displays for important occasions. Competition between different workshops and craftspeople drove innovation. When one festival featured a new type of device or effect, others would try to replicate and improve upon it. This competitive dynamic, combined with the resources available in prosperous song cities, meant that fireworks technology advanced more rapidly during this period than it had in previous centuries. The aesthetic principles that guided these displays were becoming more clearly articulated. Song festival organisers valued surprise, effects that would delight audiences by exceeding expectations. They appreciated variety. A good display should include many different types of devices producing different sounds and visual effects. They sought crescendo, building from smaller displays to larger, more impressive climaxes that would leave audiences marvelling. Integration with other art forms became increasingly important. Fireworks might accompany musical performances with effects timed to key moments in the music. They might be combined with theatrical presentations, adding drama and spectacle to stories being enacted. The best displays were seen as complete artistic experiences that engaged multiple senses and emotions simultaneously. The symbolism embedded in these displays grew more complex. Different colours could represent different concepts: red for good fortune, white for purity, and golden sparks for wealth and prosperity. Certain patterns might suggest specific images: dragons, phoenixes, flowers, or celestial phenomena. Audiences learned to read these visual languages, understanding the meanings and wishes encoded in the fire and smoke. Religious and philosophical dimensions added depth to what might otherwise be mere entertainment. Buddhist temples used fireworks in ceremonies, seeing in the temporary brilliance of sparks a metaphor for the transient nature of existence. Taoist celebrations might incorporate fire displays as representations of transformation and the interplay of fundamental elements. These meanings coexisted with more straightforward enjoyment of beauty and spectacle. The scale of some Song dynasty displays was remarkable. Major festivals might burn through thousands of individual devices over the course of several nights. The preparation required months of work by teams of craftspeople, the coordination of materials from across the empire, and careful planning of sequences and effects. These were productions that rivaled modern events in their complexity and ambition. Descriptions from song poetry and prose give us glimpses of what these displays looked like to contemporary observers. Writers described nights when the sky seemed to bloom with flowers of fire, when artificial stars competed with natural ones, and when the boundaries between earthly celebration and heavenly phenomena seemed to blur in clouds of coloured sparks and thunderous reports. But alongside these poetic descriptions, we also have more practical documents, manuals that describe how to make specific types of fireworks, safety warnings about proper handling procedures, regulations governing when and where displays could be held, and records of accidents that occurred when things went wrong. This combination of artistic appreciation and practical documentation gives us a remarkably complete picture of how fireworks were integrated into Song dynasty life. The experience of attending one of these major festivals would have been overwhelming in the best possible way. Too much to fully process, an abundance of sensory input that would leave you dazed and delighted. The smell of black powder smoke mixed with incense and cooking food. The sounds ranged from whisper-quiet crackles to reports that shook your chest. The visual experience shifted from darkness to brilliant illumination and back again, leaving after images floating across your vision. And through it all, there was the social experience of being part of a crowd, sharing amazement and delight with thousands of other people. and feeling connected to tradition and community through participation in these ancient yet ever-new celebrations. The fireworks weren't just entertainment, they were threads in the fabric of social life, markers of time and season, and expressions of hope and joy. Now we follow the knowledge of black powder and fireworks as it spreads beyond China's borders, carried by merchants, travellers and invaders, along the trade routes that connected ancient civilizations. This dispersal took centuries and happened through many different channels, each adding their own cultural interpretations to the basic technology. The Silk Road, actually a network of routes rather than a single road, served as the primary conduit for many Chinese innovations travelling westward. Merchants carrying silk, porcelain and tea also carried knowledge, sometimes intentionally and sometimes accidentally. The formula for black powder, initially treated as a valuable secret, gradually leaked out through these commercial networks. Arab traders were among the first non-Chinese peoples to encounter fireworks, probably sometime during the late Tang or early Song period. These merchants, who maintained extensive trading networks stretching from China to the Mediterranean, recognized the commercial and military potential of black powder technology. Arab alchemists and craftspeople began experimenting with their own versions of Chinese formulas, adapting them to local materials and purposes. The transmission of knowledge wasn't always straightforward. Recipes might be partially understood or incompletely recorded. Materials available in the Middle East weren't identical to those in China, requiring adaptation and experimentation. What emerged were regional variations on the basic technology, each influenced by local conditions and cultural preferences. In the Islamic world, black powder found applications in both warfare and celebration, though the celebratory uses took longer to develop. Initially, the focus was on the powder's potential as a military tool, for mining operations, for weapons, for demolition. But as the technology matured, Middle Eastern craftspeople began creating their own versions of festival displays, influenced by Chinese models but adapted to Islamic aesthetic principles and religious contexts. Mongol conquests in the 13th century dramatically accelerated the spread of Chinese technologies, including fireworks. The Mongol Empire at its height stretched from China to Europe, creating unprecedented opportunities for cultural exchange and technology transfer. Mongol armies employed Chinese engineers and craftspeople who brought their knowledge of pyrotechnics to new regions. European encounters with fireworks probably began through contact with the Islamic world during the Crusades and through Mongol presence in Eastern Europe. The first European descriptions of black powder and fire devices date from the 13th century and show a mixture of fascination and fear regarding these strange Eastern inventions that produce such dramatic effects. Marco Polo's accounts of his travels in China, written in the late 13th century, included descriptions of fire displays that must have seemed almost incredible to European readers. His writing about festivals with fire that flew through the air and devices that made thunderous sounds contributed to European understanding of Chinese pyrotechnics, though actual technology transfer happened through more direct channels. European craftspeople and alchemists began experimenting with black powder in the 14th century, initially focusing on military applications but gradually recognizing its potential for celebration and display. Italian city-states were particularly innovative in developing European styles of fireworks, creating devices and displays that combined Chinese technical knowledge with European artistic sensibilities. The Italian development of fireworks as a performing art reached sophisticated levels by the 15th and 16th centuries. Pyrotechnicians in Florence, Rome, and Venice created elaborate displays for religious festivals, civic celebrations, and private events. These weren't simple copies of Chinese models, but represented genuine innovation, developing new types of devices and new approaches to choreographing displays. Italian pyrotechnicians introduced several important innovations. They developed more reliable ignition systems that allowed better timing of effects. They created shells, containers that could be launched into the air and would burst at altitude, releasing stars or other effects. They experimented with more complex chemical compositions that produced brighter colours and longer-lasting effects than earlier Chinese formulas. The aesthetic that emerged in European fireworks differed from Chinese traditions in interesting ways. European displays often emphasised geometric patterns and symmetrical designs, reflecting Renaissance artistic principles. They integrated fireworks into broader theatrical productions, using them as elements in allegorical pageants and narrative spectacles. The symbolic vocabulary drew from classical mythology and Christian iconography rather than Chinese cultural references. From Italy, fireworks technology spread to other European centres. France developed its own pyrotechnic traditions, with displays becoming important elements of royal celebrations and civic festivals. England imported Italian experts to create displays for coronations and other state occasions. Germany, Spain, and the Netherlands all developed regional specialties and techniques. In India, Mughal emperors incorporated fireworks into court celebrations, creating a distinctive Indo-Persian style that combined Islamic and Hindu aesthetic elements. Japanese adoption of fireworks, influenced by Chinese technology but developing its own unique characteristics, led to the sophisticated Hanabi traditions that continue today. Each culture that encountered fireworks technology adapted it to local materials, aesthetics, and ceremonial needs. The global dispersal of fireworks technology over several centuries created a fascinating pattern of cultural adaptation and innovation. A technology invented by Chinese alchemists pursuing immortality became a global language of celebration, but one that was pronounced differently in each cultural context. The basic chemistry remained similar, but the ways people use fireworks to express joy, mark important moments, and create shared experiences varied enormously. By the 17th and 18th centuries, fireworks had become established in most major cultures across Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. Each region had developed its own traditions, its own master craftspeople, and its own festival occasions when fire displays were expected and anticipated. The original Chinese innovations had sparked, if you'll pardon the expression, a worldwide tradition that continued to evolve and diversify. This global spread meant that fireworks became one of those rare technologies that transcended cultural boundaries while being adapted to countless local contexts. A celebration in Beijing, Baghdad, and Barcelona might all feature fireworks, but the specific forms those displays took, the occasions they marked, and the meanings they carried would differ significantly based on local culture and tradition. The transmission of pyrotechnic knowledge also created networks of practitioners who shared techniques and innovations across cultural boundaries. Master fireworks makers might travel to learn new methods or share discoveries through correspondence and published texts. Despite political conflicts and cultural differences, the community of people who understood how to create controlled explosions of light and sound maintained a kind of professional kinship based on shared expertise. Let's slow down now and really explore what it meant to be a master pyrotechnician, someone who had devoted their life to understanding how to paint with fire and speak with thunder. This isn't glamorous work, despite the spectacular results. It's patient, detailed, sometimes dangerous, and requires the kind of accumulated wisdom that can only come from years of careful practice. A master fireworks maker's workshop would be a carefully organised space, because organisation might mean the difference between beautiful displays and tragic accidents. Raw materials would be stored separately, kept dry and cool, each substance in its designated location. The workshop would likely be set apart from other buildings, a safety precaution that also provided the quiet needed for concentration during delicate work. The grinding of powder was an art in itself. Too coarse, and the mixture wouldn't burn properly, producing disappointing effects or failing to ignite at all. Too fine, and it became dangerously sensitive, prone to accidental ignition from friction or static. The right consistency felt specific in your hands, not quite like flour, not quite like sand, but something in between that could only be learned through touch and experience. Mixing required attention that bordered on meditation. The proportions had to be exact, but exact by feel and appearance rather than by precise measurement with calibrated instruments. A master could look at a mixture and know whether it needed more saltpeter or less sulphur. They could feel the texture between their fingers and sense whether the grinding had been sufficient. This knowledge wasn't written down in formulas, it lived in the hands and senses of practitioners. Creating effects required understanding the relationship between form and function. A tightly packed tube produced different results than a loosely packed one. The diameter of the opening determined how sparks would disperse. The length of the tube affected how long effects would last. The placement of different powder mixtures in layers or compartments created sequences of changing effects. All of these variables had to be considered and controlled. Colour effects, which had begun with simple observations about how different materials affected flames, gradually became more sophisticated. By the 17th and 18th centuries, European and Asian pyrotechnicians had developed extensive palettes of colours through experimentation with various mineral compounds. Strontium produced brilliant reds, barium gave greens, copper created blues, sodium generated intense yellows. The challenge was creating compounds that would burn at the right temperature, produce the desired colour, and remain stable during storage and handling. The timing of effects was perhaps the most challenging aspect of complex displays. Fuses had to be cut to specific lengths to create delays between different elements. Sequences needed to build logically from one effect to another. Simultaneous effects required careful synchronization. Master pyrotechnicians developed various techniques for controlling timing. Slow-burning fuses, quick match that would propagate flame rapidly, and elaborate firing systems that allowed complex sequences to unfold reliably. Safety awareness was crucial, but had to be balanced against the nature of the work. You were, after all, deliberately creating controlled explosions. Accidents happened even to the most experienced practitioners, premature ignitions, unexpected reactions, and devices that behaved differently than anticipated. Successful pyrotechnicians learned to respect the materials without being paralysed by fear, developed safe working procedures, and maintained constant vigilance during both preparation and performance. The meaning embedded in fireworks displays went far beyond simple entertainment. In Chinese culture, the loud noises continued to serve their original purpose of driving away negative spirits and forces, but they also came to symbolise the power of transformation itself. The way ordinary materials could become extraordinary through proper combination and treatment. Each burst of sparks represented possibility, the potential for sudden, brilliant change. In European contexts, fireworks became associated with power and authority. Royal displays demonstrated the wealth and sophistication of monarchs who could afford to literally burn money in spectacular fashion. The ability to command such displays showed control over powerful forces, suggesting by extension the power of the ruler over their realm. But they also represented something more democratic, moments when spectacular beauty was available to everyone present, regardless of social status. Japanese culture developed particularly rich symbolic associations with fireworks, or hanabi, which literally translates as fire flowers. The transient beauty of fireworks, brilliant for a moment, then gone, resonated with Buddhist concepts of impermanence and the Japanese aesthetic principle of mono no aware, the pathos of things that are beautiful precisely because they don't last. Watching fireworks became a form of meditation on the nature of existence itself. The craftsmanship involved in creating these displays was respected across cultures. A master pyrotechnician occupied a unique social position, part artisan, part artist, and part dangerous magician, who handled forces that could destroy as easily as delight. Their knowledge was valuable, sometimes carefully guarded, and passed down through apprenticeship relationships that might last decades before a student was considered ready to work independently. The physical toll of the craft shouldn't be ignored. Working with black powder and its various chemical relatives meant constant exposure to substances that weren't particularly good for human health. The loud noises could damage hearing over time. Burns were occupational hazards. The stress of knowing that mistakes could be catastrophic probably affected practitioners' mental health in ways that wouldn't have been discussed or addressed in earlier centuries. Yet people continued choosing this profession, drawn by the satisfaction of creating beauty, the prestige that came with mastery, and perhaps something deeper, the appeal of working with forces that existed at the boundary between control and chaos. There's something fundamentally human about the desire to take dangerous materials and transform them into sources of joy and wonder. The seasonal rhythm of a pyrotechnician's life varied by culture, but generally followed patterns of festivals and celebrations. Preparations might begin months before major events, with the quieter seasons devoted to experimenting with new effects, replenishing supplies, and training apprentices. As festivals approached, the pace would intensify. Long hours in the workshop, careful testing of devices, and coordination with festival organisers about timing and placement. The actual performance of a display required intense concentration. Once ignition began, there was little room for error or correction. Effects had to unfold as planned, timed sequences had to proceed correctly, and the pyrotechnician had to monitor everything while standing near substances that could, if mishandled, produce unfortunate results. The combination of careful preparation and real-time awareness needed for successful displays demanded a particular temperament. Patient yet confident, detail-oriented yet able to improvise when necessary. After a display ended, there was always clean-up, gathering spent devices, checking for anything that failed to ignite properly, and making notes about what worked well and what could be improved. This unglamorous aftermath was actually crucial to the craft, because systematic observation of results allowed continuous refinement of techniques. The greatest pyrotechnicians were those who learned from every display, filing away mental notes about how different weather conditions affected performance, which designs proved most reliable, and what audiences responded to most enthusiastically. The transmission of pyrotechnic knowledge involved both explicit teaching and tacit understanding. Apprentices could be taught formulas, proportions, and basic techniques, but the deeper expertise, the ability to sense when a mixture was right, to anticipate how a device would perform, and to solve problems that arose during preparation, could only be acquired through years of practice under skilled guidance. This made master craftspeople invaluable, their accumulated experience representing knowledge that couldn't be replaced simply by reading written instructions. Different cultures developed different training methods. Chinese workshops often kept knowledge within family lines, with skills passed from parent to child across generations. European guilds created more formal apprenticeship structures with defined periods of training and examinations before certification. Japanese traditions emphasized the spiritual dimensions of craftsmanship alongside technical proficiency, treating fireworks creation as a discipline that refined character as well as skill. The economics of the fireworks trade varied enormously. In some contexts, pyrotechnicians were well-compensated craftspeople who earned comfortable livings from their expertise. In others, they struggled financially, their income depending on irregular festival work and the patronage of wealthy sponsors. The materials themselves represented a significant expense. High-quality chemicals and supplies weren't cheap, and the investment required to set up a proper workshop could be substantial. Innovation in the craft came from multiple sources. Sometimes technical advances emerge from systematic experimentation by master craftspeople exploring new possibilities. Other times, accidents or mistakes led to unexpected effects that, once understood, could be deliberately reproduced. Cross-cultural exchanges introduced techniques from different traditions, spurring hybrid innovations that combined elements from various approaches, and occasionally advances in related fields, chemistry, metallurgy, and papermaking, provided new materials or methods that pyrotechnicians could adapt for their purposes. As you sink deeper into relaxation, you're breathing slow and steady. Let's trace the final threads of our story. How those ancient Chinese alchemists, grinding powders by lamplight in pursuit of immortality, inadvertently gave humanity a new language for expressing joy, marking transitions and creating shared moments of wonder. The legacy of those first fireworks extends far beyond the spectacular displays we see today. Every time someone celebrates the new year with sparklers and rockets, they're participating in a tradition that stretches back over 1,000 years to those Tang Dynasty workshops, where alchemists mix sulphur, saltpeter and charcoal in search of something entirely different. The connection between those early experiments and modern celebrations represents one of the longest continuous cultural practices in human history. Modern fireworks, of course, have been transformed by centuries of innovation and by scientific understanding that ancient alchemists couldn't have imagined. We now comprehend the molecular basis of combustion, can predict how different chemical compounds will behave at various temperatures, and design effects with computer precision. Yet the fundamental materials, sulphur, potassium nitrate and charcoal, remain essentially the same as those used in ancient China. The sophistication lies in how we combine and deploy them, not in replacing them with something entirely new. The scale of contemporary displays would astound those early pyrotechnicians. Major celebrations in modern cities might burn through tens of thousands of individual effects in a single evening, choreographed to music with split-second timing, launched from multiple locations simultaneously, and designed to be visible to audiences numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The logistics of such events require teams of specialists, months of planning, sophisticated electronic firing systems, and coordination that would have seemed like sorcery to ancient practitioners. Yet something essential remains unchanged. When you watch fireworks burst across the night sky, you're experiencing the same fundamental wonder that audiences felt 1,000 years ago. The surprise of light blooming in darkness, the visceral impact of sudden loud sounds, and the shared gasp of a crowd witnessing something that exceeds everyday experience. The technology may have advanced, but human psychology hasn't changed. We're still creatures who respond to fire and light with deep primal fascination. The safety standards surrounding modern fireworks represent dramatic improvements over historical practices. Contemporary pyrotechnicians undergo extensive training and certification, follow strict regulations about storage and handling, and employ safety equipment and procedures that minimize risks. The materials themselves have been refined to be more stable and predictable. Accidents still occur, but they're far less common than they were when fireworks creation was a more intuitive, less regulated craft. Environmental concerns about fireworks have emerged in recent decades as we've become more aware of pollution and its effects. The smoke from black powder and various chemical compositions contains substances that aren't particularly beneficial to air quality. Debris from spent shells and casings creates cleanup challenges. The noise disturbs wildlife and can be traumatic for people and animals with sound sensitivities. These concerns have spurred innovation in developing cleaner pyrotechnics, quieter displays, and alternative celebration methods, though traditional fireworks remain popular despite these issues. The democratic nature of fireworks, the way they create shared experiences available to everyone present, gives them a unique cultural role. Unlike many art forms that require education or cultural knowledge to fully appreciate, fireworks communicate immediately and viscerally. You don't need training to understand that brilliant colours bursting across the sky are beautiful and exciting. This accessibility helps explain why fireworks have been adopted by virtually every culture they've encountered. Different occasions around the world have become associated with fireworks displays, each culture mapping the technology onto their own calendar of significant moments. Chinese New Year remains perhaps the most extensive use of fireworks anywhere, with celebrations that can last for days and consume staggering quantities of pyrotechnics. American Independence Day has become synonymous with fireworks in the United States, Diwali in India features spectacular fire displays. Guy Fawkes Night in Britain, Bastille Day in France, and countless local festivals worldwide all mark themselves with artificial lights in the sky. The personal experience of watching fireworks varies, but certain elements seem universal. There's the anticipation as you wait in darkness, knowing something is about to happen. The first burst always draws exclamations. Even when you know it's coming, the sudden transition from darkness to brilliant light captures attention completely. As displays progress, you find yourself looking for patterns, comparing different effects, and perhaps developing favourites. The grand finale, with its overwhelming density of effects and sound, creates a kind of sensory saturation that borders on overwhelming. And then comes the silence after, with smoke drifting across your vision and the smell of powder hanging in the air. Children experiencing fireworks for the first time go through a fascinating progression. Initial fear of the loud noises often gives way to excitement once they realise the sounds won't hurt them. The visual spectacle captivates even very young children, who often try to reach up toward the lights as if they could somehow grab them from the sky. The association between fireworks and special occasions gets established early, creating memories that many people carry throughout their lives. Particular displays watched with family. That one time the weather was perfect, and the year when everything seemed especially magical. For adults, fireworks often carry nostalgic weight, connecting present moments to past celebrations. Watching displays might trigger memories of childhood festivals, or of significant personal moments that happen to coincide with fireworks, proposals, celebrations of achievements, and farewell gatherings. The recurring nature of fireworks on specific occasions creates markers in personal chronology, allowing people to measure the passage of time through remembered displays. The craft of creating fireworks continues to evolve. Professional pyrotechnicians today combine traditional expertise with modern technology, using computer software to choreograph displays, electronic firing systems for precise timing, and new chemical formulations for novel effects. Yet they still draw on knowledge accumulated over centuries, still must understand how weather conditions affect performance, and still need the judgment that comes only from experience. It remains a craft where human expertise matters enormously, even as technology provides new tools. Amateur and hobbyist fireworks communities exist in many countries, though they are subject to varying legal restrictions and safety regulations. These enthusiasts carry on traditions of experimentation and innovation, discovering new effects and techniques, and sharing knowledge through online forums and in-person gatherings. The democratization of information through the internet has made pyrotechnic knowledge more accessible than ever before, though this comes with concerns about safety and proper training. The question of what fireworks mean continues to evolve. For some, they remain primarily celebratory, pure expressions of joy without deeper significance beyond marking happy occasions. Others see in them metaphors for life itself, brilliant, brief, and beautiful, precisely because they cannot be held or preserved, only experienced in the moment. Still others appreciate them as technical achievements, marvelling at the engineering and chemistry required to produce specific effects. The future of fireworks likely involves continued innovation in several directions. Environmentally friendlier formulations that reduce pollution and noise are already being developed and deployed. Drone light shows offer alternatives that create spectacular aerial displays without combustion or debris. Augmented reality might eventually allow people to experience virtual fireworks customized to their preferences. Yet traditional pyrotechnics will likely endure because they offer something that technological alternatives cannot quite replicate. The real physical presence of fire and light, the authentic boom that you feel in your chest, and the shared experience of witnessing something that is genuinely happening in the moment, rather than being mediated through screens. The alchemists who first mixed sulphur, saltpeter and charcoal would probably be bemused to know their failed experiments at creating immortality elixirs instead created something that has brought joy to billions of people across countless generations. They were looking for a way to extend life indefinitely, but they inadvertently discovered something else. A way to mark life's important moments, to create shared experiences of wonder, and to add beauty and excitement to human celebration. In that sense, perhaps they succeeded after all, just not in the way they intended. They didn't create immortality for individuals, but they created something that has persisted across centuries and will likely continue for many more. A tradition that connects ancient Chinese workshops to modern celebrations worldwide, that links those first primitive bamboo crackers to the most sophisticated contemporary displays, and that transforms simple chemical reactions into experiences of beauty and joy. As we bring this journey to a close, imagine yourself standing under a night sky similar to the one that ancient alchemists saw from their workshops, back when they first noticed that certain mixtures of powder would burn with unexpected brilliance. The same stars look down, arranged in patterns that humans have been reading for thousands of years, finding meanings and stories in their arrangements. The darkness that surrounds you is comfortable now, not threatening or empty, but full of potential. The same potential that those early experimenters sensed when they worked through quiet hours, grinding powders and mixing substances, not knowing they were creating something that would outlast empires and span continents. You can almost smell that distinctive scent of black powder smoke, sharp and acrid but associated with joy and celebration. You can imagine the sound of the first bamboo cracker splitting from internal pressure, the surprised laughter that must have followed, and the realization that here was something new, a way to make darkness suddenly bright, to mark important moments with light and sound, and to share wonder with everyone within sight and earshot. The journey from medicinal research to global celebration is a reminder that human creativity often works in unexpected ways. We set out to achieve one goal and discovered something entirely different. We tried to solve one problem and create solutions to problems we hadn't even recognized. Those alchemists failed at their original purpose, but succeeded in creating something arguably more valuable. Not immortality for individuals, but a tradition that has brought joy across generations, a shared human language of light that requires no translation. As your breathing slows and your body settles into complete relaxation, let yourself feel connected to that long chain of human experience, from those first experimenters in Tang Dynasty workshops to modern pyrotechnicians preparing tomorrow's displays, from ancient festival goers gathering in Chinese courtyards to contemporary audiences watching synchronized displays set to music in cities around the world. You are part of this story every time you've watched fireworks burst across the sky, every time you've felt that visceral thrill of sudden light blooming in darkness, and every time you've shared that collective intake of breath when something particularly spectacular unfolds overhead. The tradition that began with alchemists seeking immortality continues through your experiences, your memories, and your participation in celebrations marked by fire and light. The beauty of fireworks, like the beauty of this story, lies partly in its impermanence. Each burst exists for only a moment, brilliant and then gone, leaving only smoke and memory. But those moments accumulate, building a tradition that has endured for over 1,000 years and will likely continue as long as humans gather to celebrate, to mark important transitions, and to create beauty together in the darkness. The ancient Chinese alchemists couldn't have predicted any of this. They were just trying to extend life, mixing substances according to theories that combined philosophy, medicine, and early chemistry. They would probably be surprised to learn that their experiments live on not in extended lifespans, but in the joyful explosions of colour that mark celebrations worldwide. Yet there's a certain poetry in this outcome. Their quest for permanence created something that is beautiful precisely because it doesn't last. As you drift towards sleep, carried by the gentle rhythm of this story and your own quiet breathing, let the images of ancient workshops and modern festivals blend and soften. The specific details don't matter so much now. What matters is the connection, the continuity, the way human creativity and curiosity have threaded through centuries, transforming accidents into traditions, turning failed experiments into sources of joy. The night sky above you holds all the same potential it held for those ancient observers. The darkness is simply waiting for light, for colour, for the sudden brilliant bloom of fireflowers that fade even as they're being born. And somewhere, right now, someone is preparing tomorrow's display, measuring powder, packing tubes, and timing fuses, continuing work that began in quiet workshops more than a millennium ago, when alchemists first noticed that certain combinations of earth and mineral could transform into something extraordinary. Sleep now with the knowledge that human curiosity and creativity continue their patient work, that beautiful accidents still happen, that the search for one thing often leads to discovering something else entirely, and that sometimes our failures turn out to be gifts we never expected to give. The story of fireworks is the story of transformation, of materials transformed by fire, of accidental discoveries transformed into intentional art, of individual experiences transformed into shared traditions. It's a story that continues every time someone looks up at a night sky and sees it suddenly painted with impossible colours, every time a crowd gasps together at spectacular beauty, and every time a celebration is marked with light blooming in darkness. Rest easy in this knowledge, and let the gentle images of distant workshops and festival nights fade into the comfortable darkness behind your closed eyes. The alchemists are still at work somewhere in your imagination, grinding their powders by lamplight, not knowing what they're about to discover, and that's perfectly fine. Discovery doesn't require knowing the destination. It only requires curiosity, patience, and the willingness to notice when something unexpected happens. The ancient stars continue their slow wheel overhead. The night holds its secrets and its possibilities. And somewhere between sleeping and waking, you understand that some of humanity's greatest gifts came from people looking for something else entirely, and that this too is beautiful. This stumbling into wonder, this accidental creation of joy. Sleep well under the same sky that has watched over Chinese workshops and Roman festivals, over Tang Dynasty celebrations and modern displays, over every human who ever looked up at darkness and imagined it bright with flowers of fire. The tradition continues, the craft endures, and the simple chemistry of sulphur, saltpeter, and charcoal still transforms into moments of beauty that connect us across centuries. Let these thoughts dissolve now into the peaceful darkness of sleep, carrying with them the warm glow of distant lamps in ancient workshops, the brilliant flash of festival fireworks, and the quiet satisfaction of understanding how accidents and experiments and patient craftsmanship can combine to create traditions that outlast empires and cross every border. The story is complete, the night is quiet, and sleep is calling. Rest now, knowing that tomorrow will bring its own possibilities for discovery, its own chances to transform ordinary materials into extraordinary experiences, and its own opportunities to create beauty that, like the best fireworks, exists brilliantly for a moment before fading into memory.